Keep the apartment, keep the money, I don't need them.
I just got divorced from my wife, with whom I had been building a life in a huge city for 2 years. Her family is rich, while I'm just a guy from a simple background, struggling with a mortgage in a tiny apartment on the outskirts. I wanted to give her a peaceful evening, help her relax after work, but she looked at me coldly, like a stranger. She said we were no longer a couple, that I didn't fit into her new, luxurious life. She threw me out, leaving only emptiness inside. Everything collapsed, and I crashed onto the couch, exhausted. But when I woke up, I was standing in front of my old school. My heart pounded. Had time turned back? I thought I could make a fortune by investing in the future, but I quickly realized the era of easy money was over. Then I discovered something even better. I could jump into a parallel past, take my younger self there, and everything we managed to earn would appear in my real-life bank account. I borrowed money, rented a Rolls-Royce to impress my old classmates, and bet everything on a football match I knew the outcome of. 5 million, clean profit. Now I was back in the present, staring at my phone, my fingers trembling in shock. Then came another surprise. My ex-wife's younger sister showed up, 18 years old, stunningly beautiful, and unaware of the divorce. She barged in, planning to stay with me until college, casually handed me her savings to help me prove myself to her sister, and jokingly said she'd marry me if no one else took me. I nearly choked. Then my ex-mother-in-law called, still thinking I was her son-in-law, and offered me half of their family business to save the marriage. I barely held back a laugh as I stared at her face on the screen. Now, I'm sitting here with millions in my account, this girl blinking at me with wide eyes, and inside me is a storm. I can dive into the past and reshape my fate. Shanghai. In an apartment in the suburbs, Li Jian looked at Jing Mangmang, who stood before him in professional attire and red high heels. It was hard to associate her with the innocent and pure girl from their university days. Keep the divorce certificate safe. After our divorce, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Let's not tell our parents for now, or else it'll only cause trouble. The down payment for the house was covered by your family. I don't want it. As for the savings, keep them for yourself. Li Jian nodded. Jing Mangmang turned to leave but stopped at the doorway. Li Jian, even though we're divorced, I'll give you some life advice. Don't think about starting a business just to surpass me out of spite. That won't help. We're not kids anymore, we need to be mature. Your current situation is already better than most ordinary people. If you want to remarry, it won't be difficult. Many of my business friends say it's getting harder to do business, and plenty of people are going bankrupt and drowning in debt. Li Jian said nothing. After Jing Mangmang left, he stared at the ceiling, feeling lost. He was only 23, soon to be 24, and after nearly 2 years of marriage, this was where he had ended up. He never really longed for marriage, but his parents and grandparents were eager for a grandchild. They pushed him to marry Jing Mangmang, his university girlfriend, believing that they would build a better future together. In the end, he gave in. Fortunately, years ago, his parents had bought a house in Shanghai, otherwise, life would have been too difficult now. A house that cost them half a lifetime's savings, a mortgage, plus a 200,000 yuan bride price. That was how he settled down in the suburbs of Shanghai. At first, Li Jian had countless dreams about the city. A metropolis directly administered, with a staggering population of 24 million. By day, the streets were packed with people and cars. By night, the city was ablaze with lights, a place of indulgence and luxury. Its economy was equivalent to that of an entire country like Argentina. People from all over came here to fight for a place. A steel jungle built on dreams and desires, a city adored by countless dreamers. But the glamorous life he once imagined, endless luxury, beautiful women everywhere, had nothing to do with him. Every month, he struggled to pay off his mortgage. For the rich, Shanghai was all about extravagant nights and endless indulgence. For ordinary people, it was nothing but the grind of 996 and relentless pressure. Perhaps from the beginning, he and Jing Mangmang were never truly a match. She came from a wealthy merchant family in Zhejiang. His parents, on the other hand, were just lower-level government workers. The economic gap between them was huge. At first, life was still bearable, but as time went on, Joe Mangmang became increasingly dissatisfied. 6 months ago, her mother, Joe Mangmang, a stunningly beautiful woman, gave her more than 3 million yuan to start a small company. Once the company became profitable, Joe Mangmang got a taste of the luxurious life. She carried handbags worth tens of thousands. She switched to a BMW 7 Series and even told him she'd buy a Ferrari once the company grew big enough. Her new beauty brand took off rapidly. Gradually, Joe Mangmang looked down on his current life. She kept pushing for a divorce. And today, Li Jian finally couldn't take it anymore. He quietly went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and got the divorce. People used to say that hard work pays off. But now, after 10 years of study, how could I possibly compete with someone whose family has been in business for 3 generations? With her mom's guidance, she avoided so many pitfalls in starting her company. The golden age of economic growth is over. Ordinary people can survive, but making it big is nearly impossible. Li Jian thought about that rich second-generation kid from high school. He had terrible grades, never even went to college, went home, took over the family's hotel chain, and now spends his days partying with models at luxury clubs. Compared to that, his life as a struggling mortgage slave seemed like a dead end. He had a lot on his mind. He decided to skip the upcoming class reunion. Eventually, Li Jian drifted off to sleep. He had no idea where his life was heading. When he woke up, he found himself standing in front of his high school. The old Santana, which had been parked at the gate for years, was still covered in dust. As he stepped into the school, his heart skipped a beat. Had he time traveled? Time travel? Invest in Tencent. Invest in Alibaba. Dominate the stock market, make Jack Ma my little brother, and reach the peak of life. Countless thoughts flashed through Li Jian's mind. But then, reality struck. Short videos were already booming in this timeline. What's the point of investing in tech now? Time traveled, yet still no way to make money. What a tragedy. But soon, Li Jian realized, this wasn't just any time travel. He saw his 18-year-old self walking out of the school. Loading traversal program. At regular intervals, the host can choose to return to a parallel past. Profits earned in the parallel past will be reflected in the real world. Excitement surged through Li Jian. Having read countless novels, he quickly accepted the idea of a system. With this, anything was possible. After a long while, he finally calmed down. He glanced at a small shop's TV screen, where the World Cup was playing, and an idea struck him. The best opportunity right now is betting on the World Cup, borrow some money, and make my first fortune. But then he remembered, today is also the day my younger self confesses to the class beauty, and gets brutally rejected. That day was an unforgettable regret in his life. His 2 biggest regrets in high school: failing in his confession, not doing well in his exams. His grades couldn't be changed now, but the confession? That was still in his hands. Without hesitation, Li Jian took out loans from every online lender he could find, gathering over 30,000 yuan. Back then, loan regulations weren't strict, and borrowing was fast. Then, he rented a Rolls-Royce and a Mercedes E300. He even hired a few bodyguards from a security company. After getting some fake documents for the E300, he pawned it for 280,000 yuan in cash. With everything ready, Li Jian set off for the class reunion. That night came quickly. Young Li arrived at the reunion, holding a bouquet of roses. He planned to confess to his longtime crush. From afar, in the car, Li Jian knew. At the end of the dinner, his younger self would confess. And get humiliated. An hour later, his classmates walked out of the restaurant, teasing young Li. Hey, Li Jian, who's that bouquet for? The class beauty, right? Drunk, young Li stepped forward to confess. Just as he was about to speak, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. Everyone turned their attention to the luxury car. Whose car is that? That must be worth at least 7 or 8 million. Li Jian stepped out in sunglasses, surrounded by bodyguards. He took the bouquet from his younger self. Young master, your father wants you to come home and take over the family business. The family has several companies about to go public. Silence. His classmates were stunned. They thought Li Jian was just an average guy. But he had a Rolls-Royce and was inheriting a billion-dollar empire? His high school crush turned pale, just as she was about to speak. But Li Jian gave her no chance. He turned to his younger self. Come on, let's go make money. Time to bet on the World Cup. Xiao Li shouted with veins popping. Especially when he saw the team he had bet on score a goal. He almost jumped up in excitement. The other lottery players in the betting shop, however, had strange expressions. Who would dare bet on an underdog team? Yet this guy had bet against the odds, practically handing money over to the lottery company. What made them grind their teeth the most was that, judging by the way the match was going, he was actually going to win. Those who had placed huge bets on the favored team were about to lose everything. Many had wagered 70 or 80,000, some even over 100,000, an unbearable loss for the average person. Even the shop owner was fully focused now. These 2 young men, one in sunglasses and the other in a school uniform, had bet hundreds of thousands on the underdog. If the upset really happened, after deducting taxes, they would walk away with 5 million in pure profit. 5 million, he had never seen that much money in his life. As the match progressed, both teams took turns scoring. When the stronger team scored, the other bettors cheered. But when Li Ziyan's chosen team scored, Xiaoli shouted louder than anyone else. Each goal, each kick, was worth a fortune now. Sure enough, the match ended exactly as Li Ziyan had predicted. We won. Xiaoli jumped onto a chair, unable to contain his excitement. At that moment, he fully realized this person in front of him was truly his future self. Dragging Li Ziyan outside to a secluded spot, Xiaoli eagerly said, "You really are me from the future. In that case, we can make a fortune and achieve great things, maybe even become the richest man in the world." 1,000 thoughts raced through Xiaoli's mind. If you make too much money, it won't belong to you anymore. Having just enough is best. Xiaoli was confused, but since it was his future self speaking, there had to be a reason. At that moment, Li Ziyan noticed the countdown on the traversal program was nearly up, so he gave a final instruction. "Remember, Xiaoli, don't brag about this. Don't tell any relatives or friends. After repaying the loans and paying taxes, you'll have around 5 million left. Keep a low profile." Even though he knew he was dreaming, Li Ziyan instinctively gave this advice to his younger self. At such a young age, it would be hard to keep such a huge sum of money safe if he didn't hide it properly. Li Ziyan wanted to say more, but the countdown hit 0. He vanished from that world. Not long after, Li Ziyan returned to reality. Looking around, he found himself back in his small apartment on the outskirts of Shanghai. Everything around him was so familiar. A modest but well-decorated apartment, about 100 square meters. He had slept on the couch last night, and without the air conditioning on, he was drenched in sweat. It's already 10:30. That dream was amazing. Not only did I fix my regret, but I also made 5 million. And I can time travel again. Li Ziyan unlocked his phone. He wanted to check if anyone had messaged him on WeChat. Since becoming an adult, he had gotten used to this routine. But before he could open WeChat, he noticed a message from his bank, CCB. "I didn't spend any money, so why did the bank send me a message?" Li Ziyan opened it. "Your CCB savings account ending in 3435 has received a deposit of 5,011,802 yuan. Current balance, 5,124,332 yuan. 5 million. 5 million. The number instantly cleared all traces of sleep from his mind. He shot up, pinched himself. "I'm not dreaming, right? Or is someone playing a prank on me?" Looking at the divorce certificate beside him, he confirmed. He definitely wasn't dreaming. The banking app, right. Li Ziyan opened his banking app, entered his password, scanned his fingerprint, checked his balance. A moment later, he confirmed. His account really did have over 12 million yuan. Trying to open the traversal program again, Li Ziyan quickly saw the panel. The cooldown for his next time travel was still active. He wasn't dreaming. He had actually traveled back in time. Xiaoli's earnings really transferred to my account. According to the program, my money can't be traced or frozen by anyone. I need to go to the bank and check. Li Ziyan couldn't hold back anymore. The bank wasn't too crowded today. As soon as Li Ziyan sat down, the teller checked his account balance and immediately became extremely polite. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll call our manager." It was Li Ziyan's first time having so much money, and his first time enjoying this kind of VIP treatment. Society truly had its privileges for the wealthy. Soon, a bald middle-aged man walked over. "Mr. Li, I'm Sun Biao, the manager of this branch. Please come to my office. It's too hot out here. You'll be more comfortable inside." Li Ziyan only wanted to confirm if his money was truly safe to use. He followed Sun Biao to the manager's office. "Mr. Li, you're so young, truly successful at an early age. In Shanghai, having 5 million in cash wasn't unusual. Too many people had profited from the city's economic boom. But someone like Li Ziyan, just 23 years old with 5 million cash, was rare. Unless someone was an ultra-wealthy first-generation entrepreneur, no parent would give their child so much money. Nowadays, rich parents weren't afraid of their kids wasting money. They were afraid of them trying to prove themselves. That's why they controlled their children's spending strictly. So, for Li Ziyan to have this much money, his family background must be extraordinary. "What can we help you with today, Mr. Li?" A female bank clerk followed them in, respectfully serving Li Ziyan tea. These clerks usually treated ordinary customers with indifference at the counter. But now, their attitude toward Li Ziyan was exceptionally courteous. "I just want to check my account balance." Hearing this, the manager quickly verified his account. After a while, he spoke seriously. "Your account balance is indeed over 5 million. What surprised him was, the 5 million yuan transfer came from a whitelist source, one he didn't even have permission to check. Hearing this, Li Jian completely relaxed. Mr. Li, are you interested in our high-interest deposit plans? I can offer you an excellent rate. Li Jian shook his head. No, I'm not interested in deposits. The manager continued chatting with him for a long time before Li Jian finally left the bank. At 2:30 p.m., his colleague, He Shirlian, called. His relationship with co-workers was purely professional, so no one knew about his divorce. He Shirlian always thought he was trying to pursue her, so she kept her distance. Li Jian never minded. They only met at work anyway, keeping up appearances was enough. She came from a poor family and was looking for a boyfriend with an annual salary of at least 300,000 yuan to secure her future. Li Jian, why didn't you come to work this morning? I sent you so many messages, but you didn't reply. Our team leader is rushing us to submit the report. I can't finish it alone. Only then did Li Jian remember. He had only taken the afternoon off yesterday to get a divorce. As an employee, he still had to work. And now it was already the next afternoon, he had skipped the whole morning. Sorry, I overslept. I'll be right there. But with this much money, he had a new plan. Once the traversal cooldown ended, he'd see if he could time travel again. If he could, there was no need to keep working at all. On the other end of the call, He Shirlian. She clearly didn't want to have too much interaction with Li Jian, afraid that he might misunderstand something. Got it. Just come over as soon as you can this afternoon. I'll start on my part first. After hanging up, Li Jian was about to head to work, but then, he suddenly remembered something. Sure enough, his ex-mother-in-law, Joe Mangmang, was calling him on WeChat video. Soon, Joe Mangmang's stunning face appeared on the screen. The weather was scorching, and Li Jian swallowed unconsciously. Damn this heat. It was really hot. Mom! Li Jian instinctively called out. Joe Mangmang still didn't know that he and Jing Mingting had divorced. Yes. At 42, Joe Mangmang had married Li Jian's father-in-law quite early. With excellent maintenance, despite having 2 daughters, she still looked like she was only in her mid-20s. She didn't even seem much older than Jing Mingting. Jing is going to your city for college. The semester starts in a few days, so I sent her ahead. You should go pick her up later. She'll be staying at your place during her university years. Hearing this, Li Jian immediately thought of that little foodie. Back in college, when he was pursuing Jing Mingting, he often saw a 12 or 13-year-old kid following her around. That little girl had even more delicate features than Jing Mingting. Lacking a good way to approach Jing Mingting, he set his sights on Jing instead. At the time, Jing had been studying in the city for a year. So getting close to her was a way to get Jing Mingting's attention. Their first meeting, he gave her a pack of white rabbit candies and an AD calcium milk drink. That was all it took for them to become friends. After that, he kept buying her snacks regularly. Later, he had her deliver a love letter to Jing Mingting. She came back and told him, "My sister said to keep trying." From then on, the supply of snacks never stopped. He even helped her with her first-year middle school homework. Half a year later, he finally won Jing Mingting over. That night, when Jing Mingting agreed to date him, she asked, "Why are you so persistent? I rejected you so many times, why did you keep chasing me? My mom is really against us being together. If you hadn't been so sincere, we never would have had a chance." Her words confused him. So he went to ask the little rascal. She lowered her head, embarrassed. "Sorry. I was afraid you'd be sad, and then I wouldn't get snacks anymore. My sister wouldn't buy me any, she said I'd get fat. If my sister didn't agree, then when I grow up, I'll make it up to you. I won't let you lose out." Her words had left him completely speechless. During Jing Mingting's time in Shanghai, he and Ji Jiding had gotten along like real siblings, but it had been years since he last saw her. "I got it, Mom. Don't worry." Even though he was divorced from Jing Mingting, his bond with Ji Jiding had always been genuine. So he was more than happy to pick her up. And another thing, I know I gave Mingting some money recently to start a company. She may have become a bit arrogant, but don't worry. I've already decided half of that company's shares will go to you. I want you two to have a good life together. When I visit next time, I'll transfer half of the shares to you. That way, your life won't be difficult in the future. With your current salary, barely over 9,000 yuan a month, she'll only look down on you more and more. To be honest, Joe Mangmang also looked down on Li Jian. But once they got married, she had treated him like a son. She was a woman with delicate emotions. Her words completely shocked Li Jian. He never expected that Joe Mangmang would be willing to give him half of the company she had set up for her daughter. Thinking back, she had always treated him with kindness. Whenever he visited their home, no matter how busy she was with business, She always took time to cook him a variety of delicious meals. Remembering this, warmth filled Li Jian's heart, but from now on, he wouldn't have such a good mother-in-law anymore. Alright, I have things to do. Jing left this morning. I told her to call you when she arrives. Just keep an eye out for her. After giving a few instructions, Joe Mangmang ended the call. About 10 minutes later, Li Jian received a WeChat voice message from Jing. Since he hadn't seen her in years, in his mind, she was still the fair-skinned little girl with twin ponytails. Brother, I'm at your door. Are you not home? I knocked, but no one answered. Hearing the unfamiliar yet airy voice, he asked, Jing, why didn't you call me to pick you up from the train station? I'm 18, not 8. I just took a taxi. Alright, I'll be right back. It was just a few minutes walk home. At this time of year, right before the semester started, the heat was unbearable. When he arrived at his apartment floor, he saw a tall, slender girl standing at his door. She was wearing a white t-shirt, denim shorts that covered only half her thighs, and simple canvas shoes. Her hair was tied up in a cute bun. You are. Li Jian hardly recognized her. It was difficult to connect this elegant young woman to the little foodie from years ago. She hadn't attended his wedding due to illness, and when he visited Zhejiang, she always avoided him. To this day, he still didn't know why she had been so distant back then. Looking closely now, Jing's figure was quite something. Brother, don't you recognize me? I'm your little sister. Jing was thrilled to see Li Jian again. She rushed forward and grabbed his hand, unwilling to let go. The heat had already made her forehead glisten with sweat. If she had been wearing makeup, it would have melted off by now. But even without it, her skin was far fairer than his. Alright, let's go inside. It's too hot out here. Li Jian gently pulled his hand away. This girl, after growing up, she was really hard to handle. He couldn't keep taking advantage of their family's generosity forever. Once inside, Jing ran straight to the air conditioner, standing in front of the vent. So hot. Brother, where's my sister? She tilted her head, letting the cold air blow against her bun. Your sister? She's busy with her business. I'll take you to your school later. If this were before, having Jing stay with him would have been perfectly normal. But now that he and Joe Mangmang were divorced, they had nothing to do with each other anymore. A man and a woman living together alone? That wouldn't be appropriate. Brother, you don't want me to stay here, do you? Her voice carried a hint of sadness, her eyes brimming with tears. Don't be upset. Li Jian patted her head. It's not that I don't want you to stay, but your sister and I got divorced yesterday. It wouldn't be right for you to live here anymore. After all, Before he could finish, Jing cut him off. Oh, is that all? So what if you two got divorced? That doesn't change our relationship. We're best buddies. Once school starts, I'll introduce you to my roommate. If she doesn't love you, someone else will. Hearing that, Li Jian laughed. Come on, I'm way older than those 18-year-old college girls. They wouldn't be interested in me. Jing hesitated before murmuring. I'm 18 too. If I can't find anyone for you, then I'll just give myself to you. I won't let you lose out. If no one wants you in the future, I'll marry you. Hearing Jing's words, Li Jian fell silent for a moment. If he took those words seriously, Joe Mangmang would definitely come after him. Besides, a child's words didn't count, this could only be taken as a joke. He carefully observed Jing. She had truly inherited all the genes of that stunning woman. She was much more beautiful than her sister. However, at 18, she still had a bit of youthful innocence, lacking that mature womanly charm. But that youthful energy, it was truly captivating. Spending time with young girls could even make one feel younger. Looking at the girl standing in front of him, Li Jian realized just how much she had grown. She was almost as tall as he was. Jing, you've gotten really tall. You're wearing flat shoes, and you're already this tall. If you grow another 6 or 7 centimeters, you'll be taller than me. How tall are you now? Jing spun around in front of him. Brother, I'm 173 centimeters now. I stopped growing a while ago. Her words left Li Jian in a daze. Without realizing it, this little girl had already grown to 173 centimeters? Time really flew. It was hard to connect the graceful young woman in front of him with the greedy little girl he once knew. Brother, actually, my sister divorced you simply because you weren't rich enough. This society is very realistic. Just look at what's being taught on social media, it's all about women being practical. So, you need to have money. Seeing Jing's serious expression, Li Jian wasn't sure where this conversation was going. Brother, my sister divorcing you was her loss. I've always thought my brother was the best. So what if you don't have money? I'll give you some. Start a small business. I believe that in a few years, you'll become a big boss. Check your WeChat. I sent it to you. As she spoke, Ji Jiding operated her phone. Li Jian opened WeChat and saw 4 transfers of 50,000 yuan each. Looking at the serious young girl in front of him, something stirred in his heart. Jiding, where did you get all this money? Ji Jiding put down her phone, concealing the admiration in her eyes. My mom gave me rewards for good grades. I've been saving up for years. I saved up 300,000 in total, but there's a transfer limit today. Tomorrow, I'll send you another 100,000. Brother, you must prove yourself and make my sister regret it. Li Jian remained silent. The elegant young woman before him overlapped with the little girl in his memory. She had truly grown up tall, curvy, and far more beautiful than Ji Mingting. Cheating, I can't accept this money. Ji Jiding touched her bun hairstyle. I know, brother, this is about a man's pride. But I'm your sister. Every protagonist needs their first pot of gold, right? The rewards I saved up all these years are your starting capital. Without money, how will you surpass my sister? Even novel protagonists have cheat abilities, you know. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Ji Jiding had originally planned to use this money to open a milk tea shop near her school. She had dreamed about it for 3 years in middle school. But when she thought about helping her brother, she felt it was worth spending every cent. To Ji Jiding, Li Jian was her white moonlight. In the past, she could only bury her feelings deep inside. But now that he was divorced from her sister, being with him wasn't morally wrong anymore. Looking at Ji Jiding, who was jokingly trying to get him to accept the money, Li Jian couldn't help but step forward. He pulled her into a hug. At that moment, he realized she really had grown up. Realizing it wasn't appropriate to hug her like that, he quickly let go. If Joe Mangmang found out, she would definitely go crazy on him. It's okay. I have money, so don't worry about me, Jiding. Li Jian didn't plan on hiding his wealth. For now, all he wanted was to sleep and see if he could time travel again. In the long run, 5 million wasn't enough. Ji Jiding looked at him, trying to understand. It seemed like her brother was just being prideful, but that was normal for men. Maybe she should wait for a better opportunity to transfer the money to him. Li Jian checked the time. It's getting late. You can stay here, Jiding. I'll cook for you after work. Since she had already insisted, refusing her now would be inappropriate. Letting her stay wasn't a big deal. After all, as she said, their bond was real. Over the years, they had chatted frequently on WeChat. Okay. Ji Jiding lowered her head, looking a bit shy after what she had just said. Li Jian was slightly stunned. There was a purity in her smile that he hadn't seen in a long time. Since entering society, he had never encountered such a genuine expression again. Hurry back home, brother. I'll wait for you. After a few more words, Li Jian was about to leave when Ji Jiding stopped him. Brother! Wait, let's take a picture together. It's been so long since we've seen each other. She ran up to him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and took a selfie. Then, right in front of him, she set the picture as her phone's wallpaper. This girl. Smelling the faint fragrance on her, Li Jian realized. She still hadn't transitioned from a child's mindset. She was as affectionate as ever. After a few more words, he finally headed to the company. On the way, he felt incredibly confident. A confidence he had never felt before. Now, he finally understood why slovenly landlords were so self-assured, while well-dressed young men looked like insurance salesmen. For adults, confidence and presence came from having money. At the company, stepping into the office, colleagues greeted him as usual. He Shirlian urged him over. Li Jian, hurry up and finish your work. Today, he Shirlian had light but well-applied makeup. She was even wearing a red dress that she usually wouldn't. Looking nice today, he Shirlian. Got a date? A date? As if. The local guys here are so picky. At the mention of dating, he Shirlian frowned. She wanted to find a man with an annual salary of 300,000 in property in Shanghai. But it was proving difficult. Plenty of men were interested in her, but their income and family background weren't good enough, and those who met her standards looked terrible. She just couldn't bring herself to do it. In the office, she had suitors like Feng Rohai and Yang Shouyu, but most were from rural backgrounds, earning around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, barely enough to survive in Shanghai, let alone buy property. Sitting at his desk, Li Jian pondered what to do with his 5 million. Just then, a WeChat message popped up on his computer. From his former crush, Joe Lily. He still vividly remembered the graduation party where she rejected him. Li Jian, I heard from our classmates that you're doing well in Shanghai, earning 10,000 a month. I'm getting transferred to Shanghai for work. We'll be living in the same city now. Let's meet for dinner before the class reunion. Clearly, his actions in the past didn't affect Joe Lilly in this timeline. But the 5 million did. Was that past a part of his own timeline? Or a parallel universe? Why had some things changed while others remained the same? Countless questions filled his mind. Looking at Joe Lilly's profile picture, he still felt a slight stir in his heart. She had been the campus beauty, the dream girl of many. And after 5 years, she had fully grown into a mature woman. Forget it. I really don't have time. Everyone will naturally see each other at the class reunion. Li Jian rejected Joe Lilly. On the other side, Joe Lilly, who was sitting in her rented apartment with the air conditioner on, froze in place. Li Jian actually rejected her? Could it be that he still held a grudge over how she repeatedly turned him down when he pursued her during the summer after the college entrance exam? Was he sulking? After thinking for a long time, Joe Lilly continued typing. Li Jian, it's been 5 years. It's time to move on. Don't be mad. We're all classmates. In this big city, we'll have to rely on each other in the future. Soon, Li Jian replied. I'm not sulking. I really don't have time. And I haven't cared about what happened back then for a long time. So let's forget about dinner. Joe Lilly felt her face burn. She had just been rejected by Li Jian twice in a row. At this moment, she seemed to finally understand what Li Jian must have felt when she rejected his public confession at their graduation party. Back then, he had held a bouquet of roses and confessed to her in front of everyone. She turned him down. And now, she was experiencing the same feeling, being rejected by him. And not just once, but twice. Did Li Jian really not have the slightest bit of interest in her anymore? She clicked on her profile picture. Looking at herself, now transformed into a mature and elegant woman, she was quite satisfied. Back in high school, she was the dream girl of many boys. So many had pursued her that she had lost count. And now, in a society where men outnumbered women, even ordinary-looking girls had admirers flocking around them, let alone someone like her. With her current appearance, there was no way Li Jian should be acting so indifferent toward her. Joe Lilly, who was used to being adored, suddenly felt out of place. Li Jian, it's been 5 years. Haven't you ever thought about me? She added a pouting emoji. No, I haven't. We'll see each other at the reunion. Li Jian didn't seem to have anything to say to Joe Lilly. She was stunned again. She had already asked so directly, yet he bluntly said he hadn't thought about her. She had no way to take control of the situation. Li Jian. She started typing, but then deleted everything. If she kept going, she would seem too desperate. In today's world, Li Jian wasn't even on her level. Anywhere she went, she had plenty of admirers. She would wait until the reunion. Maybe he was just playing hard to get. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she was that Li Jian was using a push and pull tactic. After all, a lot of relationship influencers on social media taught this kind of strategy. But her curiosity about Li Jian had already been fully sparked. As for Joe Lilly, Li Jian didn't think much of it. It was her right to reject him. He had simply been too naive at 18. Everyone has moments in their past they'd rather not revisit. After facing the harsh realities of life, Li Jian had moved on. Li Jian, don't forget about the team dinner tonight. Li Jian agreed. After work, he went out to eat with his colleagues. He had too much on his mind, and before he realized it, it was already late. While eating, he suddenly remembered. There was still a little Tingbao waiting for him at home. He took out his phone and checked the time. It was already close to 10. Damn, I totally forgot about Tingbao today. When he got back to his apartment complex, he pressed the elevator button and made his way to his front door. He entered the passcode and opened the door. Jiting, what are you doing? Sorry, I got back a little late. He saw Ji Jiting sitting on the sofa, tapping on her phone. Her fingers made crisp clicking sounds. Are you playing whack-a-mole? Ji Jiting turned around and looked at Li Jian. I'm not playing whack-a-mole. I'm hitting you. It's so late, and you're still not back. You promised to cook for me. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she looked a little resentful. Li Jian could tell she had really been waiting anxiously. He glanced at her phone screen and saw that it was a picture of the two of them taken earlier that day. No wonder she said she was hitting him. Alright, Jiting, let's go out to eat. Ji Jiting quickly dropped her sulky expression. Then I want street food. Li Jian sighed helplessly. Doesn't mom give you plenty of spending money? A rich young lady like you still wants to eat street food? Ji Jiting grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the door. Street food doesn't matter. What matters is eating with you. Come on, let's go. Soon, 2 plates of fried pancakes, 2 bowls of mung bean soup, and some skewers were brought to the table. Bro, if no one wants you in the future, you can just marry me. Half of our family's wealth will be mine one day. That means what's mine will be yours. I'm at least as good as my sister. Actually, I'm younger and prettier than her, and my legs are longer. Ji Zhiting's long, perfectly proportioned legs were indeed the best Li Ziyan had ever seen. For a moment, he imagined what it would be like to be with Ji Zhiting. His gorgeous mother-in-law would probably storm into the city to kill him. Marrying one daughter wasn't enough. If he divorced, would he then marry the younger one too? He didn't even dare to think about it. Stop joking. Mom would kill me. She's actually always been good to me. Li Jian knew that Joe Mangmang was not someone who lied. Her arrogance in many aspects made that clear. The fact that she planned to give him half of Ji Mingtian's shares meant she saw him as family, almost like her own son. Though in terms of business, she never took him seriously. But reality was different from fantasy. He wasn't some overpowered protagonist. He could understand her perspective. Ji Zhiting lowered her head and giggled. If their parents found out, she would definitely be scolded. The two of them continued eating, when suddenly, Joe Mangmang called via video chat. Li Ziyan hadn't expected her to call this late. When he answered, her stunning face and figure appeared on the screen. Li Ziyan noticed that she and his father-in-law didn't seem to be sleeping in the same room. Was there family trouble? He started overthinking but quickly reminded himself not to speculate about his elders. He refocused his thoughts. Shayan, has Zhiting settled in? Yes. Ji Zhiting ran over and squeezed into half of the screen. Mom, I'm at my brother's place. We're eating out right now. Seeing how eager her daughter was to leave home, Joe Mangmang sighed. The girl hadn't even hesitated before running off. She hadn't even mentioned missing her older sister. It was like Li Ziyan was her real brother, and Ji Mingtian was just his wife. As long as everything's fine. Joe Mangmang adjusted her lamp. Mingtian isn't home yet? No. Li Ziyan didn't mention the divorce. That would only cause unnecessary trouble. That girl spends too much time on work. I need to talk to her. Shayan, school starts in a few days. I'll have to trouble you with Zhiting's arrangements. Hearing this, Li Ziyan immediately reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. Zhiting is like my real sister. I'll take good care of her. Joe Mangmang could tell he was serious. Good, that puts me at ease. I need to put on a face mask now. You two should head back after eating. She picked up a seaweed mask. Li Ziyan sighed. Mom, your skin is already so fair. You look as young as Mingtian's sister. Do you still need masks? Zhao Manman was momentarily stunned. After a pause, she said, don't comment on your elders. After she hung up, Ji Zhiting laughed. Bro, now you're embarrassed. They continued eating before heading home. Back in his room, Li Ziyan glanced at the cooldown timer on his time travel ability, feeling a little anxious. Time passed quickly. A few nights later, the cooldown finally ended. Li Ziyan activated the system. As soon as he fell asleep, he returned to the past once again. I'm back. A surge of excitement filled his heart. He lowered his head and ran toward Shaoli. At the same time, Shaoli was visibly thrilled. After receiving 5 million, he had been anxiously checking his bank account every day. He couldn't even sleep well, unsure of what to do with the money. He had been waiting for his future self to return. And after several days, his future self was finally here. Let's go somewhere else to talk. With too many people around the neighborhood, it wasn't a suitable place for discussion. Li Ziyan also worried about being recognized, so he wore his sunglasses tightly. Once they arrived at a secluded place, they finally sat down at ease. How much of the 5 million have you spent? Li Ziyan was curious about how his younger self handled it. I've spent a few thousand, almost 10,000. Li Ziyan. But thinking about it, it made sense. At this time, he was only 18 years old. Unlike Ji Zhiting, who had tens of thousands as pocket money, for someone raised with strict financial discipline, even a few hundred yuan was a large sum. A few thousand? That was astronomical for his younger self. What did you buy? An iPhone. Looking at the iPhone 4S in Shaoli's hand, Li Ziyan fell silent. Do you have a WeChat account? Shaoli looked confused, clearly not understanding what WeChat was. WeChat? Is that some futuristic technology? At that moment, Li Ziyan felt like he had discovered a whole new world. It seemed that he had truly traveled to a parallel universe. The place was messy and dirty, but the advantage was that it didn't require an ID to enter. Each of them took a computer. However, Li Ziyan wasn't concerned about the environment. Once they settled in a corner, he began searching for information about this world. The course of history hasn't changed at all, but the timeline for some key developments is different. WeChat hasn't been released yet. Meituan food delivery and Didi ride-hailing don't exist either. It's still a blank era for the internet. Xiaoli asked in a low voice, "Are these things valuable in the future?" While scrolling through search results, Li Jian replied in a hushed voice, "These things will be worth hundreds of billions or even trillions in the future." Hearing that, Xiaoli felt like he was suffocating. 5 million had already made him so excited he could barely sleep. He couldn't even imagine what a billion would be like. Billions? Isn't that way too exaggerated? Even just putting it in the bank and living off interest would be enough forever. Noticing people looking in their direction, Xiaoli lowered his voice. For a publicly traded company, a market value of several billion is nothing special. Li Jian continued gathering information, forming a plan in his mind. With so much money at stake, can't we just invest in these companies, like WeChat? Li Jian shook his head. Even though WeChat hasn't launched yet, it's probably already in development at Tencent. Do you think our 5 million is enough to buy a stake? Not a chance. Ordinary people had no way of getting a piece of that pie. So we're just going to sit back and watch these opportunities slip away? Xiaoli was unwilling to accept it. A young heart was always ambitious and restless. Losing out on so much potential wealth was frustrating. Did you forget what I told you? If you make too much money, it won't belong to you anymore. We don't need that much. Just a few 100 billion will be enough. Xiaoli. A few 100 billion wasn't considered too much? But we have a 5-year advantage in information. We can use this time to build connections with future influential people. In theory, you'll never be wrong about who you befriend. And if history in your timeline advances faster, I can use the information gap from your world as well. Between the two of us, in both worlds, we'll always be on top. Xiaoli clenched his fists, full of ambition. That's right. If I know the right people, there won't be anything I can't accomplish in the future. Where do we start? Li Jian lightly tapped Xiaoli on the head. For now, making money is our priority. He did a quick search. There was no trace of Joe Mangmang's company in this timeline. This meant that in this parallel world, Joe Mangmang, Joe Lily, Ji Jiding, none of them existed. Even the woman Wu Yuxian, who had lived in his home for years, wasn't here. These two worlds were slightly different after all. So how do we make money now? While thinking, Li Jian checked the system and stumbled upon information about an area soon to be demolished. Even the expected profits were clearly listed. It was marked as a newbie gift, a one-time opportunity. He was surprised, but since the system provided this information, he might as well use it. He had already tried communicating with the system and confirmed that it wasn't sentient, just a program. In Yaohai district, they'll be planning a demolition soon. If we buy 2 properties there, we can get compensated around 10 million. I just need to check some official documents to confirm the exact timeline. Hearing this, Xiaoli's breathing grew heavier. Another 10 million? Then let's go now. Xiaoli couldn't wait. Hold on. I need to think of a way to make quick money first. We need more capital. Li Jian searched his mind for financial opportunities, comparing them with the current world's timeline. Finally, he made a decision. I got it, crypto, a place where people get rich overnight. The crypto market, what is it? Xiaoli was clearly unfamiliar with what Li Jian was talking about. If you've never been involved in crypto, it's very likely you've never even heard of it in your time. Have you heard of Bitcoin? Hearing the word Bitcoin, Xiaoli shook his head repeatedly. He had truly never heard of it before. To put it simply, Bitcoin is a type of virtual currency. In the beginning, you could buy a whole bunch of them for just a single yuan. But later on, the price of Bitcoin skyrocketed to over 300,000 yuan per coin. Right now, Bitcoin is trading at around 10,000 yuan per coin. Li Jian looked at Bitcoin's market price on the Yencoin app and said, if you had bought a few hundred Bitcoins at the lowest price and held onto them until they peaked, wouldn't that be worth billions? Li Jian quickly searched online for the latest market trends. He was quite familiar with the crypto world. Back when Bitcoin was being hiked up to nearly 300,000 yuan per coin, he had dabbled in it for a while. At the time, when Musk mentioned discussing Dogecoin in an interview, Li Jian went long on Dogecoin with leverage. But then Musk called Dogecoin a scam, causing his position to be liquidated instantly. He lost over 10,000 yuan. Since then, he had never touched crypto again. However, back then, he had been deeply obsessed with the crypto market. He had done extensive research on market trends and had even gotten to know some of the top players in the industry. That's right, theoretically speaking. But by the time ordinary people hear about it, it's usually from the news. Only a few lucky ones stumble upon opportunities by accident. When I was in the game, the people who actually made money had already cashed out and left. Li Jian glanced at the iPhone 4S in Xiaoli's hand. Now, download the Yencoin app. Based on the timeline, Yencoin launched 2 years after WeChat. But now, they had already released an app. This showed that the timeline of capital development in this world was quite different. I've downloaded it. Now, register an account. Make sure to remember your password and private key. Crypto is one of the most stable ways we can secure a sizable income. In the future, all you need to do is hold on to Bitcoin and sell everything when it reaches 280,000 yuan per coin. That'll be billions in cash flow, but remember, don't get greedy. Know when to stop. Li Jian instructed him while also sharing other simple ways to make money, such as investing in education stocks and multi stock. Alright, I've registered. Xiaoli silently committed Li Jian's words to memory. Now, let's try a contract trade. Use 2 million yuan to buy USDT. Today, we'll do a 50x long contract. Go all in with 1 million, and use the other million as margin. Li Jian had reviewed a lot of information. Thinking back to how some private equity giants had operated in the crypto market, he roughly calculated his next move. At this stage of the crypto market, going long without thinking was like picking up free money. 2 million yuan was a bit extreme, but given his information advantage, making money this way was still relatively easy. Today, he just wanted to test whether his predictions and information advantage were accurate. What's a contract trade? Xiaoli was full of curiosity. Over the past few days, Li Jian had taught him so much. A contract is a double-edged sword that amplifies both your profits and your losses. Simply put, it lets you earn more, but also significantly increases the chances of losing everything. Li Jian briefly explained. Try a long contract first as an experiment. Bitcoin's price has been surging lately. If you dare to go in, there's a high chance you'll make money. Xiaoli cautiously put in 1 USDT for his first contract trade. In the blink of an eye, he had already made 0.05 USDT. This money-making speed is insane. Seeing Xiaoli's shocked expression, Li Jian recalled his own reaction when he first discovered crypto contracts. Smiling, he walked over to the convenience fridge in the internet cafe. There's a saying, one day in crypto is like 10 years in the stock market. The lack of regulation and extreme volatility in the crypto world means some people can get rich overnight, while others can go broke in an instant. The most addictive part is that, as long as your leverage is high enough, you can literally see your wealth explode or disappear every single minute. Alright, go long. Xiaoli nervously placed a 130,000 USDT contract trade. His profits and losses fluctuated by several hundred USDT per second, making his heart race. The price swings by thousands every second. If I get liquidated, the whole 2 million will be gone. Li Jian returned with 2 bottles of Sprite. Don't worry too much. If we get liquidated, we'll just earn it back. Alright, let's play a game for a bit. What are you playing now? Li Jian knew there were some differences between this world and his past, so he wasn't sure what games he used to like. Xiaoli put down his phone and tried to calm himself down. I play Dungeon Fighter and Crossfire. Also, I heard League of Legends is coming out soon. I'm planning to give it a try. Alright, let's run some dungeons in Dungeon Fighter. The two of them teamed up and started farming dungeons. A few hours later, Li Jian finally logged off. Alright, let's check on the contract trade. Only then did Xiaoli remember his 2 million yuan was still floating in the crypto market, at risk of vanishing at any moment. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt a wave of panic. He unlocked his phone and opened the crypto app. What he saw was a bright green profit screen. We made money. The profit is already over 2 million. Bitcoin skyrocketed in just a few hours. This kind of color might only be appreciated at a time like this. At this moment, Xiaoli was so overwhelmed with excitement that he couldn't control his emotions. 2 million just from playing games for a few hours, and it was already in his account. This speed of making money was practically robbery. Alright, let's play some other small games for a while. Whether we win or lose later will just depend on fate. Xiaoli took a deep breath and then put down his phone. Alright, let's play some more games. Li Jian was also excited inside, but he remained much calmer than Xiaoli. Then, the two of them started playing another game. Very soon, a few more hours passed. Let's check the profits again. Xiaoli had actually been wanting to check many times. After all, with 50x leverage, one wrong move could mean total ruin. He unlocked his iPhone 4S. Xiaoli glanced at his earnings. The bright green 4 million in profit made his heart race once again. 4 million. Li Jian thought for a moment and said, close the position. I didn't bring too much with me this time. If this era's crypto market didn't need a miracle, we probably would have already been wiped out by the big players. Xiaoli quickly closed his position, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Only when the 4 million yuan was securely in his pocket did he fully relax. Withdraw it. And before I come back, don't play with this stuff alone. If you want to hold on to something, just buy some actual Bitcoin and hold it. It could make you rich in the future. Xiaoli's hands trembled as he clicked sell. Right now, the crypto market wasn't too large. But selling less than $1 million USDT still happened very quickly. In less than half an hour, several major companies had already bought all of Xiaoli's USDT. This 4 million should be credited to my account soon. Let's go buy a house. Make sure to download QQ and your games first. Li Jian stood up, and Xiaoli followed. For the next few hours, neither of them felt like logging off. As students, they were perfectly happy just sitting there. Once outside, the two of them took a taxi straight to an area 100 miles away. Li Ji, did you buy a car in your world? Yeah, I bought one for $1 million. But this time when I go back, I can buy a sports car. I think I'll have to wait until I start university to buy a car. I want a Ferrari, but right now at home, it would be hard to explain. They didn't talk too deeply, but the driver was already speechless. What was wrong with young people these days? Were they delusional? Owning million yuan sports cars yet taking a taxi? The two continued chatting until they arrived at the redevelopment zone. At the local office, they saw only 3 houses listed for sale. Each was priced at 1 million yuan. There had been talk of demolishing this area a few years ago, but after a powerful figure said it wouldn't be demolished, the residents lost hope. Some decided to sell. Li Jian and Xiaoli easily purchased 3 properties. After finalizing everything, Li Jian and Xiaoli went their separate ways. Li Jian returned to the future. The next morning, the first thing Li Jian did was check his phone messages. The bank had deposited another 4 million. Today, Jing starts school. Let's buy a new car first. Now that he had no financial worries, Li Jian headed straight to the auto sales center, planning to pick a luxury car worth around $1 million. He first stopped by the BMW dealership for a look but decided to check out other brands as well. A beautiful saleswoman eagerly added him on WeChat, telling him to contact her if he was interested. Li Jian didn't refuse. He really needed to think about what car to buy. As he stepped outside, he spotted He Shirlian standing in front of the Wuling dealership next door. His colleagues were there too, including his supervisor, his boss, Joe Mangmang. What a coincidence. At that moment, He Shirlian had just picked up her new Mini. Lu Tao, take a few photos for me. I want to post them on my moments. After taking pictures, He Shirlian and her friends noticed Li Jian and walked over. Li Jian, what a coincidence. Today's the day He Shirlian got her new car, so we all came along. Are you here to buy a car too? Dong Mengmeng asked. As the team leader, she had a strong career woman aura. Yes, Sister Dong, I'm planning to buy a good-looking one. I haven't decided yet, gonna check out a few more models before choosing. He Shirlian's top admirer, Feng Rohai, spoke up from the side. Li Jian, you're really something. I saw you coming out of the BMW dealership. Are you getting a BBA? Li Jian didn't bother hiding anything. Pretty much. But I haven't seen one I really like yet, so I'll keep looking. Hearing that he was considering a luxury car, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Li Jian, are you really getting a BBA? Dong Mengmeng looked at him differently now. More or less. Let's go check out some cars. Li Jian walked toward the Audi dealership. Inside, a stunning woman approached him. Hello, sir, I'm Humunk, a sales consultant at Audi. How can I assist you today? As soon as she appeared, many of Li Jian's male colleagues couldn't take their eyes off her. Compared to Humunk, He Shirlian paled in comparison. Especially those long, black-stockinged legs, completely mesmerizing. No specific model in mind, just show me around. Even Li Jian couldn't help but glance at her fitted business attire. This woman had an incredible figure, especially those high heels and black stockings, impossible to ignore. Please, follow me. Humunk patiently introduced him to various Audi models. Sir, are you a local? Li Jian examined the classic Audi S6 closely. I'm not, but I do own a property here. Hearing this, He Shirlian's eyes widened as if she had discovered a whole new world. Li Jian actually owned property here? Humunk, realizing this, became even more confident in his buying potential. That makes registration and paperwork much easier. Would you like to check out this A7? It has a sleek coupe-style design, making it sportier and more youthful. Li Jian took his time looking before stepping out of the dealership. Alright, I'll check out other brands nearby and then decide. The cars he had seen so far hadn't fully won him over. The really stylish ones were too expensive, so they weren't an option for now. A luxury car around $1 million was the best fit for him at the moment. Of course. Feel free to message me anytime. Would you like to add me on WeChat? Li Jiyan didn't hesitate and pulled out his phone. He exchanged WeChat contacts with Humlunk. Sister Dawn, let's check out a few more dealerships. Joe Mangmang was noticeably more pleasant toward him than before. Next, Li Jiyan visited the Mercedes-Benz dealership. After checking out the models, he found himself drawn to a Benz E. A sedan. He really should hire a driver. Seeing a promising deal, saleswoman Ma Siyu enthusiastically introduced the car. Our Mercedes-Benz E300, sleek and stylish, perfect for young professionals like you. The on-road price is around 500,000 yuan. It's nice, but my budget is a bit higher. This one's not on my list. Then you might consider the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which starts at over $1 million. Ma Siyu was excited. Why don't you try sitting in it? Li Jiyan reclined in the back seat. The Mercedes S-Class had a really comfortable rear seat experience. After thinking for a while, he decided to buy it. He surely stared at the keys to her Wuling Mini in a daze. Li Jiyan had just casually bought a $1 million luxury car. After completing the purchase, she finally realized Li Jiyan had never been interested in her. Once the temporary license was issued, the car was road-ready. Ma Siyu asked, since you bought this, will you be hiring a driver? Most people don't drive an S-Class themselves. Let me give you a ride home. Li Jiyan did not refuse and sat in the back seat of the Mercedes S-Class. Everyone, I have something to do today. I need to take my sister to school, so I won't be joining you. His colleagues all looked at him with extremely complicated expressions. On the way, Ji Jiting called. Brother, are you home yet? I can go to school in the afternoon. Ji Jiting's voice on the phone was very sweet, making Li Jiyan picture her long, beautiful legs in his mind. That little glutton had really grown into someone captivating. Don't worry, I won't delay your school matters. Hearing this, Ji Jiting finally felt relieved. That's good. Brother, hurry back, I want to eat your cooking. Listening to Ji Jiting's slightly coquettish tone, Li Jiyan felt a warmth in his heart. He had always been especially fond of this little brat. Alright, I got it. This back seat is really quite comfortable. I'll hire a driver later. Now that he had money, Li Jiyan was too lazy to drive, except for sports cars, of course. Once the future earnings started rolling in bit by bit, he would also need to move to a new place. Brother, this car really isn't suitable for driving yourself. It's too long. Without excellent skills, it's hard to drive well, and making U-turns on narrow roads is especially troublesome. You really do need a driver to help you. Li Jiyan opened his phone and posted a job listing for a driver online, filling out the requirements according to the platform's prompts. After posting the job listing, he received a call from the bank. It was Sun Biao. Manager Sunday. On the other end, Sun Biao was very enthusiastic. Mr. Li, I've been promoted to branch manager now. Hearing this, Li Jiyan congratulated him. Our old manager was about to retire anyway, so it was only natural for me to take over. Mr. Li, another 4 million has been deposited into your bank account. I'm afraid there will be even more cash flow passing through your account in the future, right? As he spoke, Sun Biao found Li Jiyan's background increasingly mysterious. A few million was probably just pocket change to him. Something like that. This response made Sun Biao even more certain that Li Jiyan was no ordinary person. Ordinary people wouldn't have this level of confidence. In that case, please add one of our bank's new employees. Her name is Su Xianxian. She just graduated at 21 years old. Since you're both young, I believe communication will be easier. Also, I'll help you apply for our black gold card, and she'll bring it to you later. Li Jiyan did not refuse. Let her add me then. This is my number. On the other end, Sun Biao let out a deep sigh of relief. Soon, Li Jiyan received a WeChat friend request. After accepting it, the other party sent a cute sticker. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm your personal banking assistant, Su Xianxian. Taking a glance at Su Xuanxuan's profile picture, she looked quite beautiful. It seemed that Sun Biao really put in some effort. Li Jiyan ignored Su Xianxian and instead closed his eyes to rest, waiting to get home. After arriving home, he saw Ji Jiting on the phone with Joe Mangmang. Mom, you have to give me this 100,000 yuan. You don't want your precious daughter to suffer at university, do you? Li Jiyan was a bit speechless. The children of the rich were indeed different, asking for 100,000 just like that. Compared to Ji Mengting, Ji Jiting was living a much better life. Thanks, Mom. Love you, Mom. Mwah. After hanging up the phone, Ji Jiding turned to look at Li Jian. Brother, your startup fund just increased by another 100,000. What can you do with 400,000? There are so many choices. Li Jian felt a wave of complex emotions in his heart. This girl was asking for 100,000 yuan, but it was actually for him. Alright, I'll go make you some food. Don't worry, your brother has money. Li Jian placed his phone on the table and walked into the kitchen. He was actually a rather lazy person. Only this little brat could make him cook. Ji Jiding felt a bit lost. How could she get her brother to accept her help? Just then, a call came in. Brother, your phone. It's an unknown number. Answer it for me. Ji Jiding pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Li? I'm applying for the driver position. I was a driver for a clothing factory owner for 10 years before the company went bankrupt. I also have a clean criminal record from the police station and meet all your requirements. Can I come in for an interview today? Ji Jiding was stunned. Her brother was hiring a driver? He didn't seem as poor and struggling as she had imagined. At this moment, Ji Jiding's mind was filled with countless questions. In her eyes, Li Jian was just an ordinary person. That was why she had wanted so badly to help him turn his life around, so that he wouldn't always feel so troubled. But now, it seemed that her brother wasn't as poor and desperate as she had thought. Instead, he was hiding something deep. Have him add me on WeChat and send me his documents. This is my number. Ji Jiding repeated what Li Jian had said. After relaying the message, she ended the call. Brother, you're hiring a driver? I remember you only had a Volkswagen, right? Ji Jiding was full of doubts. Of course not. I just bought a new car. After we eat, I'll take you down to see it. And stop thinking about giving me money, I really have money. With 8 million in cash on hand, Li Jian was full of confidence. Money was a man's source of confidence, and knowing that he was destined for success in the future made him even more self-assured. Ji Jiding was getting more and more curious. Then, several more drivers called to apply for the job. Ji Jiding responded to them just as she had before. After finishing cooking, Li Jian accepted the friend requests from the drivers. After reviewing their criminal records and family backgrounds, he informed 3 of them to come in for interviews at 1 p.m. Shouting, "Let's eat." Li Jian put down his phone and saw Ji Jiding staring at him curiously. Brother, aren't you just a regular office worker? You make 10,000 a month, how do you have money to hire a driver? Li Jian picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and put it on her plate. I earned it myself. A project I worked on before made me a little money. It's just that I have a lot of contracts, so I can't talk about many things. Li Jian didn't plan to hide the fact that he had money, so he came up with this excuse. As for the real source of his money, he would just stick to this explanation. After all, no one could trace where his money actually came from. Brother, I want to see what car you bought later. If you're really rich, I won't have to trick Mom into buying me a Mercedes C. Ji Jiding's curiosity grew stronger and stronger. Hearing that Ji Jiding was still planning to trick their mother into buying a Mercedes C, Li Jian fell silent. This girl was really going all out just to help him rise up. After eating, Ji Jiding eagerly pulled Li Jian out the door. Brother, is your car in the underground garage or outside? Outside, the garage is too crowded. After stepping out of the complex, Ji Jiding looked around, searching. At the same time, she took out a bottle of sunscreen spray and applied it to both herself and Li Jian. Brother, which one is your car? That one, the Mercedes S. Ji Jiding walked over to Li Jian's new car. Brother, this is a Mercedes S. It's just like Mom's a million yuan luxury car. She noticed right away that his car was different from ordinary ones. Brother, you're really successful at a young age. Even Dad didn't have this ability when he was young, and you're only 23, already driving a million yuan luxury car with a chauffeur. Li Jian pressed the unlock button. Ji Jiding pulled open the door of the Mercedes S. It's so hot inside. Li Jian got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and turned on the air conditioning. It's been baking under the sun, of course it's hot. It'll cool down in a bit. Soon, the car became nice and cool. Inside, Ji Jiding lay back on the rear seat. Brother, I really didn't expect you to be driving this kind of car. No wonder you didn't care about my 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. There was a hint of admiration in Ji Jiding's voice. She understood that the golden era of easy profits was over, and most profitable industries were now controlled by big capital. 20 years ago, starting a small business could make someone rich, but nowadays, most people could only earn a little money. For Li Jian to be driving a million yuan luxury car at just 23 years old was proof of his incredible ability. Ji Jiting's admiring gaze made Li Jian feel a little uncomfortable. In his memory, she was still that greedy little kid. Soon, one of the drivers sent a message. Mr. Li, I've arrived at Anning Complex. Where are you? After replying to him, Li Jian saw the man jogging over. The other two drivers arrived as well. There was no way they'd dare be late for their interview. After assessing them, Li Jian decided to hire two drivers. Lao Sun, Lao Zhang, you two will take turns on shifts. Later, I'll buy more cars, and when I need more transportation, you'll both work full-time. Both Lao Sun and Lao Zhang sighed in relief. They finally had a job. Lao Zhang, you can go home for now. Lao Sun will drive this afternoon. Alright, boss. Call me anytime if you need me. Checking the time, Li Jian led Ji Jiting back toward the complex. It's time to take you to register. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Back home, Li Jian picked up Ji Jiting's suitcase. But Ji Jiting stopped him. Brother, leave half my clothes here. I have to come back on Sundays. Otherwise, no one will keep you company, and I'm afraid you'll be scared alone when it gets dark. Li Jian felt a warmth in his heart and left behind half of Ji Jiting's clothes. The car drove towards Keita University. Shouting, you did well on the college entrance exam. Better than most people. Ji Jiting sighed. Don't mention it. My mom hired so many tutors for me, and she was worried that some male teachers might have bad intentions, so she only hired female top students to tutor me. It took so much effort. Otherwise, I would have only been able to get into a first-tier university at best. In fact, Ji Jiting's grades could have allowed her to choose other schools in different places. Previously, Joe Mangmang had helped her choose a well-known university in Yencheng, but she insisted on going to Shanghai. Brother, I think there must be a lot of beauties in my class. You're so handsome, I bet a lot of girls will like you. As soon as the car reached the gate, security stopped them. Sir, the school does not allow outside vehicles to enter. Old Sun rolled down the window and handed over a box of cigarettes with 200 yuan hidden inside. Brother, do me a favor. The security guard took the cigarette box, saw the two red bills inside, and immediately stopped talking. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he waved his hand and raised the barrier. Hurry up and go, don't let the leaders see, or I'll get my wages docked. Old Sun drove into the Keita campus. As a veteran driver who had worked for several wealthy people, he knew exactly how to get a car into places where it wasn't allowed. Master Sun, how did you do that? I gave him 200 yuan. Li Jian liked Old Sun's way of handling things. I'll make up for it in your salary. Having such an experienced driver really made things much more convenient. But he also realized that he needed to start his own company. If no one helped him manage his finances in the future, he couldn't handle everything himself. Thank you, boss. Not long after entering the campus, Li Jian saw the large registration area. The registration for the law major is here. A slightly chubby girl was shouting, that's my major. I'm going to register. Li Jian got out of the car with Ji Jiting. At the registration area, Ji Jiting handed in her admission letter and began the enrollment process. Student, there are only 2 beds left in room 102 of building 11 in the girls' dormitory, so we'll have to place you there. Here's the dorm key. The female teacher handling the registration glanced at Ji Jiting several times. A beauty of her level was truly rare. Meanwhile, Li Jian noticed that many sophomore and junior male students nearby were staring intently at Ji Jiting. Having experienced all this before, he knew exactly what was going on. Many older students used this day to look for freshmen who had never been out in the world. At night, they would invite them to dinner and get them drunk. Many girls, fresh out of high school, were still innocent and unaware. They would drink without caution, get wasted, and wake up the next day in a hotel room. And with a simple excuse of I drank too much, many girls ended up becoming someone's girlfriend on their first day. Of course, Li Jian knew that Ji Jiting would never be that foolish. She was a rich second-generation girl who had seen much of the world. After completing the registration, many male students gathered around. Junior, let us take you to your dorm. Junior, do you need help getting a campus card? Old Sun looked rather intimidating, and with his imposing presence and the million-yuan luxury car behind him, he was quite a sight. The male students quickly backed away. Get in the car. Li Jian pulled Ji Jiting into the car. The car started up again and drove to dormitory building 11. Brother, I live on the first floor. Life will be much more convenient. Old Sun followed behind, carrying the suitcase. After opening the dormitory door, Li Jian saw 2 beautiful girls inside. One of them, with wavy hair, was filming a video on a social media app. The other, wearing heavy makeup, was setting up her internet connection. Ji Jiting was not a shy girl. She greeted her roommates confidently. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm a law student, just like you. My name is Jing. The two girls also greeted her. Hi. Hi, I'm Songjinjin. Both girls exchanged pleasantries with Jing. Jing, is this your brother? He's so handsome. Li Jian was indeed somewhat handsome, but his aura was different now. Having 8 million in cash and a future of astronomical wealth had boosted his confidence to the peak. With this confidence, even an ordinary person could become very attractive. Not to mention that Li Jian was already somewhat handsome. Lu Xiaoyan felt a little regretful. Although he was very handsome, he had probably already graduated from university. He was a few years older than her, so he wasn't suitable. Yes, this is my brother. Li Jian smiled and greeted the girls. How about I treat you all to dinner tonight? He needed to understand if Ji Jiding was facing any trouble at school, so having a few informants was necessary. Sure, brother. I'm completely unfamiliar with Shanghai, so I'll rely on you tonight. Nowadays, college students weren't as reserved as before. When invited to a meal, they usually agreed quite readily. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin didn't hide their. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon that everything was finally taken care of. When Li Jian brought Ji Jiding back to the dorm, they saw a newly arrived girl. She was dressed plainly, wore no makeup, and had a delicate, pitiful expression between her brows. Just looking at her made people instinctively feel protective. At that moment, Li Jian felt a bit suspicious. Why did this girl look a little like Zhou Lily? But she was much prettier than Zhou Lily. Jiting, you're back. This is our new roommate, Joe Mangmang. Joe Mangmang shyly greeted Ji Jiting, then quickly looked away. She seemed somewhat nervous, clearly a bit socially anxious. Beside her stood a slightly greasy-looking male student. As Li Jian looked at Joe Mangmang's side profile, a sudden realization struck him. His former first love, Zhou Lily, had once mentioned in their senior year that she had a younger sister named Joe Mangmang. She was 5 years younger than her, which would make her exactly 18 this year. Could it really be such a coincidence? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyan stepped forward to disrupt the situation. Senior, since you're being so generous, why not treat our whole dorm? Hearing this, the greasy-looking guy's expression darkened. 4 girls, plus the 2 of them. With today's prices, wouldn't this meal cost at least 600 or 700? His monthly living expenses were just over 1,000. Spending so much on one meal was something he absolutely couldn't afford. Junior, I only brought Meng to enroll today. We have a connection, so I don't want anyone else interfering in this meal. Meng, let's have dinner together tonight, just the 2 of us. We can have a few drinks, and I can tell you how to get into the student council. Once you're in, you'll have a lot of advantages at school, and you can even get priority for scholarships. At this moment, Li Jian spoke up. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have cared. But he and Zhou Lily had been classmates after all. Joe Mangmang, your sister's name is Zhou Lily, right? Li Jian sat down on Ji Jiding's chair. Hearing this, Zhou Mangmang turned her gaze toward him. She had traveled alone, thousands of miles away from home, to a completely unfamiliar place for school. Fear had been lingering in her heart. The long train ride, unfamiliar faces, and the bustling city streets. Everything made her feel deeply out of place, almost as if she wanted to run back home. But now, in this unfamiliar dormitory, she had suddenly heard her sister's name. A sense of warmth and familiarity surged in her heart. She lifted her head and glanced at Li Jian but quickly looked away. Li Jian carefully observed her and found that Zhou Mangmang did indeed resemble Zhou Lily. However, she was noticeably prettier than her sister. It seemed that younger sisters were often more attractive. But right now, Zhou Mangmang looked especially thin. Her delicate features appeared even more refined. Her waist was strikingly slender. Li Jian had never seen a waist so slim before. And her thick, twin ponytails enhanced her delicate and fragile aura. Not many girls could pull off this hairstyle. Even without makeup, her skin was exceptionally fair. Despite being born to the same mother, Zhou Mangming's personality was completely different from her sister's. She had an obvious people-pleasing nature and social anxiety, unable to meet his gaze. She and Zhou Lily were worlds apart. How do you know my sister is Zhou Lily? Zhou Mangmang was puzzled. She had never met this person before. How could he know that? Li Jian chuckled lightly. Because I was her classmate in senior year. My name is Li Jian, you can call me brother. Your sister is coming to Shanghai for work in a few days, isn't she? I recognized you as her sister because you really do look alike. And back in high school, your sister mentioned she had a younger sister named Zhou Mangmang. So, I figured you must be her. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Mangmang softly called him brother. She still felt uneasy in this unfamiliar place. Having a connection to her sister, even if it was just a former classmate, gave her some comfort. And what he said was too accurate to be a lie. Brother? Hearing her timid brother, Li Jian responded. Maybe because of his fondness for Jing, he was also starting to like the little sister type. Alright, tonight, I'm treating all the girls in the dorm. You should come with us. Hearing that her dorm mates would be there, Joe Mangmang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This way, there wouldn't be any issues. That guy had been trying to invite her to dinner alone. She couldn't bring herself to refuse, but she also didn't want to go. Now, her sister's classmate had helped her out of the situation. Okay, brother, I'll go with you all. Li Jian had already figured out Joe Mangmang's personality. She simply couldn't bring herself to refuse others. Even if she really didn't want to go, she would just stay silent rather than say no. The slightly chubby guy was unhappy now. Senior, I was the one who brought Mangmang here. Shouldn't I be the one treating her? Li Jian ignored him. Alright, everyone, get ready. Let's go. Old son, start the car, it's hot outside. The girls all responded and followed Li Jian. The guy also trailed behind. To him, this beautiful, inexperienced girl was a great opportunity. But now, a senior had suddenly appeared to ruin his plans. Not only was he treating 3 girls to dinner, but now he wanted to take Joe Mangmang too? Hey, Junior, are you sure you don't want to have dinner with me? If you eat with so many people, no one will be able to take care of you. Hearing the guy speak from behind, Joe Mangmang got scared and moved closer to Li Jian, grabbing onto his sleeve, because Jing's dorm was close to the entrance. Within a few steps, the 5 of them had left the building. Just then, Old Sun drove the car over. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin hadn't expected Li Jian to be so wealthy. Brother, this is your car? At that moment, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly felt that the age gap between her and Li Jian didn't matter at all. The chubby guy fell silent, his face turning red. Then, he slipped away in embarrassment. Song Jinjin ran her hand over the Mercedes. Brother Yin, this car must cost over $1 million. It's way too extravagant. Joe Mangmang, standing nearby, quietly observed the car, also feeling a sense of shock. The gap between people really was enormous. Brother, there are 5 of us, but the front and back seats only fit 4. How do we sit? Lu Xiaoyan fixed her wavy hair and pulled out her phone. She wanted to add Li Jian on WeChat. The restaurant is just outside the school, not far. Let's squeeze in. I'll share a seat with Jinjin. Mangmang can sit in the front passenger seat. Jing, you can squeeze in with your brother. Oh, right, brother, let's add each other on WeChat. Lu Xiaoyan was very enthusiastic. Li Jian took out his phone and didn't refuse, adding her on WeChat. Song Jinjin also took the chance to add him. Jinjin, let's get in the car. Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin got in the back, while Joe Mangmang sat in the front passenger seat. She also wanted to add Li Jian on WeChat, but she didn't dare to trouble him. Jing had no choice but to squeeze in with Li Jian. Brother, you get in first. Jing felt a little shy, but Li Jian didn't hesitate. He got in first, and then Jing slowly sat beside him. Ladies, please close the door properly. Jing shut the door forcefully but had no choice but to press against Li Jian. Since he was a guy, she couldn't sit as comfortably as Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin. She had to lean half her body against his shoulder. Feeling Jing's soft body leaning on him, Li Jian, as someone who had been married before, started struggling to control his instincts. Back then, in Li Jian's eyes, this little girl was really just a child. Now, she had truly grown into a young woman, with an astonishing figure. C+ size, and there was still plenty of room for growth. This was thanks to Joe Mangmang's good genes. But she wasn't as developed as Joe Mangmang yet. Meanwhile, Jing's face turned red. No matter how much she wanted to work hard for their future, she was, after all, just an 18-year-old girl, inexperienced in such matters. When the car arrived at the nearby shopping street, Jing quickly got out, almost as if escaping. She had clearly felt some obvious changes in Li Jian just now against her arm. It was really scary. Is this what happens after marriage? Brother, let's hurry up and find a place to eat. The shopping street was bustling with people, and there were many girls walking by. Li Jian glanced around at the female students nearby, sighing internally. Girls born after 2005 really had long legs. Back in the day, a girl at 170 centimeters would stand out. But now, 170 centimeters seemed like just an average height, and some taller girls were reaching 180 centimeters. Among post-2005 girls, long legs were common. It was all about comparing skin tone, leg thickness, face value, and bust size. Soon, the 5 of them sat down in a restaurant, and Li Jian ordered some dishes. The average cost per person at this restaurant was about 600 yuan, but Li Jian didn't hold back. What are your specialty dishes here? Recommend something. The waiter introduced, Sir, our specialties include slow-cooked marbled beef, creative cherry foie gras, signature farm-style salted chicken, lobster soup rice, millet-stewed sea cucumber, and crab roe. You can scan the QR code to order or order in person. Li Jian didn't ask further. Bring me one of each of your signature dishes, and for the smaller portion ones, make it one per person. Also, open 2 bottles of red wine. Lu Xiaoyan was calculating how much Li Jian was spending. This meal was costing more than 10,000 yuan. Brother, a man who spends money is really attractive. Lu Xiaoyan praised. Meanwhile, Joe Mangmang was staring at the astronomical numbers on the menu, feeling deeply inferior. Her sister's classmate was this impressive? Since he was her sister's classmate, that meant he was only 23 or at most 24 years old. Yet, he could casually spend over 10,000 yuan on a meal. After chatting for a while, Lu Xiaoyan asked, Brother, do you have a girlfriend? By the way, Meng, let me tell you, that guy today was really sneaky. They love tricking innocent, clueless girls like you into drinking, getting you drunk, and taking you to a hotel. With your personality, you'd probably end up dating him just like that. Then you'd realize he has nothing to offer. When choosing a boyfriend, you need to find someone like our brother here, handsome and successful. Hearing Lu Xiaoyan's question, Ji Jiding suddenly got nervous. Was this woman trying to pursue her brother? That wouldn't do. But after taking a closer look at Lu Xiaoyan's face, Ji Jiding relaxed. Unless her brother was blind, he wouldn't choose her. Sure, she was pretty, but compared to herself, she was far behind. Not to mention, her legs were much more beautiful, and her bust was more impressive. With such a stunning girl like herself around, there was no way he'd be interested in someone else. I don't have one right now, but I'm not thinking about dating at the moment, maybe in the future. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan didn't press further. Since they had already added each other on WeChat, she had plenty of opportunities. After dinner, Li Jian drove them back to campus. On the way, their class WeChat group was getting lively. Where's this year's reunion going to be? Back to Suzhou? I think we should do it in Shanghai. A lot of our classmates are here now. Agreed. And our class beauty has settled in Shanghai too. Let's go there this year and experience the big city. Agreed. +1. Their class president, Zhao Hongbin, spoke up in the group. Everyone attending this year's reunion, please confirm in the chat. After the reunion, we'll split the bill equally. Shanghai classmates, you can't skip out on this one. I'm in. But Shanghai is so big, where should we have the gathering? Huang Feiming, I think we should go to Li Jian's place. He knows the city best and is the most familiar with places to have fun. Su Hongyang, that's right. I'm stuck in a 996 work schedule every day in Shanghai, unlike Li Jian, who has his own house here and makes over 10,000 a month. A true success story. Many classmates were filled with envy. Su Hongyang, are you serious? Li Jian owns a house in Shanghai? Su Hongyang, of course. I found out by accident before. It's over 100 square meters, definitely not some tiny apartment. If I could buy a house in Shanghai, I'd have no regrets in life. Forget Shanghai, I can't even afford one in our hometown's county. Joe Lily looked at the chat. This was the first time she learned that Li Jian actually owned a house in Shanghai. No wonder he was so confident. Zhao Hongbin, since that's the case, let's all meet up at Li Jian's place. Li Jian, where do you think is a good spot for the gathering? The food has to be high quality, and the average spending per person can't be too low. At Li Jian. Li Jian thought for a moment. He recommended a place. There's a hotel here called Haitian Hotel. The quality and dishes are great. Location, Haitian Hotel, click to view details. Zhao Hongbin, alright, then let's all meet at Haitian Hotel tomorrow evening. Anyone who needs to travel, buy your tickets now. See you all tomorrow. After that, the group chat was flooded with stickers and emojis. We're here, brother. Hearing Ji Jiding's voice, Li Jian realized that the girl leaning against him was speaking in a soft, almost lazy tone. This little girl was never shy. It was his first time hearing her talk like this. That's when he noticed some things were simply beyond control. Get out of the car. After he spoke, Ji Jiding quickly opened the door and got out, as if running away. Was marriage always this scary? A welcome might not always be as pleasant as it sounds. Brother, I'm heading back to the dorm. Ji Jiding's face was burning red as she ran off. Li Jian chuckled. My little sister is still young. If she ever has any trouble at school, let me know. From now on, I'll cover all your cosmetics while you're in college. Hearing that, Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin were overjoyed. After the two of them went back to the dorm, Li Jian walked over to Joe Mangmang. Mangmang, let's add each other on WeChat. I don't think your sister has time to look after you right now. If you ever need anything in Shanghai, just reach out to me. Like Jing, Joe Mangmang was also born after 2005. And since they were dorm mates, taking care of her made sense after all. She'd be spending the next 3 years living with his precious Tingting. Joe Mangmang actually wanted to add him too, but she didn't have the courage to ask. Her parents had always paid a lot of attention to her sister. But by the time she grew up, they had become too busy with work. She was always left alone at home. No friends, no parents to care for her. She had always felt insecure and sensitive. But this big brother who suddenly appeared gave her a sense of reliance that she had never felt before. Now that Li Jian had taken the initiative to add her, she felt relieved. Mangmang, if anything comes up, just tell me. Since Tingting is here, I'll be visiting the school often. Joe Mangmang still kept her head down, afraid to look directly at him. Don't keep looking down. You're so pretty, it's a shame to always hide. You should be more confident. Stand up straight, let me see how tall you are. Hearing him call her pretty, Joe Mangmang felt something she had never experienced before. Many people had told her she was pretty, but coming from Li Jian, it felt completely different. She slowly lifted her head but still didn't dare to meet his gaze. Looking at the plainly dressed girl in front of him, this little one is really pretty, about 170 centimeters tall. Perfect height. Alright, head back now. I'll come check on you in a few days. Joe Mangming's voice was soft and sweet. She watched as Li Jian got in his car and drove away, then took a few steps forward as if to chase after him, but stopped herself. Li Jian's visit was short, but his image as a big brother was deeply imprinted in her heart. Even the smallest bit of care was magnified in Joe Mangming's heart, which had always longed for love. When Li Jian returned home, it was already quite late. Entering his study, he continued to expand his knowledge of wealth management. At the same time, he was thinking about how to build his network. Having money alone was far from enough. Only with strong connections could one navigate society without obstacles. Which company should I hire to investigate those big figures' pasts? It's not exactly classified information. Maybe I should get a law firm to handle this. Sometimes, having the right background is worth more than tens of millions in cash flow. As Li Jian was contemplating the future, a video call notification from Joe Mangmang popped up again. He wasn't surprised at all. After all, Jing was still young. Today was her first day at university, so it was natural for her mother to be worried. He answered the call, and Joe Mangmang's face appeared on the screen. Mom. Looking at Joe Mangmang's fair skin, Li Jian was reminded of how fair Jing was too. This was where Jing got her good genes. However, there was a trace of worry in Joe Mangmang's expression. Now, Li Jian could tell that she was troubled by something. Shayan, is Tingting's enrollment all settled? Her sister is very busy right now, so if you're free, try to check on her more often. Li Jian was already planning to visit Keita frequently. Don't worry, Mom. Xiaoting is my little sister, I'll definitely check on her often. I had dinner with her and her roommates today. If anything happens, they'll let me know. You can rest assured. Joe Mangmang nodded. Li Jian always felt a strange sense of nervousness in front of Joe Mangmang. She had an aura that made people instinctively respect her. After all, she was his elder. Shayan, I trust you to handle things well. Seeing his mother-in-law frowning, Li Jian asked, Mom, is something wrong? Business troubles? Joe Mangmang was surprised that he had noticed so quickly. Something like that. I recently opened a beauty salon, but some procedures keep getting delayed, and health inspections happen too frequently. The store can't operate properly. I've tried using my connections, but nothing has worked. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Why was she telling Li Jian this? Even if she told him, there was nothing he could do. Did you offend someone? Joe Mangmang thought for a moment this might have something to do with her suitor. He had a powerful background, and no matter how she looked at it, it seemed like someone was deliberately making things difficult for her. Maybe. But Shayan, don't think too much about it. Things will work out. Just focus on your life in Shanghai. You don't have to worry about anything in Zhejiang. After a moment of thought, Li Jian said, Mom, I think I can help you with this. Joe Mangmang had treated him well. Now that she was in trouble, he should return the favor. Based on the system's rules, he was confident he could solve this. Don't concern yourself with this, just take good care of your sister. Joe Mangmang knew exactly what Li Jian was capable of. Even after pulling many strings, she hadn't been able to fix the issue. How could he possibly solve it? Besides, this was Zhejiang. I understand, Mom. I'll take a trip to Zhejiang in a few days for fun and stop by to see you. By the way, where is your beauty salon located? Alright, let me know when you arrive, I'll come pick you up. It's on Furong Road. But don't worry about it. Although Joe Mangmang's voice was gentle, there was always a subtle sense of authority in her tone. It made Li Jian instinctively feel a little restrained. After hanging up the video call, Li Jian searched for some information online. Since the details were all public, he quickly found out who was overseeing the regulations related to Joe Mangmang's beauty salon. He then contacted a law firm and stated his request. The firm quickly accepted his commission. Soon, Li Jian added Howie Law Firm on WeChat. He sent them the key points of the investigation, made a deposit, and sat back in anticipation. According to the system's rules, he would gain valuable connections. The next morning, when Li Jian woke up, he casually had some breakfast and spent time researching in his study again. By 5 p.m., the class group chat had become extremely lively. Zhao Hongbin, everyone, classmates, I've already arrived at Haitian Hotel. A few others are here too. If you're attending the gathering and haven't arrived yet, hurry up. If you run into any trouble on the way, just say something in the group, we'll help you out. Huang Feiming, I'm in Aditi now, almost there. Has the goddess arrived yet? Joe Lily, people have been talking about you and Li Jian for 5 years. You two are finally meeting again. You've never attended the same reunion before, someone was always missing. As soon as Huang Feiming said that, he ignited a storm of gossip. There were few people who didn't love drama. Now, the main characters of the legendary confession incident were about to reunite. Liang Jifu, yeah, goddess, did anything happen between you two later? Everyone's really curious. Pei Liang, that's right. We talk about it at every reunion. This year, we can finally ask in person. Su Hongyang, Joe Lily, goddess, maybe now you should consider Li Jian. He makes over 10,000 a month, owns a house in Shanghai, definitely a successful man. Li Jian had never mentioned his marriage before. Now, looking at these messages, he felt a bit helpless. Some gossip just never fades away. After getting dressed, he sent a message to Lao Zhang. When he arrived outside his apartment complex, Lao Zhang, dressed in a formal suit, was already waiting. With the current job market, both he and Lao Sun cherished this hard-earned position. Boss, where are we going? Haitian Hotel. At 5:40 p.m., a large group of Li Jian's classmates had already gathered at the entrance of Haitian Hotel. The most eye-catching among them was still the class's goddess, Joe Lily. Dressed in a black business suit, she exuded the aura of a sophisticated city woman. Her wavy, shoulder-length hair, well-proportioned figure, and fair, beautiful legs drew everyone's attention. Most of the male classmates had liked Joe Lily back in school, but none had the courage of Li Jian. That's why his public confession was still talked about today. Goddess, you look so much better than in high school. Back then, Joe Lily was already beautiful. But she had been much more natural and simple. Now, she was an expert in makeup and fashion. Her looks had improved significantly. It's all thanks to makeup. Any girl can look much prettier with it. Joe Lily's voice had also become much more pleasant. Wearing high heels, she paced back and forth elegantly. She wasn't wrong, makeup these days was practically magic. With good skills, even an average-looking girl could transform into a stunning beauty. Goddess, have you seen Li Jian at all since we graduated? Liang Jifu asked. After stepping into society, he had long given up on his youthful fantasies. People born in downtown Shanghai or Beijing were already at the finish line from birth. Ordinary people like him could never catch up. In today's dating market, with Joe Lily's looks, she could easily find someone with a house in a top-tier city. Even a house in Shanghai wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, his tiny apartment in his hometown's county wasn't even enough to get married. Back then, he and Joe Lily were on the same level. But the imbalance in the dating scene had significantly lowered men's status. I haven't seen him. Actually, not long ago, after moving to Shanghai, I invited Li Jian out. But he rejected me. Hearing this, the classmates could sense a hint of resentment in her voice. Joe Lily indeed held some grudges. In the past, it was always guys chasing after her. But when she invited Li Jian, he not only turned her down, he rejected her multiple times. Tonight, she wanted to find out why. No way, goddess, Li Jian rejected you? He used to be your most devoted admirer. Yeah. He even confessed to you in public back then. How could he pass up such a great opportunity? Su Hongyang was envious. Joe Lily was clearly making a move on Li Jian. It was obvious she saw that he now owned a house in Shanghai and wanted to see if they could work out. But he rejected her? Could it be that Li Jian wasn't interested in Joe Lily anymore? That was some insanely high standards. Maybe Li Jiyan really has become impressive now. Or maybe he was just really busy that day. As she spoke, her tone still carried a hint of resentment. Just then, Li Jiyan's car arrived. Wow, that car is amazing. A female classmate, Li Pan, pointed at the approaching vehicle. A Mercedes E-Class, right? That's over 500,000 yuan. Definitely out of our budget. Huang Feiming was jealous. He was sick of driving his second-hand Civic. A 500,000 yuan car was far beyond his reach. No, wait. That's an S-Class. It's way longer than an E. That's a million yuan luxury car. Hearing the price, Li Pan's voice cracked in disbelief. $1 million for a car? That's enough for a down payment in Shanghai. Marrying a rich man like that would be a dream. The car came to a stop. Lao Zhang got out, walked to the back seat, and respectfully opened the door. Boss, please. Li Jiyan nodded and stepped out. Li Ziyan, you're driving a car like this now, and you even have a driver? Huang Feiming ran over, his jealousy reaching its peak. People always feel envious when someone from their background becomes successful. Of course, on the surface, he still acted happy. But deep down, all the male classmates felt the same jealousy rising. Zhou Lily also felt uncomfortable. That jealousy in her heart was impossible to ignore. She had rejected him before, never choosing to be with him. But now, at just 23 years old, he was driving a million yuan luxury car with a chauffeur. How much money did he actually have? Zhou Lily couldn't even begin to imagine. Li Jiyan greeted his classmates with a smile while Lao Zhan went to park the car. His confident and composed demeanor, combined with his handsome looks, made it impossible for the female classmates to look away. At this moment, Li Jiyan was completely transformed. Ever since Li Jiyan realized that his future would be immensely successful, his aura had reached its peak. A man's confidence comes from money. That's why, no matter where he was, he stood out from the crowd, easily drawing the attention of women. This was a true transformation. As Li Jiyan approached, the classmates gradually suppressed their jealousy. Having a successful classmate always came with benefits. Hey, everyone, long time no see. I missed last year's gathering, I really wanted to see you all. Li Jiyan felt a sense of familiarity seeing his old classmates. After stepping into society, the pure friendships of the past became more and more distant. Zhao Hongbin sighed in admiration. Li Jiyan, we haven't seen you in 2 years, and now you're unrecognizable. Driving a million yuan luxury car with a personal chauffeur? Meanwhile, the rest of us are just corporate slaves, still worrying about our future. What have you been doing these past few years to make so much money? Li Jiyan chuckled, looking effortlessly elegant. Nothing much, just made a little money. It's not that much. His modesty made several female classmates feel a bit enchanted, but everyone simply assumed he was being humble. Driving a million yuan luxury car didn't necessarily mean he was extremely rich. But having a chauffeur? That spoke volumes. Zhou Lily looked at the man in front of her and felt like she didn't recognize him anymore. The Li Jiyan standing before her was nothing like the boy who had once confessed to her. Whenever she thought about that moment, she still found it a bit childish. But now, the man in front of her was the perfect type that mature women dream of. Handsome, wealthy, and graceful. If she had agreed to be with him back then, she would be the one sitting next to him now, wouldn't she? Zhou Lily finally realized that when Li Ziyan rejected her before, he wasn't doing it out of spite. He genuinely didn't have the time. He was obviously busy with business, which was why he had been preoccupied. Alright, everyone is here. Let's head inside. Our private dining room is 88888. After standing outside for so long, the classmates were eager to escape the heat. Now that they could finally eat, everyone quickened their pace. Once everyone was seated in the private room, the waiters began serving dishes and drinks. Since younger people weren't as fond of baijiu these days, they ordered beer and wine instead. Before long, the toasts began. It's been so long since we last met, fill your glasses. A toast to our friendship. At Zhao Hongbin's call, everyone raised their glasses. Then, one by one, classmates took turns toasting Li Jiyan, saying a lot of polite words, hoping that he could lend them a hand in the future. Zhou Lily watched as Li Jiyan basked in the spotlight, feeling firsthand the power of money. In the past, class gatherings always revolved around her or other beautiful girls. But tonight, the main focus was entirely on Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan, do you spend most of your time in Shanghai? Zhou Lily asked, looking at him from across the table. As soon as she spoke, the room quieted down a bit. Yes, I'm mostly in Shanghai, but I often travel to other places as well. Zhou Lily continued, then we should meet up more often. There aren't many classmates in Shanghai. I was really upset when you turned me down last time. Seeing the slightly pitiful expression on Joe Lily's face, many of the male classmates felt a pang of sympathy. I'll see if I have time. Li Jian's indifferent attitude made Joe Lily feel uncomfortable. It felt like she had lost. It was as if he didn't care about her at all anymore. Goddess, Li Jian, you two should talk in private later. For now, let's drink. Li Jian, I wish you an even bigger success, may you get a Bentley soon. Su Hongyang stood up and toasted him. Everyone admired Li Jian's achievements. Joe Lily's gaze lingered on Li Jian, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. The classmates reminisced about old times. A lot of the same stories came up, things they had talked about at every gathering over the years. But tonight, most of the conversation revolved around Li Jian. Li Jian was really great back in high school. The girls in our class all thought he was a good guy. Goddess, why did you reject him back then? Joe Lily didn't know how to answer. She had always thought Li Jian was good. But her parents, who were small business owners, had always told her that financial stability was the most important factor in choosing a partner. She had hoped to find someone wealthy in college or after graduation. Yet, even now, she hadn't found anyone who met her standards. She had plenty of admirers, but at 23, she was still single. Some middle-aged rich men had even tried to keep her as a mistress, but she had rejected them all. She knew that kind of life wouldn't last. Maybe I was just too young back then. Huang Feiming chimed in. Well, if that's the case, why not consider dating now? Li Jian is clearly successful now, you two would be a great match. Plus, he owns a house in Shanghai. If you marry him, you'll officially become a Shanghai resident. Joe Lily didn't respond, but deep down, she was seriously considering it. Men like Li Jian, handsome, cultured, and rich, were far rarer than beautiful women. Joe Lily, you're not saying anything, does that mean you agree? Ha ha. Goddess, are you blushing? Looks like there's something there. The classmates laughed and teased, but Li Jian just smiled and said, Alright, let's not joke about the past. It's been years. Though he said it casually, Joe Lily felt another wave of disappointment. Did he really not care about her anymore, even though he was wealthy now? It wasn't like she couldn't find another man who drove a million-yuan car. The gathering lasted until past 11 p.m. Many classmates stayed overnight at the Haitian hotel. As Li Jian waved his hand for Lao Zhang to bring the car around, Joe Lily followed after him. Li Jian, can you take me home? Joe Lily had too many questions, too many things she wanted to say to Li Jian. She was genuinely curious about him. Get in the car. Li Jian led Joe Lily to the back seat of his car. After she gave her address, Lao Zhang started the GPS and began driving. Li Jian, I really didn't expect you to come this far. You're only 23, and many of our classmates are still struggling just to get by. But you've already become one in a million. Joe Lily wanted to ask how much wealth Li Jian had, but she felt that asking directly might make a bad impression on him, so she held back. I was just lucky. Li Jian didn't even glance at Joe Lily. She might have been his first love, but he had long since moved on. Li Jian, can I visit you often now that we're both in Shanghai? Of course. We're classmates. No matter what, that bond from our school days will always be there. Joe Lily felt a little more at ease. But at the same time, she sensed something. No matter what she said, Li Jian would respond politely. Yet there was an invisible barrier between them that she couldn't break through. When they arrived at Joe Lily's newly rented apartment, Li Jian finally got out of the car. Alright, get some rest. Li Jian, I just started a new job and have work tomorrow. From now on, I'll probably be bothering you a lot. We're old classmates, so I won't be too polite with you. Li Jian smiled and said, Of course. The bond between classmates lasts a lifetime. After saying goodbye, Li Jian got back in the car and left. Watching the taillights of his Mercedes S-Class disappear into the distance, Joe Lily felt incredibly conflicted. Li Jian's assets must be in the tens of millions, and he's still so young. I should take this opportunity. Joe Lily wanted to marry a rich man, but not just any wealthy, greasy middle-aged man. Li Jian was the best choice she could reach right now. When Li Jian got home, he received a call from Howie Law Firm. All the past records of Su Jingnan had been delivered to him. In the evening, Joe Lily sent him a WeChat message. Joe Lily, Li Jian, I started my new job today. My supervisor is pursuing me. Do you think I should consider him? Li Jian, matters of the heart should be decided by yourself. There was no place for Joe Lily in Li Jian's heart. The only reason he still interacted with her was out of old classmates' sentiment. After putting down his phone, he didn't check her messages again. In her rented apartment, staring at his reply, Joe Lily felt an overwhelming sadness. A supervisor driving a BMW 7 Series, before, she would have considered him. But after seeing Li Jiyan, she had lost all interest. Did he really not care about her at all? What if she had accepted his confession back then? What would their lives be like now? Night fell. Li Jiyan returned to the master bedroom and turned on the air conditioner. He refocused his mind. This time, the priority is connections. Build a network and solve Joe Mangmang's problem. Slowly, he cleared his thoughts. Luckily, he hadn't forgotten anything. First, I'll go find Xiaoli. Returning to the past once again, the first thing Li Jiyan did was look for Xiaoli, spotting an internet cafe nearby. He walked in and rented a computer. Skillfully logging in, he opened QQ and sent a message to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, I'm back. Come to Fantasy Internet Cafe. Not long after, Xiaoli arrived. He also rented a computer and sat beside Li Jiyan. Brother Li, you're here. Handing Li Jiyan a bottle of water, Xiaoli logged in. Yeah, you've gotten more handsome. Li Jiyan could tell that Xiaoli now carried himself with much more confidence, no longer looking like a clueless kid. Money truly was the source of a man's confidence. What are we doing this time? Li Jiyan opened a map on Chengdu. We're heading to Zhejiang. Hearing that they were going to Zhejiang, Xiaoli looked excited. He had never left Huizhou before. Now, he was finally going to see the outside world. Alright. A few days ago, I told my parents I'd be working a summer job. So I won't have to go home for quite a while. Once school starts, I'll have way more freedom. Then I can have my fun without catching feelings. Li Jiyan wasn't surprised by Xiaoli's change in attitude. At a young age, success naturally made people a bit arrogant. His presence had changed Xiaoli's path, but there was no need to interfere with his personal choices. What exactly are we going to Zhejiang for? Li Jiyan searched online for Mr. Su but found no useful information. We're looking for someone named Mr. Su, a man who will have significant influence in the future. I want to see what stage of his life he's at right now. We'll use our information advantage to build a connection with him. And of course, I also need to solve my mother-in-law's problem. This is an important experiment. If we succeed, we'll be set for life. Xiaoli now understood the importance of having connections to protect oneself. Alright, let's go. We have to get this done right. Li Jiyan searched for law firms in Qiantang District, Hangshun, Zhejiang. He requested an investigation on Mr. Su. The taxi driver was fast, and before they even reached their destination, the law firm called. Sir, have you arrived in Qiantang District? We've completed your request in full. Let's meet in person. After receiving the address, Li Jiyan told the driver to head to the law firm. After getting out of the car, Xiaoli curiously looked around. This place is really developed, way better than our hometown. Mr. Ma is truly famous now. Li Jiyan was quite familiar with Zhejiang. Of course. The phrase Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai exists for a reason. These three places have some of the strongest economies. Then there's Shenzhen and Beijing, both top-tier cities as well. But a lot of the rich people here eventually moved to Shanghai or Shenzhen. When they arrived at the law firm, a staff member rushed out. Are you Mr. Li? Looking at the scruffy-looking employee, Li Jiyan, still wearing sunglasses, nodded. That's me. We've gathered all the information you requested. The payment is as we discussed. Li Jiyan glanced at Xiaoli to pay him. After receiving the documents and leaving the firm, Xiaoli grumbled, this industry is insanely profitable. As they walked, he wiped his sweat. Even though autumn had arrived, the heat was relentless. It's normal. Some things can't be done by just anyone. Every industry has its place for a reason. Li Jiyan took Xiaoli to a tea house. Opening the file, he found highly detailed information on Mr. Su. It included his personal history, relatives, friends, everything. Su Jinnan's mother is still alive, but based on his life trajectory, she won't be for much longer. She'll likely pass away due to heart disease. This is an opportunity. Now, how should we approach this? But first, I need to change my appearance. Li Jiyan visited a cosmetics store and bought some makeup. He asked the store owner to make him look older. He even added a fake mustache, instantly aging himself by at least 10 years. The store owner kept marveling at how much he looked like his twin. After that, he went to a printing shop to create a file that could help Su Jinnan. As evening approached, the two of them arrived near Su Jinnan's home. Finally, they opened a new bank account and deposited 2 million yuan. And then, with an absolute information advantage and the ability to help Su Jinnan's mother with her illness, everything proceeded incredibly smoothly. Su Jinnan quickly regarded Xiaoli as an extraordinary figure who could help him rise in status. And more importantly, he became the savior of his mother's life. This task was easily completed. Li Jian felt a rush of excitement. Next, he would return to the future and make use of these connections. After the two of them left Su Jinnan's home, Li Jian sighed, I hope everything goes well this time. There were countless ways to make money, but in the end, it was background and connections that determined whether a person could truly remain untouchable. Alright, I can go back now. Xiaoli, how's the house search going? Hearing him mention the house, Xiaoli frowned slightly. I've been keeping an eye on it, trying to acquire one. I even offered a slightly higher price, but no one's selling. Maybe I won't be able to buy another property. Li Jian didn't mind. It doesn't matter. Compensation from demolition projects is just short-term cash, nothing more. Whether we get a place or not is irrelevant. As long as the right connections are in place, there will be endless ways to make money in the future. Xiaoli nodded, his expression serious. Got it, brotherly. You go back first. I plan to stay in Zhejiang for a couple more days before heading home. I'm really looking forward to life after school starts now. I still can't go all out just yet. After a few more words, Li Jian gradually disappeared from this timeline. When he woke up, his mind slowly regained clarity. I've returned to the present again and started setting up my network for the future. He opened his phone and saw a message confirming a 1.2 million yuan expense. The real estate investment didn't show any deductions last time, but this time, there's an expense. Does this mean the impact of my investment has already materialized? Thinking for a moment, he opened his contact list, scrolling down to the letter S. He saw a new contact, Su Jinnan. As expected, without hesitation, Li Jian dialed Su Jinnan's number. If everything was in order, it was time to head to Zhejiang, Xiantang district. Inside a high-end apartment complex in the bustling city, Su Jinnan was washing up when he heard his wife call from the dining table. Honey, someone's calling you. Just leave it for now, I'll call back later. Glancing at the caller ID, his wife said. It's Mr. Li. I'll hang up. Su Jinnan instantly snapped to attention. The man who had never once contacted him was calling now. He understood immediately. If it weren't for Mr. Li, there was no way he would have reached his current position, and his mother wouldn't have lived an extra 10 plus years. Don't hang up. Su Jinnan rushed out, panicked. Mr. Li. After all these years, you finally called me. Hearing his voice, Li Jian knew everything had fallen into place. His plan was completely successful. I'm not Mr. Li, but I'm coming to Zhejiang on his behalf. Mr. Su, let's meet in Zhejiang. Hearing this, Su Jinnan immediately replied. Of course. Whenever you need me, just call, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Su Jinnan sat down. Who was that, honey? It's the man who guided me back then. Wiping the sweat off his forehead. All these years, he had always felt like an invisible hand was pushing him upward. Everything in that document, the plans, the directions, had all been spot on. This Mr. Li was someone he could never afford to offend. More than that, he owed him a massive debt of gratitude. Even if he had to take the fall for him, he would accept it without hesitation. The one who helped you? His wife sat down as well, a deep sense of unease settling in her heart. Li Jian packed his things and prepared for his trip to Zhejiang. However, this time, his mindset was completely different from before. He planned to truly experience the benefits that connections could bring in society. Around 10 a.m., Joe Mangmang called. Hello, Li Jian. When are you coming back to work? Li Jian had completely forgotten about that. Ever since he bought his car, he hadn't gone to work at all. Sister Dawn, I'm planning to resign. At this point, there was no longer any need for him to keep working. Resign. Alright, I kind of expected this. Given your financial situation, there's really no reason for you to stay here, but drop by sometime when you're free. When Li Jian's colleagues heard that he was resigning, Shirlian, who had dressed up especially beautifully, looked visibly disappointed. She had been hoping he would come back, that she could make an effort and maybe get a chance. But now, he was leaving for good. I understand, Sister Dong. I'll visit when I have time. Alright. Hanging up, Dong Mengmeng sighed. If only she had married a man like Li Jian, how great would that have been? After sending a message to Lao's son, Li Jian stepped outside. Lao's son was already waiting at the entrance. Boss, where to? The high-speed rail station. As the car drove off, Li Jian thought about it. When he returned, he should buy a supercar. But that could wait until after his Zhejiang trip was over. Then, he called Joe Mangmang. Hello, Mom. I'll be arriving in Zhejiang today. Do you have time? On the other end, Joe Mangmang's composed voice responded quickly. I understand. Call me when you arrive. I'll drive over to pick you up. Li Jian recalled Joe Mangmang's car, a Mercedes S-Class. She was used to driving herself. She had never hired a chauffeur. Thinking about it, once he bought his supercar and his next round of funds arrived, he should also get a proper luxury car with a spacious back seat, maybe a Maybach or a Rolls-Royce. Upon arriving in Zhejiang, Li Jian set aside his thoughts and called Joe Mangmang. "Mom, I'm at the train station." "Alright, I'll be there soon." Her voice was as cool and composed as ever. In less than 20 minutes, Joe Mangmang appeared. Her home wasn't too far from the train station. Though this area wasn't as economically developed as Yuhang district, it was peaceful and had beautiful scenery. Most of her businesses were in Yuhang, but she had chosen to live here for the environment. Soon, Li Jian sought his mother-in-law. "You're here, Xiaoyan." Her voice carried an elegant, intellectual charm. The first thing he noticed was her long, slender legs in black stockings. Even though she was only 165 centimeters tall, her legs were incredibly well proportioned, practically the golden ratio. She had a strikingly beautiful face, looking no older than 25 or 26. But what stood out the most wasn't just her D+ perfection, it was her obsession with black stockings. It seemed as if she never went a second without them. Her business attire and fitted skirt accentuated her sophisticated aura. She stepped forward in her Valentino high heels, perfectly in control. "Xiaoyan, let's go." As she looked at him, Zhao Manman had a feeling. Li Jian had changed, but she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Had he become much more confident? "All right." Li Jian followed her into the Mercedes S-Class, sitting in the front passenger seat. Sitting in the back would have seemed disrespectful since she was driving. Once inside, she swapped her Valentino heels for a pair of flats, then handed the heels to him. Like her stockings, she always preferred wearing heels when walking. Taking the heels from her, Li Jian placed them at his feet. "Has Mengting been causing you any trouble lately?" No. He still hadn't told her about the divorce. Zhao Manman had always treated him well. And right now, she was going through a difficult time. Li Jian didn't want to upset a woman who had always been good to him. "Mom, you don't look too well." As the car moved, he noticed a small tear in her stockings, something she hadn't even realized. "The beauty salon issue isn't resolved yet, is it?" She turned her head slightly, her naturally captivating eyes glancing at him briefly. Then, she refocused on the road. "It's nothing. Since you're here, just relax for a few days at home. When you leave, I'll have Mengting transfer some shares to you. The most important thing is for you two to live well together. Everything else is secondary." Li Jian said, "Don't worry, Mom. As for the beauty salon, let me take care of it." Hearing this, Zhao Manman felt a slight stir in her heart. This child. When did he start talking like this? She knew exactly what Li Jian was capable of. She had opposed Mengting marrying him because his family was average, and his job was nothing special. He had no real future, career-wise. She had never seen him as promising. But in terms of daily life, she had always treated him like her own son. "All right then, help me out. But my problems go beyond just the beauty salon," she joked. The salon issue stemmed from one of her suitors, and she didn't dare let her husband find out. Otherwise, it would cause serious trouble. "I'll call Su Jinnan later." Li Jian didn't hide anything. He never liked the idea of secretly accumulating wealth in the shadows. He wouldn't flaunt his success arrogantly, but he also wouldn't deliberately conceal it. He despised the cliché of only revealing one's true status after being looked down upon. After all, he was here to help Zhao Manman. "You know Su Jinnan?" She was baffled. She couldn't think of any reason why Li Jian would be connected to someone as influential as Su Jinnan, one of the most powerful figures in all of Qiantang district. "I have some connections, so I should be able to help you with this." Zhao Manman knew that Li Jian was not someone who lied. Since he knew Su Jinnan and said this, perhaps he really could solve this problem for her. Everyone had their own secrets. It wasn't impossible for Li Jian to have such a connection. "Mom, tell me exactly what happened. That way, I can help you. Be as specific as possible." Zhao Manman didn't want to discuss this matter in front of her junior. It made her feel as if she was losing her status as an elder. "Let's find a place to sit down. Your father mustn't know about this." One advantage of Qiantang district was the ample parking. After easily finding a spot, she skillfully parallel parked. Then, she reached out her hand toward Li Jian. Out of habit, he instinctively took her hand. Because Ji Mingting used to do the same thing. Back then, she wasn't as focused on money as she was now. Zhao Manman didn't blush when he grabbed her hand. She simply looked at him coolly. Her naturally seductive eyes locked onto him. There wasn't the slightest change in her expression. She maintained the dignity of an elder with absolute composure. That was when he snapped back to reality. He had mistaken her for someone else in that brief moment of distraction. Clearly, she had just been reaching for her high heels. Picking up the pair of Valentino heels, he handed them to her. She took them, quickly changed into them, and stepped out of the car with Li Jian. The summer heat was intense. Following behind Joe Mangmang, he walked with her into a cafe. "I'll have an iced Camellia Americano, less sugar." Li Jian thought for a moment. "I'll take a mango pomelo sago, extra ice." Neither of them spoke. Only after the drinks arrived did Joe Mangmang finally break the silence. "Shayan, I'm only telling you this." Li Jian noticed her neatly painted red nails, except for two, which were unpolished. Perhaps, this was the small imperfection that made life interesting. Just do your best. If you can help, then help. If not, just pretend you never heard anything. Sooner or later, this matter will pass. After a moment of silence, Zhao Manman spoke. "I've always had a lot of admirers, which has caused quite a few problems. Your Uncle Ji may seem refined and gentlemanly on the surface, but he has a very bad temper. If he found out about this, I don't know what he might do." Li Jian thought about Ji Yunhai, his father-in-law. He did seem like a cultured intellectual, but his true nature, Li Jian understood it better than anyone. "That's why I'm telling you this here. Among my admirers, some are business partners. Half a year ago, during a business deal, I met a man named Zhou Xiao. After seeing me at a banquet, he started pursuing me. I never paid him any attention, but because of business, I still had unavoidable interactions with him. But after repeatedly rejecting him, he started using his connections to target me. He's trying to pressure me into submission. The trouble with my beauty salon is his doing, and now, he's planning to interfere with my other businesses as well. That's why I'm so troubled. Here, these are some of the messages he sent me." As she spoke, Zhao Manman unlocked her phone and handed it to Li Jian. Looking at her stunning yet ice-cold face, he finally understood why, at 42, she still had so many suitors. Beauty had nothing to do with age. Not long ago, a viral post on Notes compared two women. Who would you choose, 18-year-old Zhou Yudong or 43-year-old Gao Shuangyuan? A complete landslide. Then another. Who would you choose, 18-year-old Zhou Yudong or 48-year-old Zhou Wengjing? Another landslide victory for the older woman. An 18-year-old lost completely to women who could be her mother. And Zhao Manman was just as beautiful as those women, if not more so. She had no wrinkles, appearing no older than 25. Opening WeChat, Li Jian skimmed through her recent chats. Big Ting Baby. Little Ting Baby. He hadn't expected Zhao Manman to have such playful contact names. But when he scrolled further and saw Yen Baby, he nearly lost his composure. Did she really think of him as her son? Though, this nickname didn't quite suit him. Soon, he found a contact labeled disgusting. That was just like Zhao Manman. She never used profanity. Disgusting was already the harshest insult she would use. July 15, 1512. Miss Xiao, let's have dinner tonight. July 16, 1621. Miss Xiao, I'm planning to buy a villa today. Want to come with me? I also have some business matters to discuss with you. If you're worried about your husband, don't be. He won't find out. July 17, 2359. Miss Xiao, I miss you. I really miss you. Li Jian. Zhou Xiao was truly disgusting. Was he sending messages like this just because it was late at night? As time went on, the messages subtly shifted toward threats. August 1, 1412. Miss Xiao, if you run into business troubles, you can always come to me. Some problems are easy for me to solve. Without the right connections, it's hard to go far in this world. August 3, 113. Miss Xiao, your beauty salon seems to be facing quite a few problems. I have a feeling those problems will only increase. Let's meet and talk. Your legs in those black stockings haunt my dreams. Juanhao Grand Hotel, room 333. If you come, I guarantee all your troubles will disappear by tomorrow. After reading, Li Jian returned the phone to Zhao Manman. Mom, does Zhou Xiao have a beer belly? He recalled Ji Jiding mentioning someone who was obsessed with Zhao Manman's legs in stockings. How do you know? Li Jian didn't mention Ji Jiding. Just a guess. Guys like this are always the same, oily and disgusting. I'll handle this. No matter what connections Zhou Xiao had, he could always travel back in time to gain even stronger ones. A mere businessman was nothing in his eyes. If you know Su Jinnan, maybe you can have him mediate. As long as my beauty salon can reopen, I'll consider this matter settled. Li Jian nodded. But mediation wasn't what he had in mind. Let's go home for now. I'll cook for you later. Just as he was about to get up, something caught his eye. His gaze lingered on Zhao Mangmang's legs in black stockings. For the first time, her icy expression showed a slight change. A hint of unease. What are you looking at? Li Jian pointed at the small tear in her stockings. Mom, your stockings are ripped. Zhao Mangmang looked down and finally noticed a small tear in her black stockings. She had been distracted lately and hadn't paid much attention. I'll buy a new pair nearby. Li Ziyan wasn't surprised at all. He knew how much Zhao Mangmang loved black stockings. Even at home, he had never seen her bare legs. After finishing their cold drinks, they left the cafe. On the second floor of a mall, Li Ziyan walked beside Zhao Mangmang, looking only a couple of years younger than her. Hello, sir. What style of stockings would your wife like? Li Ziyan was speechless. Miss, you've got it wrong. This is my mom. The saleswoman was stunned. She looked carefully but still felt like he was joking. Sir, you must be kidding. I'm 23, but this lady looks even younger than me. The saleswoman looked slightly older. So standing next to Zhao Mangmang, she really did seem more mature. I'm serious. After confirming again, the saleswoman's eyes were full of admiration. Give me a pair of black stockings. The saleswoman asked, Miss, what thickness do you prefer? How about 10D? I prefer 40D and above. Li Jian didn't understand much about stocking thickness, but he guessed the higher the D number, the darker and more mysterious they appeared. However, stockings that were too thick weren't easy for most women to pull off. Then try this pair. To be honest, I've never seen legs as beautiful as yours before. They were made for black stockings. Zhao Mangmang took the stockings and went to the fitting room. Meanwhile, Li Jian sat down and called Su Jinnan. Su Jinnan was in the middle of a meeting, but when he saw the call, he immediately stepped out. Mr. Li, you've arrived. He knew that this wasn't the real Mr. Li, but rather his representative. Still, calling him Mr. Li felt appropriate. Su Jinnan suddenly felt nervous. He knew all too well how terrifying the real Mr. Li's background was. Could his arrival mean major changes ahead? A beauty salon on Furong Road has been having some problems lately. Look into it for me. Su Jinnan was a bit surprised but immediately assured him. Don't worry, I'll get you a detailed report by the end of the day. Li Jian nodded and hung up. Having connections really makes things easier. Money works, but in this world, the right connections can choke you in an instant. After what happened last time, Li Jian had already planned his future. He needed to set up more strategies and have Shaoli establish relationships with the major figures in Shanghai ahead of time. That way, he could live without worries. Wow! Your legs are gorgeous. So long, and the perfect shape. Hearing this, Li Jian looked up. Zhao Mangmang had stepped out in her new black stockings. The saleswoman's praise wasn't just professional courtesy. It was completely genuine. Even if she wasn't particularly attractive herself, having legs like these would be enough to make many people obsessed. Not to mention her perfect D+ proportions. D+ wasn't exaggerated, but just enough to drive people crazy. When a body was good enough, as long as the face wasn't unattractive, looks barely mattered anymore. Alright, I'll take this pair. Let's check out. The saleswoman scanned the tag. Please pay at the right-hand counter and bring me the receipt. Just as Zhao Mangmang was about to go, Li Jian took the tag and went to pay. Watching his back, Zhao Mangmang thought, if Li Jian was always around, that wouldn't be so bad. She had never had a son, and Li Jian felt just like one. After paying, he carried the bag with her old stockings as they left the mall. She never had the habit of leaving her worn clothes behind in public. Let's go home. I'll cook for you. Once in the car, she switched back to flats. At home, she took the time to put on her Valentinos again. Zhao Mangmang's house was a small villa. It hadn't been too expensive when she bought it, but now, its value had skyrocketed. With her net worth, she was undoubtedly a billionaire. Even Ji Mingting and Ji Zhiding didn't know exactly how much money she had. As soon as they arrived, Li Jian saw his refined-looking father-in-law, Ji Yunhai. Uncle Ji. Shaoyan, you're back. I have something to do, so I won't be staying for dinner. You two eat first. Ji Yunhai put on his leather shoes, spoke briefly with Zhao Mangmang, and left. Li Jian didn't mind. He and Ji Yunhai weren't particularly close, although Ji Yunhai treated him decently. Just like Zhao Mangmang, he didn't think much of Li Jian's career. My uncle is going out in this heat? Zhao Mangmang glanced at Ji Yunhai. He's busy with work. It's normal for him not to be home much. Sitting on the sofa, Li Jian caught a strong scent of herbal medicine. This place smells like Chinese medicine. Mom, are you sick? Zhao Mangmang frowned slightly. Ji Yunhai was rarely home. and when he brewed medicine, he usually did it in private. This time, however, Li Jian had caught the scent. 18 years ago, Ji Yunhai had developed serious health issues. That was when they started living separately. She had remained faithful for 18 years, but she didn't know when things would ever change. "It's your uncle. He's not in great health." Saying this, she took the medicine pot and poured the remaining herbal liquid into the trash. After that, she changed into slippers and sat beside Li Jian, planning to rest a bit before cooking. Just then, Ji Mingting's video call came in. She answered Big Ting Baby's video request. "Mom, I have great news. My company is making money. I'm officially a multi-millionaire now, and I'm confident I can reach 1 billion in a year. Venture capital firms are already reaching out to us. We'll definitely go public. I want to be a successful woman like you." With Joe Mangmang's business advice, Ji Mingting was confident she could turn her company into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Shayan is here with me. When he returns, transfer half of your company's shares to him. You two should build a good life together. Hearing this, Ji Mingting immediately refused. "No way. This is my money. It's not your money. It's mine. Give half to Shaoyan." Zhao Manman's authoritative tone left Ji Mingting with no room for argument. Actually, Li Jian and I are already divorced." Hearing this, Zhao Manman felt dizzy. Her phone slipped from her hands. Li Jian saw what was happening and immediately hung up the call. "This woman. She chose now to bring this up? Are you okay, Mom?" He gently massaged her temples. After 5 minutes, she slowly opened her eyes. She hadn't expected it. Her daughter and Li Jian had already divorced. If she had known earlier, she would have given the money directly to Li Jian, then things wouldn't have come to this. "Shaoyan, you and Mingting are divorced. That means you have no ties to me anymore. So why are you here?" She couldn't accept this. "You've always been good to me. I'll never forget that. Even though we're divorced, you will always hold a place in my heart. I came this time to solve your problem." Zhao Manman was deeply moved. A surge of emotion welled up inside her. She reached out and held Li Jian's hand. Zhao Manman's hand was slightly cold, just like her face, which always carried an icy expression. But at this moment, a wave of emotion welled up in her heart. Logically speaking, after Li Jian and Ji Mingting divorced, they should have had nothing to do with each other anymore. After all, relationships with in-laws were based on marriage. Once a couple divorced, they would have no ties left. Yet, even after divorcing Ji Mingting, Li Jian did not treat her as a stranger. Instead, he came all the way to Zhujiang to help solve her problem. In such scorching weather, he didn't complain about the trouble. Everything he did was for her. How could Zhao Manman not be moved? Especially considering how she had once looked down on Li Jian's career. Yet, in his heart, he still held her in such high regard. "Shaoyan, even though you and Mingting are divorced, you will always be my child. Come visit me whenever you're free." Seeing Zhao Manman's sadness, Li Jian continued comforting her. "I know, Mom. That's exactly why I came to Zhujiang, to help you." After a long time, Zhao Manman finally calmed down. She let go of Li Jian's hand and leaned back on the couch. Her usual icy demeanor returned, but in her heart, she placed even greater importance on him. "Shayan, how did you two end up divorcing?" Li Jian knew there was no need to hide anything anymore. After Mingting started New Concept Beauty, she practically never came home. You know what happened next? She kept pushing for a divorce. So, I agreed. Zhao Manman asked, "Did she cheat on you?" "If that's the case, I will make sure to deal with her properly." When it came to moral integrity, Zhao Manman had always been very strict. Ji Yunhai had suffered from health issues for over 18 years. Yet, all these years, she had remained faithful to him. She had also raised Ji Zhiding and Ji Mingting with strict moral values. She would never tolerate betrayal from her daughters. Li Jian looked at the elegant yet coldly beautiful Zhao Manman. That definitely didn't happen. She's a bit proud, just like you. If she had done something like that, she would have admitted it outright. We divorced mainly because she felt our financial situations were too different, and the gap would only grow in the future. Hearing this, Zhao Manman let out a small sigh of relief. She held strong moral values, so she was glad her daughter hadn't done something disgraceful. "In that case, I'll talk to her and persuade her to remarry you." Li Jian remained silent. In his heart, he had no intention of remarrying her. Before, he had wanted to spend his life peacefully with Ji Mingting. But now, the gears of fate had begun to turn in an unpredictable direction. Would he really be content with spending his life with just one person? He knew he wasn't that kind of person. He desired everything that ordinary people desired, and now, he had the power to make those desires a reality. So why would he willingly go back to a life of stagnation? Alright, Xiaoyan, sit tight. I'll cook for you. Oh, and about the beauty salon, if you can solve the issue, great. If not, it's fine. I didn't invest much in it, so I can just shut it down. Don't get yourself into unnecessary trouble. Sitting on the couch, Li Jian thought about how well Joe Mangmang had treated him in the past. A warm feeling spread through his heart. Why does this medicine smell so bad? He had smelled plenty of traditional Chinese medicine before, but nothing as pungent as this. Could Joe Mangmang be sick? Even though she said the medicine was for Ji Yunhai, she might not have been telling the truth. Glancing at the trash can, then at the kitchen, Li Jian quietly took a picture of the medicine while she wasn't looking. Later, he would find an experienced Chinese medicine doctor to analyze it and see if she was actually the one with health problems. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Joe Mangmang put on her Bluetooth earpiece and called Ji Mingting back. Mingting, how could you divorce Li Jian? Come back to Zhujiang immediately and explain things to him. You can't just divorce so casually. Tell me the truth, did you cheat on him? On the other end, Ji Mingting hesitated. Mom, I definitely didn't cheat. You taught me that lesson a long time ago. You always said a woman must never betray her marriage. I've never forgotten that. But I won't remarry Li Jian. His salary is barely 10,000 a month. If I stay with him, we'll have too many problems. Our spending habits and lifestyles are completely different. Even if I remarry him, it won't change anything. We'd still end up separating, so it's better to leave it as it is. These words made Joe Mangmang furious. Ji Zhiting hadn't even married yet, and Ji Mingting had already gotten divorced, and now she was being so stubborn about not remarrying. You ungrateful girl, are you trying to drive me to my grave? Her voice trembled slightly. Hearing how angry her mother was, Ji Mingting didn't dare argue anymore. She had always respected her mother's authority. Mom, I won't argue with you. I have to go now, I have work to do. Not long after, Joe Mangmang brought out several dishes. Soy sauce clams, farmhouse stir-fried pork, salted egg chicken wings, garlic butter shrimp, and Westlake vinegar fish. Simple home-cooked meals. Xiaoyan, come eat. Hearing her call him, Li Jian walked over. He had always loved Joe Mangmang's cooking. He had tried many home-cooked meals, but hers were always the best, perfect in flavor, color, and aroma. Mom, your cooking is still the best. Hearing him call her mom so naturally, Joe Mangmang suddenly felt a bit emotional. From the very beginning, she had looked down on Li Jian. After all, her family was worth billions, while Li Jian's parents were just ordinary working-class people. He himself hadn't achieved much. It was natural for her to have no faith in his career. But despite that, he still cared deeply for her. He had come all the way to Zhujiang just to solve her problems. Whether or not he could actually fix them didn't matter. She would always remember this kindness, and she would treat him like her own son. Holding her chopsticks, Joe Mangmang picked up some food for him. Xiaoyan, eat more. It's rare for you to visit. You love clams the most, have some more. When you're in Zhujiang, tell me whatever you want to eat. I'll make it for you. Looking at Li Jian sitting across from her, the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Looking at the handsome Li Jian in front of her, Joe Mangmang liked him more and more. If only Li Jian were her own son. But in a way, she and he already shared a mother-son bond. She had to find a way to reconcile him with Mingting and bring them back together. Such a good son-in-law, she really couldn't bear to just let him go. Soon, Li Jian's bowl was filled with food, piled up into a small mountain. Alright, Mom, it's overflowing. I can't eat anymore. Li Jian looked at his bowl and felt a little helpless. Take your time. Seeing that he really couldn't eat anymore, Joe Mangmang finally stopped adding food to his bowl and started eating herself. Xiaoyan, what exactly is your relationship with Su Jinan? After a while, she finally asked the question she had been wondering about. We had some dealings in the past. This matter was an absolute secret. Other than his past self, no one else could know. Joe Mangmang was cold by nature, but she was also sharp and perceptive. She never pushed others to reveal things they didn't want to talk about. But Mom still wants to remind you of something. Dealing with people like him, those of us without connections can easily suffer losses. If you can get Su Jinan to have his secretary handle this, then resolve it if possible. But don't let it cause any trouble. Wealth isn't that important to me. You and Mingting are what matter most. Li Jian nodded without saying much. I understand. He glanced outside and saw that the sky was slightly overcast. Joe Mangmang continued, Xiaoyan, since you rarely visit, let's go to West Lake this afternoon. There's not much going on with business lately, your uncle is handling most of it. Li Ziyan was a little surprised. Joe Mangmang had always carried herself with the full dignity of an elder. She had never gone out with him before. Even when he and Jing Mengting went out together, she would say that she didn't interfere with young people's matters. Was the sun rising from the west today? Since she had already suggested it, he naturally couldn't refuse. Alright, Mom, let's go out later. After he agreed, Joe Mangmang continued serving him food. In truth, she rarely went out with the kids. But she had been feeling down lately because of certain issues. And Li Ziyan had moved her deeply, so she wanted to take a walk with him to relax. Li Ziyan had been to West Lake a few times before. After all, coming to Jujan without visiting West Lake would be a wasted trip. But he hadn't explored all 10 scenic spots before. And he had never taken a boat ride on the lake. Mom, when we get there, let's take a boat ride. It should be nice and cool on the water right now. It's really too hot outside. A boat ride sounds like a very relaxing idea. Joe Mangmang thought for a moment and agreed. She did need to unwind. Here, Xiaoyan, have more shrimp. After lunch, Joe Mangmang went to clean up the dishes. Meanwhile, Li Ziyan received a call from Su Jinan. Standing in the courtyard, he admired the blooming globe amaranths and oleanders before answering. Mr. Li, I've looked into it. It was my subordinate, Hu Yun, who did it. He has deep ties to Zhou Xiao, but I don't know what exactly happened recently. But the trouble caused for that beauty salon was their doing. Li Jian said, that beauty salon belongs to my mother-in-law. Su Jinan was startled. Hu Yun was really playing with fire, causing trouble for someone like this. Then, Mr. Li, let me arrange a proper reception for you. I'll call them both over to apologize. I will make sure you are satisfied. Li Jian thought for a moment and said, I'll let you know later. I have something to do this afternoon. Now that he was here, there was no real issue. What mattered now was spending time with Joe Mangmang. She had always treated him with sincerity. She even wanted Ji Mingting to transfer half of her company shares to him. For that alone, he had to do his best to repay her kindness. Understood, Mr. Li, don't worry, I'll handle this properly. Just call me when you're ready. After hanging up, Li Ziyan returned to the villa. Joe Mangmang was putting on her Valentino heels. Xiaoyan, it's a bit hot outside. Go upstairs and get my sunscreen spray, it's on the desk in my bedroom. Li Ziyan responded and headed upstairs to her room. The wardrobe was open, and there were only her clothes inside. A pair of black stockings was draped over the sofa. This confirmed his suspicions. There were serious issues between her and Ji Yunhai. But family matters were not something he should interfere with. Picking up the sunscreen spray, he went back downstairs. Mom, let me drive today. My driving skills have improved a lot. It's such a hassle for you to keep changing your heels. The usually cold-faced Joe Mangmang smiled slightly, her beauty shining. Alright, then you drive today. The two got into the car. Li Jian fastened his seatbelt. Joe Mangmang also fastened her seatbelt. Looking at her, Li Jian understood more and more why people said seatbelts accentuate the figure. Mom, let's go. Turning on the GPS, Li Jian started the car. The villa wasn't far from West Lake. Half an hour later, Li Jian found a paid parking lot, parked the Mercedes S-Class, and walked with Joe Mangmang toward the lake. Mom, I've seen most of the 10 scenic spots of West Lake, but I've never seen Broken Bridge in the snow. I've only seen pictures online, never in person. Joe Mangmang took out a bottle of sunscreen spray from her bag and sprayed it on her face and arms. It's okay. If you come here in winter, you'll definitely see it. Here, Xiaoyan, lower your head. At 165 centimeters, Joe Mangmang still looked petite compared to Li Jian. Li Jian lowered his head and felt the cool mist on his skin. It was quite refreshing. Alright, let's go. She lightly patted his face, then led him toward the Yuahu dock nearby, planning to take a boat ride. Even though the weather was hot, West Lake was never short of tourists. At the dock, many visitors were renting boats. Usually, the boat would set off once there were enough people, about a dozen. On board, they also sold various snacks and drinks. Mom, I've always wanted to see West Lake from the water. Before, I only admired the scenery from the shore. Today, I really want to enjoy this view, where both light and heavy makeup are equally charming. The gentle breeze over the lake carried a fresh and pleasant scent, making Joe Mangmang feel more at ease. It had been a long time since she had truly relaxed. Li Jian glanced toward the dock and suddenly spotted someone familiar boarding a boat. His eyesight was sharp. It was Ji Yunhai. Beside him was a woman clinging to his arm, looking very intimate. This was clearly not an ordinary relationship. What a shocking discovery. Li Jian couldn't understand. Joe Mangmang was as stunning as a goddess, yet Ji Yunhai still went out to find a mistress. What was he even looking for? Seeing that Joe Mangmang was about to look in that direction, Li Jian panicked. She had already been hurt enough today. He still remembered how she almost fainted from anger earlier when he was massaging her temples. She valued morality very highly. If she saw Ji Yunhai with another woman, what would she do? Li Jian didn't dare imagine. At the very least, she couldn't find out now. He truly respected this elder, and right now, he needed to protect her from taking too many hits in one day. Thinking quickly, Li Jian hurriedly grabbed Joe Mangmang from behind, spun her around, and blocked her view. "Mom, wait a second." Li Jian was genuinely worried about his mother-in-law's emotional state. As someone who had always treated him well, he wanted to take care of her. Just earlier, when she heard about his divorce from Ji Mangting, she nearly fainted from anger. And now, if she found out about this, Li Jian couldn't even imagine what would happen. He knew he had to tell her eventually, but it had to be at the right time. Now wasn't the right moment. Right now, he needed to prioritize her emotions. Joe Mangmang let out a barely audible hum, clearly surprised by how Li Jian had suddenly spun her around. "Xiaoyan, let me go. What's wrong with you?" Li Jian knew he had to stall for time. Ji Yunhai's situation absolutely could not be exposed right now. When it came to morality, Joe Mangmang valued it more than anyone else. If she found out that Ji Yunhai had betrayed her, she would completely lose control of her emotions. "It's nothing, Mom. Let's check if we forgot anything in the car before we get on the boat. After all, the boat ride will take quite a while. It's better to double-check now. If we forget something later, it'll be too late to turn back." But what Li Jian didn't notice was that when he spun Joe Mangmang around, she twisted her ankle. Joe Mangmang nodded. "All right. Let's go back to the car and check again." The two of them returned to the parking lot and stopped in front of Joe Mangmang's Mercedes S-Class. Li Jian unlocked the car, hoping that Ji Yunhai would quickly board the boat and leave before Joe Mangmang saw him. He opened the car door and pretended to search for something, acting as if he were checking for forgotten items. Joe Mangmang found Li Jian's behavior a little odd. It felt like he was hiding something, but she wasn't entirely sure. "Xiaoyan, are you done looking? Did we forget anything?" Li Jian wasn't sure if the boat had left yet. "Let me double-check." A few moments later, he realized he couldn't stall any longer. If he dragged it out any further, Joe Mangmang would definitely start suspecting something. She was an incredibly intelligent woman. Li Jian knew this all too well. Finally, he led Joe Mangmang away from the parking lot. Looking into the distance, he saw that the boat hadn't left yet, but at least Ji Yunhai had already boarded. That was a relief. "Mom, why don't we take a walk along the shore first? We can board the boat later." Under normal circumstances, Joe Mangmang wouldn't mind. But her ankle was still sore. Walking along West Lake in a pair of Valentino heels was definitely not a pleasant experience. If she got on the boat and rested for a while, her ankle would probably feel better. This child, he was acting a little strange today. "Let's just get on the boat first. It's still too hot on the shore." Seeing the boat in front of them finally start moving, Li Jian nodded. "All right, let's go. Oh, let's buy some snacks and drinks first. If we get back late, we'll have something to eat on the lake." Joe Mangmang found this a little strange. "Don't they sell food on the boat? They might not have everything I like, so I'll just buy a few drinks myself." Li Jian walked over to a small stall. The prices here were much higher than normal, and the restaurants around West Lake charged several times more for the same dishes compared to places outside. After stalling a little longer, Li Jian finally returned with a bag in hand. "Are you ready?" Joe Mangmang's expression remained cold. "Yes, Mom, let's go." The two of them walked toward the dock just as another boat arrived. Li Jian waved to a staff member. "How much would it cost to rent this boat privately?" "You two want a private boat? That's quite expensive." "Price isn't an issue." After discussing the price, Li Jian led Joe Mangmang onto the boat. She glanced at him in surprise. She remembered that Li Jian was never this willing to spend money. It seemed like he truly valued their relationship. Wanting to spend more time alone with her as mother and son warmed Joe Mangmang's heart. "You two must be siblings, right?" the boat staff member asked. Li Jian hadn't expected that. "You figured it out?" "Yeah, she's my sister." He sighed internally. Good skincare really did make a huge difference. People mistook her for his sister at most. "You don't seem like a couple, and you're close in age, so I figured you were siblings." "That's my guess. You two just sit back and enjoy the view. I'll steer the boat." Li Jian pointed in a direction away from where Ji Yunhai's boat had gone. "Take us this way instead." Since he had rented the entire boat, the staff followed his request. Soon, only Li Jian and Joe Mangmang remained on the boat, creating a quiet space for them to enjoy their time together. Mom, when I go out with you, people always assume you're my sister. And when you're with Ming Ting, people think you're her sister too. Hearing this, Joe Mangmang felt a hint of happiness deep down. Women always liked receiving compliments. The boat started moving, and the stunning scenery of West Lake unfolded before them. But deep inside, Joe Mangmang felt a little sour. Even though Li Jian and Ji Mingting were divorced, he still treated her with the same respect and affection as before. That was why he continued calling her mom so naturally. As he admired the lake, Li Jian looked around and noticed that no other sightseeing boats were nearby. He let out a small sigh of relief. West Lake was vast, with an enormous area for sightseeing. The chances of running into Ji Yunhai's boat were low. As long as they returned later, they could completely avoid him. Once they got off the boat, he would call Ji Yunhai and demand an explanation. His mother-in-law was stunning, gentle, kind, and an incredible cook. What possible reason could Ji Yunhai have to cheat on her? Sitting down and feeling the cool breeze on her face, Joe Mangmang closed her eyes slightly. On such a scorching day, enjoying the breeze and the lake view was truly refreshing. But the slight pain in her ankle was still bothering her. She had definitely twisted it earlier. What was going on with Li Jian today? She gently massaged her ankle to ease the discomfort. Meanwhile, Li Jian paced around the boat, admiring the distant scenery. In the past, he had never taken the time to appreciate moments like these. As a 996 office worker, he never had the mood for such leisure, but today was different. For the first time, he felt something new. Having money really changed how he saw the world. Mom, it's actually quite cool up here. I don't even need the sunscreen spray. Turning back to look at Joe Mangmang, he noticed that she seemed to be in pain. Mom, what's wrong? His voice was filled with concern. It's nothing. I accidentally twisted my ankle while walking earlier. I'll massage it a bit, and it should get better soon. Joe Mangmang didn't mention that she had twisted it when Li Jian spun her around earlier. She didn't know why he had done that, but she didn't want the child to feel guilty over it. Then just rest for a bit, and it'll be fine soon. Li Jian was worried, but this was something Joe Mangmang had to handle herself. Turning away, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Ji Yunhai on WeChat. Uncle Ji, where are you right now? Not long after, Ji Yunhai replied. Ji Yunhai, I'm busy with business matters over in Yuhang. Son-in-law, do you need my help with something? Li Jian, no, I was just asking where you were. I thought I saw someone who looked like you at West Lake just now. There was no immediate response from the other side. This only confirmed Li Jian's suspicions. Ji Yunhai must have panicked after being called out. After a long while, a message finally came through. Ji Yunhai, don't tell your mother about this. Let's have a few drinks and chat when I get home tonight. Li Jian replied with an okay gesture. To be fair, Ji Yunhai wasn't bad to him. But in Ji Yunhai's eyes, he was just an outsider. Whereas Joe Mangmang truly treated him as family. So keeping this secret for Ji Yunhai was out of the question. However, he also couldn't bring himself to tell Joe Mangmang just yet. For someone who valued morality so much, the impact of this revelation would be devastating. He didn't want to see such a respectable elder suffer that kind of blow. At that moment, he noticed Ji Zhitong had sent him several messages over the past few days. He hadn't replied until now. There were many selfies, some in her military training uniform, others in her dorm wearing pajamas. Brother, look at my college life and my dorm. Once military training is over, I want to open a milk tea shop near the campus, hee. Her photos were full of innocence, and her usual bun hairstyle made her look even more adorable. Maybe it was because Joe Mangmang had protected her so well that she remained so pure. This girl. Li Jian knew that opening a milk tea shop had always been her dream. So he replied to her message. Tingting, once your training is over, I'll help you set up the shop. We'll definitely make your dream come true. Her reply came almost instantly. I knew it, brother. Don't worry. Our drill instructor is a woman, so you don't have to get jealous, okay? Li Jian. This girl was getting cuter by the day. Just for how she had been willing to give up everything for him before, she deserved a lifetime of kindness from him. Putting his phone away, he turned to look at Joe Mangmang. By now, she had taken off her Valentino heel from the injured foot and was gently massaging her ankle. Seeing this made Li Jian feel terrible. For this elder who had always treated him so well, he truly respected and cared for her. Mom, are you feeling better? Even though she was in pain, Joe Mangmang didn't want to worry the younger generation. As an elder, she had to set an example. It's fine, much better now. I should be able to walk normally soon. Look, another tour boat is approaching over there. She glanced at the approaching boat and then continued massaging her ankle. The injury was worse than she had thought. Li Jiyan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Was fate really this cruel? He followed Joe Mangmang's gaze and vaguely saw Ji Yunhai. Damn it, why does it always have to happen this way? He had been so careful to avoid this, yet now their tour boats were about to pass each other. At that moment, Ji Yunhai was standing beside a middle-aged woman, holding her arm as they sweetly admired the lake scenery. There were also several other tourists around them. Li Jiyan quickly pulled out his phone and zoomed in with the camera. Sure enough, it was Ji Yunhai and his mistress. The woman wasn't particularly attractive. By regular standards, she might be considered pretty, but age had taken a toll, her skin wasn't great. Yet Ji Yunhai looked completely at ease with her. Was he valuing performance over appearance? Why would he do this? Li Jiyan was filled with questions. If it were him, he would never have done something like this. He tapped the capture button and took a picture. Meanwhile, Ji Yunhai had also spotted Li Jiyan and Joe Mangmang from afar. He broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder his son-in-law had said he had seen him earlier. Turns out, they were both on boats at West Lake. If his wife saw him now, his secret would be completely exposed. The boats were getting closer and closer. He tried to find a place to hide, but there was none. He could only shrink behind the crowd. But at this rate, being exposed seemed inevitable. To make things worse, the woman beside him had no idea she was actually the mistress. "Zhenghai, what's wrong?" The woman beside him asked in confusion. "It's nothing. Just a bit of a stomachache." Although Ji Yunhai tried to play it off, the woman could tell something was wrong. He was definitely hiding something. Ji Yunhai hunched behind others, desperately hoping Joe Mangmang wouldn't notice him. At the same time, he and Li Jiyan locked eyes. It was over. The secret he had hidden for 18 years was about to be fully exposed. Once discovered, his family would completely fall apart. Just as Joe Mangmang lifted her head, about to look in his direction, Li Jiyan quickly crouched in front of her. "Mom, I think your ankle is swelling. I actually know a little bit about massage. Let me help you. It'll improve circulation, and you'll feel better soon." Joe Mangmang had intended to refuse. But her ankle was indeed hurting a lot. Besides, having such a filial child taking care of her was actually a very heartwarming thing. All right then. She was really starting to fear the pain. Li Jiyan gently touched her ankle. Immediately, Joe Mangmang let out a soft, pained gasp. "Easy, Shoyan. It hurts." Meanwhile, on the other boat, Ji Yunhai was deeply moved. What a good son-in-law. He had never noticed how many great qualities Li Jiyan had before. But now, he was convinced Li Jiyan was truly the best son-in-law he could ask for. Ji Yunhai never would have imagined that Li Jiyan would cover for him. Logically speaking, there was no reason for him to do so, but today, he actively helped conceal his secret, preventing Joe Mangmang from discovering the truth. Men understand men. Finally, the two sightseeing boats passed each other. Only when they had moved far apart did Ji Yunhai let out a deep breath. He had narrowly avoided disaster. His biggest secret had almost been exposed today. Li Jiyan also sat down. Then he gently lifted Joe Mangmang's leg, placing it on his knee. "Does it hurt here?" he asked softly, pressing lightly on the swollen area. "It hurts. It does seem pretty bad. Get ready, I'll massage it for you properly. It might hurt a little at first, but that's a normal reaction. After a while, it won't hurt anymore. It will even feel a bit soothing. By then, your ankle should be fine for walking again." With a heart full of filial care, Li Jiyan began massaging Joe Mangmang's foot. Joe Mangmang endured the pain, feeling the careful movements of Li Jiyan's hands. This child truly cared about her as an elder. "Mom, let's stay a little longer today. Later, we can go see Leifeng's sunset glow." As one of the top 10 scenic spots of West Lake, Leifeng's sunset glow was definitely worth a visit. Leifeng's sunset glow. Joe Mangmang didn't really want to wait that long, but after thinking about it, she agreed. It wasn't easy for Li Jiyan to come to Zhejiang, and this was also her first time accompanying him on an outing. As an elder, she should fulfill the child's wishes. After all, opportunities to spend time with him were too rare. "All right then, we'll stay on the lake a bit longer. Later, we'll dock at Shizhou Mountain and take a look at the sunset over Leifeng Pagoda." Since they had chartered the boat, everything was much more convenient. Meanwhile, Li Jiyan was still thinking about whether Ji Yunhai had left yet. He hoped that Ji Yunhai had already left West Lake. Surely, he wouldn't still be here by sunset. "Mom, it's really cooler on the lake. On land, it feels like standing on a furnace." Li Jiyan held Joe Mangmang's foot, gently massaging her swollen ankle. His careful touch slowly eased the pain. It was starting to feel rather comfortable. Zhao Manman was surprised Li Jian actually knew what he was doing. "Xiaoyan, you really are good at this." It hurt at first, but now it feels much better. Gradually, Zhao Manman was able to focus on the distant scenery. Thinking back, she had spent most of her life on business. She had indeed overlooked many of life's joys. This outing had allowed her to truly relax. Unfortunately, he and Meng Ting were already divorced. The thought of it made Zhao Manman's heart ache. Li Jian continued to massage Zhao Manman's ankle. After more than half an hour, the swelling had completely disappeared. There was no more pain either. "It's fine now, Xiaoyan. It doesn't hurt anymore." Li Jian stopped the therapeutic massage. He couldn't help but reflect, Ji Mengting and Ji Zhiding had both inherited Zhao Manman's excellent genes. There was always a reason why certain people lived the way they did. "As long as you're okay." Then, he helped Zhao Manman put her Valentino heels back on. "Mom, try walking around and see how it feels." Following Li Jian's advice, Zhao Manman stood up and walked back and forth a few times. Sure enough, the pain was gone. "It's fine now, Xiaoyan. Thanks to you." Li Jian called for the boat staff. "Sir, how can I help you?" For a high-paying private charter guest, the staff was extremely respectful. This trip had earned them a good profit. Later, dock at Shizhou Mountain. "I'll add some extra payment." The boatman nodded in agreement. "Understood. I'll first take you and your sister to some of the best water view spots before heading to Shizhou Mountain. You two can just relax and enjoy the scenery." Knowing how to be discreet, the boatman focused on steering, without disturbing the siblings. "Mom, you've really mastered skincare. Everyone thinks you're my older sister." Zhao Manman returned to her usual cold and reserved demeanor. She didn't reply to Li Jian's comment, but deep down, she felt a little happy. No matter how many times a woman is complimented, she always feels delighted. As Li Jian stood next to Zhao Manman, he kept thinking Ji Yunhai should leave quickly. He definitely had to tell Zhao Manman about this. But he had to wait until her emotions were stable, not now. If she really caught him in the act, though, then there would be nothing he could do. After spending a long time admiring the scenery on the boat, they finally headed toward Shizhou Mountain. As the sun began to set, Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief. At a spot near Shizhou Mountain, they docked. Zhao Manman was about to pay, but since her ankle was still a little sore, walking quickly was inconvenient. Li Jian paid instead. He also instructed the boat staff to wait there, offering them extra money for the favor. After handling everything, he returned to Zhao Manman. "Mom, let's go." Looking at Li Jian in front of her, Zhao Manman couldn't shake the feeling. The Li Jian standing before her was completely different from the one she used to know. Now, he was confident and composed. Everything he did made people feel at ease. He had really changed. For some reason, she felt that Ji Mingting would definitely regret this in the future. "Mom, let's go ashore." Li Jian stepped onto the dock first and then reached out to Zhao Manman, helping her up. As the sun slowly set, they walked together along the wooden bridge. From a distance, the evening glow covered the pagoda in a mysterious golden light. Many other tourists were taking photos, while some secretly glanced at Zhao Manman. A beauty like her was rare in real life. "I've seen Leifeng's sunset glow many times, but every time, it gives me a sense of peace." Zhao Manman walked beside Li Jian. "The scenery here is indeed beautiful, but the story behind Leifeng Pagoda doesn't have a happy ending. Many lovers can't be together in the end. Xiaoyan, tell me honestly, do you still have feelings for Mingting?" Zhao Manman still hoped to salvage their relationship. Li Jian didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he said, "I think the love between us has mostly faded away. Even if we got back together, it wouldn't mean much." Hearing this, Zhao Manman grew anxious. After some thought, she said seriously, "Actually, your uncle and I only have familial affection left, but we've still stayed together all these years." Hearing this, Li Jian became curious. Some things he wanted to know today, Zhao Manman was finally planning to tell him. At the same time, he could gauge her current state and decide when to tell her about Ji Yunhai's affair. Zhao Manman's beautiful face remained cold and expressionless. If this were before, she definitely wouldn't have shared these things with Li Jian, a junior. However, after today's boat trip, she felt that the generational gap between them had slightly lessened. Telling him wasn't really an issue. It wasn't much of a secret anyway. Most importantly, this was a good opportunity to discuss marriage. Perhaps she could persuade him to reconcile with Mingting. "I entered society early, so I got married relatively young. Maybe for your generation, this sounds unbelievable, but back then, it was quite common. In the beginning, your uncle and I had a great relationship, but after I became pregnant with Jing, Almost all his time was spent on business. He was rarely home even when you and Mengting got married. He only took one day off for it. Li Jian glanced at Zhao Mannan's 2 unpainted fingernails. It seemed Ji Yunhai's affair had already lasted 18 years. Ever since Jiding was born, it had been happening. But what Li Jian still couldn't understand was, that woman looked far worse than Zhao Mangmang. Why would he still choose to do such a thing? Then, do you and Uncle Ji still have love between you? Zhao Mangmang gazed at the distant sunset, gripping the wooden bridge railing. She planned to use this opportunity to persuade Li Jian to put in some effort and win Mengting back. Your uncle and I'd say our bond is more about family than love. After so many years, of course, there's deep familial affection. Even if it's just a pet, living together for years would create a strong attachment. So, I never thought about divorce. Going from strangers to companions, and finally stepping into marriage, it's not easy. A lifetime may seem long, but in reality, it passes quickly. No matter what, I've already decided to spend my whole life with your uncle. You should also cherish your relationship with Mengting and work to restore it. Li Jian didn't respond. Deep inside, he had already decided he didn't want to spend his life tied to just Ji Mengting. Hearing Zhao Mangmang's words only confirmed that his decision was correct. His divorce from Ji Mengting had already been a huge blow to her. And since Zhao Mangmang was set on staying with Ji Yunhai for life, if she had discovered the truth earlier, it would have devastated her. So, since life is short, I really hope you'll consider reconciling with Mengting. In a long marriage, love actually isn't as important as you think. Looking at Zhao Mangmang's cold yet serious expression, Li Jian felt a pang of sympathy. Time passed quickly, and the beauty of Leifeng's sunset glow had started to fade. Mom, I'll think about it and give you an answer later. Right now, Zhao Mangmang had already suffered enough. Li Jian didn't have the heart to deal her another blow. Let's go eat, Mom. We can take the boat back home afterward. Zhao Mangmang nodded and walked beside Li Jian. After a while, her foot began to hurt again. Mom, your ankle hasn't fully healed yet, lean on me. Zhao Mangmang didn't insist on walking alone. If she lost her balance, she might sprain it again. After walking for a long time, they reached a restaurant called Purple Bamboo. There were quite a few tourists dining there. Next door, there was also a private dining restaurant. Hey, handsome miss, come eat at our place. We're having a special event, check out our body challenge. If you can pass through the narrowest gap between these pillars, you'll get a discount and a small prize. Miss, your legs are stunning, I bet you can easily pass the challenge. Li Jian looked ahead. There were 6 pillars, each spaced differently. The first level was wide enough for a 600-pound person to pass through. The second level was half as wide. The third and fourth got narrower and narrower. The last one was incredibly tight. Only the thinnest women could squeeze through. Baby, go try it, get us a discount. The boyfriend encouraged his girlfriend, and she approached the 5th level. She turned sideways and struggled to fit through. It was a tight squeeze, but she managed. Excited, she ran back to her boyfriend. Baby, look, my figure is amazing, right? She spun around a few times, looking thrilled. Li Jian found it amusing. It seemed like she had one, but in reality, she had lost completely. Any experienced man knew that being able to fit through such a narrow space was not a good sign. Yet she was celebrating like she had won something great. Mom, why don't you give it a try? Zhao Mangmang shook her head. She knew her own body well enough. There was no way she would pass a challenge like that. Let's just go eat. The two of them entered the restaurant and found a windowside table. Li Jian picked up the menu and started ordering. I'll have a portion of small lobster with mapo tofu, quinoa black pork with fermented tofu and pancakes, crispy beef ribs, sweet and sour pine nut fish, sea cucumber in a stone pot, and seafood glass noodles. And 1 pitcher of sour plum juice. That's all. The waiter took down the order and went to notify the kitchen. Zhao Mangmang stared at Li Jian, lost in thought. Her son-in-law really seemed different now. Compared to before, he was much more confident and composed. His entire aura had changed. Could it be that the divorce had affected him this much? Xiaoyan, why do I feel like you're not the same as before? At the same time, Li Jian's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of 2 familiar figures sitting at a diagonal table. He cursed internally. Damn it, Ji Yunhai hadn't left Westlake? This was exactly what he had feared. Sir, here is your sour plum juice. A pitcher of sour plum juice was placed on the table. Meanwhile, Zhao Mangmang was about to glance around the restaurant. This scared Li Jian. He quickly grabbed Zhao Mangmang's hand, stopping her from turning her head toward Ji Yunhai's direction. She frowned slightly, feeling that something was off with Li Jian's behavior. Mom, I need to tell you something. When Li Jian grabbed Zhao Manman's hand, she finally gave up the idea of turning around. She felt that something was off about Li Jian today. If not for that, she wouldn't have twisted her ankle earlier. Go ahead and say it. Li Jian let go of her hand. He picked up the sour plum juice and poured Zhao Manman a full glass. Then, he took 2 ice cubes from the tray and added them in. Mom, drink some sour plum juice to cool down. Don't get heat stroke. Zhao Manman picked up the glass Li Jian handed her, took a small sip, and left a faint red mark on the rim. Mom, I want to ask, what do you think about cheating in a relationship? Zhao Manman was a bit confused. Ji Mingting hadn't cheated, so, could it be that Li Jian had? You cheated? I didn't cheat. It's just that my views on marriage aren't as mature as yours, so I wanted to hear your opinion. Zhao Manman put down the glass. I have zero tolerance for cheating. I believe that no one should accept such a thing. If you find out about it, you must divorce immediately, no hesitation. Morality is something that should never be compromised. If Mingting did something like that, I wouldn't take her side just because she's my daughter. Seeing how firm Zhao Manman's stance was, Li Jian understood. If Zhao Manman found out about Ji Yunhai's affair, her reaction would definitely be even stronger than when she heard about his divorce from Ji Mingting. After all, Zhao Manman was someone who valued morality deeply. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Yunhai was sweating profusely. He was inwardly praising his good son-in-law. If not for Li Jian, he would have been exposed twice already today. Earlier, Ji Yunhai had wanted to leave quickly, but the woman he married outside insisted on eating at Purple Bamboo Restaurant. So, he was dragged along, praying that nothing would go wrong. But in the end, he had run into his real wife again. If not for Li Jian distracting her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mom, you really hold morality in the highest regard. Li Jian now realized that this principle no longer applied to him. Now that he had wealth, he could no longer see himself living the way he did before. Of course, a person must uphold morality. I've taught Mingting and Jiting the same way since they were young. I just didn't expect Mingting to become so obsessed with luxury, leading to your divorce. As they talked, Zhao Manman's attention was fully diverted. Meanwhile, Ji Yunhai was trying to persuade the woman with him to leave. Only when Li Jian's dishes were served did Ji Yunhai and the woman prepare to leave. But there was one problem: he had to pass by Li Jian's table to exit. At such a short distance, avoiding being seen was impossible. Standing up, Ji Yunhai positioned the woman in front of him as a shield. But the risk was still high. As Ji Yunhai passed by, Li Jian picked up some food with his chopsticks and placed it on Zhao Manman's plate. Mom, let me serve you some food. Just like at lunch, he kept adding food to her plate. Shaoyan, that's too much. I can't eat it all. Looking at the pile of food on her plate, Zhao Manman spoke up. Her attention was successfully diverted, and she didn't notice Ji Yunhai walking past. Ji Yunhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quietly paid the bill and left the restaurant. Mom, don't worry, just eat as much as you want. We'll head back after this. Looking at Li Jian, Zhao Manman felt that her bond with him had grown much stronger. She had never really taken the time to understand this person before. But now, she saw that, at his core, he was gentle and kind. Despite divorcing Ji Mingting, he still cared about her. He had traveled all the way to Zhejiang just for her. Shaoyan, if you can't handle that matter, don't force yourself. It's just a beauty salon. I don't want you to take any risks. Those people have strong connections. If we deal with them, we might get completely devoured. Li Jian reassured her, don't worry, Mom. I'll settle it by tomorrow. Seeing how confident Li Jian looked, Zhao Manman said no more. After dinner, she stood up. Shaoyan, don't pay, I'll cover it. You're the younger one. I can't always let my child spend money. From now on, whenever we go out, let me pay. Zhao Manman still felt sorry for Li Jian. She thought he wasn't well off financially, and this meal was quite expensive, so she insisted on paying. She also made up her mind. Before he left, she would secretly prepare 1 million yuan for him. No matter what happened between him and Ji Mingting, their bond was real. She couldn't let him struggle in the future. Li Jian didn't refuse. He watched as Zhao Manman used WeChat to pay the bill. Then, he helped her walk toward the lakeside. Before long, they arrived at the dock, where the boat staff had been waiting for a while. Sir, you and your sister are finally back. Let's head back to the dock. Li Jian stepped onto the boat first, then reached out to help Zhao Manman up. The boat started moving. When they arrived at the original dock, Li Jian was the first to disembark. He pulled Zhao Manman up. After a few steps, he noticed that Zhao Manman looked uncomfortable. She seemed to be in pain again. Even with his support, she was struggling to walk. Li Jian realized that her ankle injury wasn't going to heal quickly. She needed proper rest tonight. Mom, is your foot hurting again? I'm fine. Joe Mangmang was still trying to endure it. Mom, don't push yourself. Let me carry you, it's not far to the parking lot. Joe Mangmang hesitated. I'm too heavy. Li Jian glanced at her. Yes, she did have some weight to her, unlike that girl from the earlier challenge. Let me carry you. You've been so good to me, I should take care of you. Let me show my filial piety. Hearing that, Joe Mangmang finally gave in. She softly responded, okay. Li Jian let go of her arm and crouched down in front of her. Get on. Joe Mangmang looked at Li Jian, who had squatted down, and then lay on his back. She went up. Meanwhile, Li Jian held onto Joe Mangmang's legs. He walked toward the parking lot. Looking at the distant lights, Joe Mangmang felt a bit emotional. Having his son was still a good thing. If it were Ji Zitan or Ji Mengting, they definitely wouldn't be able to carry her. When they reached the parking lot, Li Jian unlocked Joe Mangmang's Mercedes S. He helped her open the car door. After sitting in the front passenger seat, Joe Mangmang finally let out a deep breath. Today's exhaustion was finally over. Twisting her ankle had indeed made things more difficult. After getting into the car and taking off her Valentino shoes, Joe Mangmang fastened her seatbelt. On the other side, Li Jian started the car. After paying the exit fee, he never stopped again. After spending half a day playing at Shizi Lake, she truly felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Meanwhile, Li Jian's mind was occupied with thoughts about Ji Yunhai. He should be coming home tonight. He could have a proper conversation with him. It wasn't until they reached the doorstep that Li Jian helped Joe Mangmang upstairs. Shaoyan, you should go rest in Mengting's room later. I'll rest first. Li Jian could tell that Joe Mangmang was indeed very tired. Then you rest first. I'll walk around for a bit and then go to bed. Joe Mangmang returned to her room and closed the door. Li Jian glanced at Ji Yunhai's room. It was empty. He hadn't come home. Looks like he still needs some time. That woman is clearly not easy to deal with. Li Jian still wanted to know what was really going on. Then, he went downstairs and waited for Ji Yunhai to return. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What was the deal with that medicinal herb? He opened the map and searched for a nearby Chinese medicine clinic. There was one just 800 meters away. For this kind of thing, it's best to ask a professional. Li Jian was a little worried that Joe Mangmang had some illness and was hiding it from him. The weather was still scorching hot. Compared to the lakeside, it felt like a furnace. School has started, and it's still this hot. Li Jian wiped the sweat off his face, planning to take a good shower and cool off when he got back. Since 800 meters wasn't far, he decided to walk there. When he arrived at the clinic, an elderly doctor with white hair was about to close up. Sir, Li Jian stepped forward, but the old doctor shook his head. Young man, we're closing for the day. Come back tomorrow. Li Jian said, I just want to ask about these herbs. Here, take this money for a drink. He pulled out a red banknote and handed it to the doctor. Seeing that he could earn money just for answering a question, the old doctor didn't refuse. Li Jian opened an image on his phone. When the old doctor saw it, he fell silent. You're the one taking this medicine? Hearing this, Li Jian's heart tightened. It seemed this was serious. Is it a terminal illness? Thinking that Joe Mangmang might have a terminal illness, he felt a wave of sorrow. To put it bluntly, yes. It's very difficult to cure, but for someone as young as you to have this condition, it shouldn't be possible. How will you pass on your family name in the future? Li Jian. Suddenly, he understood what was going on. It's not for me. It's for a friend. The old doctor nodded. A lot of people who come here say it's for a friend. Let me check your pulse. Li Jian stretched out his arm, and the old doctor took his pulse. After checking, he found that Li Jian was perfectly healthy. You have an extraordinary physique, truly a strong man. But your friend's situation is not looking good. He must have lost all sensation by now. Bring him here when you have time. Li Jian. When he left the clinic, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the problem was with Ji Yunhai. Since it wasn't about Joe Mangmang, it had nothing to do with him. Walking back, Li Jian's steps felt much lighter. When he arrived at the villa, he opened the door and saw that Ji Yunhai's car was already back. Inside the living room, Ji Yunhai was drinking tea. Uncle Ji. Seeing Li Jian return, Ji Yunhai asked in a low voice, Your mom is asleep? Yeah, she was tired from the lake trip and went straight to her room. Ji Yunhai glanced upstairs, looking a little guilty. Then, he stood up, pulled Li Jian outside, and said, Let's go for a walk and have a good chat. Ji Yunhai was afraid Li Jian would expose his secret, so he wanted to talk things over. Li Jian didn't refuse. There were things he wanted to know. Once outside, Ji Yunhai lit a cigarette and started smoking. "Thank you so much tonight, son-in-law. If it weren't for you, I would have been exposed, and my family would have been ruined." Li Jian didn't respond for a while. Then he finally said, "My mom treats you well, doesn't she? Why betray her? And honestly, that woman doesn't even look that good." Ji Yunhai knew that if he didn't explain, Li Jian would tell Joe Mangmang. And the consequences of that were unbearable. "We're both men, so I won't hide it from you. You know, during pregnancy, a lot of things become inconvenient, so I started going to clubs for entertainment. Then one night, at a drinking party, I met this woman. She got me drunk and booked a room. The next day, we didn't contact each other. After that, I developed some serious health issues. Maybe it was from spending too much time at those places. But 4 months later, she suddenly showed up, saying she was pregnant. And that it was a boy. You know, a man has to pass down his family name, he can't be without a son. Since she gave me a son, I absolutely couldn't abandon her. So I married her and held a wedding ceremony outside." Hearing this, Li Jian looked at Ji Yunhai. He had never realized before just how shameless this seemingly refined man truly was. At this point, all doubts were resolved. It turned out that the reason Ji Yunhai kept a mistress was simply that this woman had given him a son. Without her, he would no longer have a son. Over time, he and Joe Mangmang would inevitably reach the point of separation. This matter was very unfavorable for Joe Mangmang. Thinking of this, Li Jian became determined to tell Joe Mangmang about it. "Shayan, Uncle Ji is telling you this because he hopes you can help him keep it a secret. What man doesn't want to carry on his family name? You must be short on money lately. I'll transfer you $1 million later." Li Jian shook his head. If it were before, $1 million would have been a huge sum for him, but now it was nothing. Besides, even if he were broke, he wouldn't take this money. "Uncle Ji, let's just leave it at that. I won't tell anyone." Of course, Li Jian had no intention of telling anyone else, he only planned to tell Joe Mangmang. Hearing this, Ji Yunhai thought about what had happened during the day. He felt that, as a man, Li Jian understood him well. After all, he had helped him cover things up earlier. So, he assumed Li Jian would continue to do so in the future. Then, he tried various ways to give money to Li Jian, but all were refused. This made him wonder. Could it be that his son-in-law truly didn't want money? If that was the case, he would hold off for now. He would test him slowly over time. One day, he would accept the money, and only then could he truly feel at ease. "Good son-in-law, I have things to do, so I'll be off." He patted Li Jian on the shoulder. Then, Ji Yunhai returned to the villa, got in his car, and drove away. Watching the distant lights fade, Li Jian's expression was complicated. Zhao Manman's fate was truly unfortunate. Her daughter got divorced, and now her husband had done this. "I should settle the beauty salon issue first. This trip to Zhejiang can come to an end. I kind of miss that girl Zitten." Li Jian had come to Zhejiang to handle the beauty salon matter. Now, it was time to prepare to leave. The weather was hot. After entering Ji Mingting's room, Li Jian went to the bathroom, took a shower, and then fell into a deep sleep. After all, spending so much time at the lake had been exhausting. The next morning, when Li Jian woke up, it was already 9:30. Looking at the time on his phone, he felt none of the urgency he once had about going to work. His mindset about life had completely changed. Going downstairs, he saw Joe Mangmang sitting there, as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. "Mom, Shayan, come have breakfast." Today, Zhao Mangmang wasn't wearing black stockings, but her skin looked especially fair. Her long, pale legs reminded Li Jian of that beer-bellied man, Zhou Xiao. Today, he had to deal with him properly. "Mom, this afternoon, I'll take care of Zhou Xiao for you. I'll contact Su Jinan later. I need to prepare to return to Modu." He couldn't waste too much time here. He had to focus on preparing for his return to the past. He needed to build connections as soon as possible. And he needed to accumulate more wealth. Zhao Mangmang brought Li Jian a simple breakfast. Mr. Su, was he really that easy to meet? Zhao Mangmang had many doubts in her heart. Most people couldn't even meet his secretary, let alone him in person. But to avoid discouraging Li Jian, she didn't say anything. "Did your Uncle Ji come back last night?" Hearing this, Li Jian replied, "He did, but he left in a hurry for something. I think you shouldn't have too much hope in him." There was something meaningful in his words. Zhao Mangmang found it strange but didn't dwell on it. At noon, Zhao Mangmang prepared a lavish meal for Li Jian. Around 2 p.m., Li Jian called Su Jinan. When Su Jinan answered, he sounded nervous. "Mr. Li, what can I do for you?" Li Jian said, "It's time to resolve that matter. Book a hotel. Hu Yun and Zhou Xiao need to have a few drinks and apologize properly. This was a civilized era, so there were things that simply couldn't be done. But if someone got too drunk and ended up in trouble, that wasn't anyone else's fault. Then please come to Manhwa Hotel later, room 88888. I'll have them there. Li Jian agreed and hung up the phone. Then he called upstairs. Mom, we can head out now. Joe Mangmang came downstairs, once again wearing black stockings and Valentino shoes. She felt uneasy. Would handling this issue really not cause trouble for Li Jian? Feeling anxious, she followed Li Jian into the Mercedes S. Mom, is your ankle okay now? Zhao Manman pressed on it, confirming there was no pain. It's fine. It was a little sore this morning, but now there's no problem at all. It's basically healed. Hearing this, Li Jian was relieved. Then let's go and settle this matter quickly. If the beauty salon can't open properly, it'll be a huge financial loss over time. Before long, Li Jian drove to Nianhua Hotel. After parking, he and Zhao Manman headed towards room 88888. Sir, do you have a reservation? 88888. I'm here for Mr. Su. Understood. Please follow me. Led by the staff, they arrived at the private room. As the door opened, Zhao Manman immediately saw a face she despised. The man who had been harassing her for a long time, Zhou Xiao. Beside him was Hu Yun, a major figure in the Qiantang district. Also present was Su Jinnan's secretary, Xin Jianchun. Several other businessmen she had met during her career were there too. And Su Jinnan himself was also there, seemingly waiting for a while. Instinctively, Zhao Manman turned to look at Li Jian beside her, her heartbeat accelerating. She had always thought it was impossible for Li Jian to solve this problem. She was obviously being deliberately targeted. But today, half of the district's biggest figures were here, and most shockingly, Su Jinnan himself was present. At that moment, Li Jian became a mystery in her eyes. Her heartbeat quickened. For him to achieve this, her son was no ordinary man. At this moment, Zhao Manman couldn't believe what she was seeing. The people before her were some of the most powerful figures in Qiantang. With just a word, they could shake the entire district. Yet the usually arrogant Zhou Xiao didn't even dare to speak here. His status in this room was clearly at the bottom. Li Jian seemed a bit mysterious. What exactly was his relationship with Su Jinnan? When Su Jinnan saw Li Jian, he immediately thought of a certain Mr. Li from many years ago. This man looked strikingly similar to that Mr. Li. Even if he didn't know the exact connection, he was sure they were direct relatives. Yes, without a doubt. Li Jian immediately spotted the beer-bellied Zhou Xiao. This was the man who had been harassing Zhao Manman. Mr. Li. Su Jinnan stepped forward, feeling both deep respect and fear toward Li Jian, but he maintained his composure. As there were still many others present, was it Zhou Xiao and Hu Yun who kept making trouble for my mom's beauty salon? Hearing Li Jian directly call Hu Yun by name, Zhao Manman was stunned. His tone was too arrogant. Mr. Hu held a position that made countless businessmen flock to him. Yet from Li Jian's words, it was clear that he didn't see Hu Yun as important at all. What happened next, she would never forget for the rest of her life. Hu Yun stepped forward with a forced smile. I'm sorry, Miss Xiao. The issues with your beauty salon were due to mistakes made by my subordinates. I assure you, this won't happen again. It was mainly because Mr. Zhou provided me with false information, which led to my mistake. Please forgive me. Seeing Hu Yun looking so fearful and humble, Zhao Manman felt like she was dreaming. She was just a small business owner. Someone of Hu Yun's status was far beyond her reach. Yet today, he was apologizing to her? Li Jian looked at Hu Yun. Mr. Hu, you can't just apologize with a few words and be done with it, right? Hu Yun hurriedly grabbed a bottle of Mao Tai from the table, pouring a full glass. Mr. Li, I was wrong to trouble Miss Xiao. I'll drink 3 glasses as punishment. He immediately drank the first glass in one go. With glasses that size, even someone with a strong tolerance would pass out after 3. For someone of Hu Yun's status, drinking this much was a serious act of sincerity. Su Jinnan's secretary, Xin Jianchun, watched coldly from the side. He waited for Hu Yun to finish, while the other major figures in Qiantang all took note. They must never offend Miss Xiao. Otherwise, their fate wouldn't be much better. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao was drenched in cold sweat, filled with extreme regret. Zhao Manman was too beautiful. Her black-stockinged legs and perfect figure still made his heart race. But now, he had caused himself a huge problem. Even Hu Yun was being punished like this. How could his own fate be any better? After 3 glasses, Hu Yun was already swaying. Miss Xiao, please forgive me. Zhao Manman wanted to speak, but she was at a loss for words. A man of such high status was begging for her forgiveness? She never imagined this would happen. At the same time, she felt deeply satisfied. Her beauty salon had been suppressed for so long. This grudge had weighed on her for a long time. Seeing Li Jian's expression darken, Su Jinnan grew anxious. Hu Yun was one of his most trusted men. If he couldn't get through this, his own future would be over. Mr. Li's background was something he didn't even dare to imagine. Shin Jianxun, the best at reading situations, immediately poured Hu Yun another full glass. 3 glasses isn't enough. Come on, keep drinking. Hu Yun had no choice but to continue. In the blink of an eye, he downed 2 more glasses. By then, he could no longer stand. Seeing this, Joe Mangmang finally spoke. Enough. Only after she said that did Hu Yun collapse into unconsciousness, relieved. At least the matter was settled. Then, Li Jian turned his gaze toward Zhou Xiao. Mr. Zhou, my mom is married, yet you harass her on WeChat. Not only that, but you used underhanded tactics against her beauty salon. Isn't that inappropriate? Zhou Xiao immediately stepped forward with a forced smile. I'm sorry. I didn't know about your relationship with her. If I had known, I would never have done it. How about I drink 3 glasses as an apology? Li Jian didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the bottles of Maotai on the table. There were still 5 or 6 bottles, uncapped but untouched. Clearly prepared for Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao knew he had no way out. He walked toward the table, but he no longer dared to look at those mesmerizing legs. Miss Xiao, please forgive me. I sincerely apologize. He knew that even Hu Yun had drunk 5 glasses. He had no choice but to go all in. He grabbed a bottle of Maotai and started drinking directly from it. As the first bottle went down, a fiery sensation burned in his stomach. His mind was starting to blur. Li Jian remained silent. Shin Jianxun urged, 1 bottle isn't enough. If you want to clear up this misunderstanding, you need to show some sincerity. Hearing this, Zhou Xiao had no choice but to continue. After the second bottle, he slumped into a chair, barely conscious. Li Jian still said nothing. Shin Jianxun pushed further. Boss Zhou can handle more. 1 more bottle. He grabbed another bottle and pressed it to Zhou Xiao's lips. Zhou Xiao mumbled, I can't drink anymore. His stomach felt like it was on fire. Boss Zhou, 1 more bottle. I'll help you hold it. In his dazed state, Zhou Xiao was forced to drink another bottle. After 3 bottles, Li Jian knew that Zhou Xiao would definitely end up in the hospital. Alright, let's leave it at that. Mr. Su, I hope nothing like this happens again in Xiantang. Su Jinnan nodded in agreement. Understood. Li Jian didn't say anything else. He took Xiao Mangmang's hand and led her outside. Mom, let's go. Only after they got into the Mercedes S. Did Xiao Mangmang start to process what had just happened. Was it real? These were powerful figures she could barely even meet before. She turned to look at Li Jian's profile, feeling that he was more mysterious than ever. Shouyan, how did you do all this? Shouyan. Hearing Zhao Mangmang call him, Li Jian turned his head. Mom, what is it? Zhao Mangmang clasped her slender fingers together. Mom wants to ask you, how did you do it? Li Jian started the car and headed toward the high-speed rail station. I have some connections with Mr. Su, so if you ever have any issues, you can ask him for help. Li Jian didn't go into detail. His journey back to the past was a secret he and Xiaoli would take to the grave. No one could ever know, not even the people closest to him. Zhao Mangmang didn't press further. She was a very understanding woman who never put others in awkward situations. If someone didn't want to talk about something, she never pushed. However, in her heart, Li Jian's image had become even more mysterious. Aren't you staying in Zhejiang for a few more days? There are still many places to visit. I happen to have a lot of free time lately. Li Jian shook his head. His priority now was preparing for his return to the past. There was too much to do, and he had no interest in traveling anymore. Mom, I have things to take care of. I can't be away from Modu for too long, and besides, Xiaoting just started school, she'll definitely run into a lot of issues. Dreaming is always busy. You wouldn't want Xiaoting to have no one to turn to, right? Zhao Mangmang understood that Li Jian really had to leave. Then go take care of your things first. Mom will visit you later. Li Jian glanced at Zhao Mangmang, then drove straight to the high-speed rail station. After parking, Zhao Mangmang got out as well, intending to see him off. Mom, your ankle is still healing, no need to send me off. If it still hurts, remember to massage it gently. Li Jian reminded her. After he left, Zhao Mangmang got back into the car, changed into her flat shoes, and watched his figure disappear into the distance. She felt that Li Jian had too many secrets. He was nothing like the ordinary young man she once knew. Upon arriving in Modu, Li Jian sent a message to his driver. When he got off the train, old Zhan was already waiting at the station entrance. Take me home. Sitting in the back seat, Li Jian checked his WeChat messages. Lu Xiaoyan, brother, some guys at school were trying to pursue Xiaoting, but I blocked them. Song Jinjin also sent him some updates. Both of them were keeping potential suitors away from Ji Zitten. That made Li Jian feel like his past investments in them weren't wasted. Tomorrow, when he visited the school, he would get them a set of cosmetics as a thank you gift. And then there was Joe Mangmang. Li Jian thought for a moment and sent Song Jinjin a message. How's Joe Mangmang doing? Song Jinjin, brother, she's really shy, kind of introverted, and doesn't talk much. A lot of guys have been pursuing her, but she never speaks to them. Once, a guy kept chasing her for her contact info. If I hadn't stepped in, she would have cried. Li Jian, please keep an eye on her. She's my classmate's little sister, so I see her as my own little sister too. Song Jinjin, don't worry, brother. Are you coming to school soon? Li Jian, I should be there tomorrow. Then, he sent Ji Zitten a message. Ting Ting, I'll visit you at school tomorrow. Ji Zitten replied instantly, really? Brother, I've been waiting for you for so long. You're finally coming. I have military training now, so I can't chat. Talk later. She attached a cute sticker to the message. Seeing the sticker, Li Jian smiled softly. After arriving home, Li Jian rested for a while to prepare for the upcoming tasks. I need to start a company, at least on the surface, to cover things up. Since I'll be living in Modu most of the time, I need to build a solid network here first. Li Jian began researching prominent figures in his district. Then, he called a law firm. After their last successful cooperation, Haoyi law firm readily agreed to help. Although the people Li Jian wanted to investigate were powerful, he was only asking for old records, which wasn't a problem at all. After hanging up, Li Jian continued gathering information. If I want to make money quickly, the futures market is the best bet. Leverage can generate insane returns. Li Jian started memorizing past market trends. He mainly focused on international markets. Since domestic markets had too many restrictions, not suitable for someone like him, who had information advantages. Aside from massive opportunities, he didn't plan to gamble. His goal was to earn a few $100 million, so as long as he followed the trend, there would be no real risk. By the time it was past 8 p.m., Li Jian felt hungry. He closed his laptop, planning to find a restaurant for dinner. If I'm going to buy a car, I might as well start with a Ferrari. Just as he was about to head out, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Li, are you home? At first, Li Jian thought it was Ji Mingting or Ji Zitten, but the voice sounded unfamiliar. Opening the door, he saw a young woman in a bank uniform. She immediately made an impression on him. She had the classic coconut tree figure, a Kavya beauty that had become trendy online, with netizens joking that the brand's CEO had never changed his aesthetic preference. Slightly plump, but not overweight. A lively face, an incredibly full figure, slim in the right places, curvy in others. And you are? The woman took out her work ID. Mr. Li, I'm Su Xianxian, your personal banking assistant. Su Xianxian was very enthusiastic. Li Jian suddenly remembered. Sun Biao had mentioned a newly graduated university student who would be his private banker. He had added her on WeChat but never followed up. He hadn't expected her to show up in person today. Come in. Su Xianxian didn't step inside. No need, Mr. Li. I just came to deliver your CCB black card. And also, I made you dinner. If you need anything at the bank, just send me a message on WeChat. And if you ever need personal help, feel free to ask me too. Li Jian glanced at Su Xianxian. Personal help too? Su Xianxian nodded. Sun Biao had told her many times. If she could secure Li Jian as a client, she'd be in line for a manager position. That opportunity thrilled her. Just message me if you need anything. I won't disturb you further. Bye-bye. She flashed a sweet smile and turned to leave. Closing the door, Li Jian couldn't get Su Xianxian out of his mind. In this era where pale and slim was the mainstream ideal, this coconut tree beauty had a unique charm. Su Xianxian had brought dinner. Li Jian sat down and took a bite. It tasted surprisingly good. Then, he filled out a car purchase request on a luxury auto app. Within 5 minutes, a Ferrari sales representative called. Hello, sir. Are you interested in purchasing a Ferrari? That's right. Li Jian had already made up his mind to buy a Ferrari. He had never driven a supercar before. These things didn't belong to ordinary people. And naturally, they had nothing to do with him before. Now that he could fulfill his past wishes, He wanted to accomplish them one by one. "Mr. Lee, what time will you be available tomorrow?" The voice on the phone was gentle, clearly belonging to a beautiful woman. Of course, in today's society, most beautiful women were concentrated in high-end sales or live streaming, so this wasn't surprising. "I'll come over whenever I have time tomorrow." The woman on the phone remained soft-spoken. "Mr. Lee, I'll be waiting for you. Just give me a call before you arrive, and I'll come greet you right away. Remember, my name is Su Bebe." The next day, when Li Jian woke up, it was already past 10. Yesterday had been busy, but now, without the pressure of work, he could arrange his time as he pleased. Out of habit, he checked his WeChat. He saw a message from Joe Mangmang. "I heard that Zhou Xiao was hospitalized with a stomach perforation. Because of serious complications, he's still under ICU observation. Li Jian, serves him right. Who told him to harass you?" Surprisingly, Zhao Manman replied instantly. That was different from before when she used to take a long time to respond. But she only sent a WeChat emoji, one of a sly smile. Putting down his phone. In Zhejiang, Zhao Manman put down her phone after sending the emoji. She felt a strange sense of security. She had always thought of Li Jian as just a child. Back when Ji Mingting wanted to marry him, she had opposed it. But now, it seemed that Li Jian wasn't just an ordinary young man. Unknowingly, he had grown into something much greater, so mysterious that she couldn't see through him, couldn't grasp him. In the future, she would do everything she could to restore his marriage with Mingting. In the afternoon, when Li Jian's car arrived at the Ferrari dealership, a young woman in a black business suit hurried out from inside. Her hair was neatly tied up, yet she looked incredibly beautiful, a hairstyle that most women couldn't pull off. But for her, it was effortless. Her long, black-stockinged legs were particularly eye-catching. "Mr. Lee, is that you? I'm Su Bebe. We spoke on the phone." "That's me." Li Jian stepped out of the car. "Come with me, I'll show you our Ferraris. We've recently got some new models in. For example, the Ferrari 296, a plug-in hybrid. It goes from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.9 seconds. You know, electric cars are very popular now. So many supercars are using electric motors to boost power." From a distance, Li Jian spotted a very sleek blue Ferrari. The design was slightly different from older Ferrari models, but it still looked stunning. "For my first supercar, I'd prefer a classic model, like the 458 or 488. Li Jian wasn't short on money. He would be buying many supercars in the future. But today was about fulfilling a dream. Back then, the Ferrari models he saw most often online were the 458 and 488. "Then follow me." In the showroom, there were other customers browsing as well, but Li Jian paid no attention to them. "Mr. Li?" Hearing someone call his name, he turned around and was surprised to see someone familiar. Previously, when he was buying a sedan, he had visited an Audi dealership. It was this woman, Monk, who had helped him. Monk was equally shocked. So, the person Su Bebe had mentioned was actually him. Back then, she had underestimated his capabilities. "I remember you. You're the Audi saleswoman, Monk." Li Jian recalled their last encounter. "You still remember me?" Monk playfully brushed her hair aside. Dressed in a black business suit and a short skirt, she exuded a flirtatious charm. "Aren't you an Audi salesperson? Why are you here at Ferrari?" Li Jian was puzzled. "Bebe and I are classmates. After graduation, we both went into car sales. I work at Audi, and she's at Ferrari. Today's my day off, so I came to wait for her to finish work. I didn't expect to run into you, Mr. Li." Li Jian continued browsing the cars. "This one looks nice. What model is it?" Su Bebe introduced it. "This is the Ferrari SF90. It doesn't have as long a history as the 458 or 488. It's probably not in your consideration." Li Jian walked past the SF90. In the future, he planned to buy an entire set of Ferraris, both the new models derived from classics and the classic models themselves. He intended to collect them all. After all, he had the means. Why settle for just one new model or one classic model? Why not have everything? After careful comparison, Li Jian decided on the Ferrari 488. Hearing this, Su Bebe finally relaxed. This deal was going through. "Mr. Li, this model is priced at 4.5 million, but since it's been on the market for a while, I can offer you a special discount." As she spoke, she leaned in close to Li Jian's ear. Her voice was soft and gentle, and he could feel the warmth of her breath. "Then, I'll take it, full payment." The price she offered was indeed fair. Watching from the side, Monk was filled with envy. He made a decision that easily? Mr. Li, feel free to invite me out when you have time. In this hot weather, I love eating cold treats. Li Ziyan didn't take her words seriously. He was buying the car purely because the price was good. He had no interest in women who threw themselves at him so easily. Some things, once caught, had no cure. We'll see. Humunk noticed that Li Ziyan wasn't interested in women who were too forward. She had never had a boyfriend before. Maybe she had a chance? His financial capability far exceeded her imagination. Last time, he had bought $1 million luxury car. Now, just a few days later, he was buying a Ferrari. His true power was impossible to predict. After subtly hinting at Li Ziyan, Su Beibei went off to handle the paperwork. Li Ziyan found a place to sit and checked WeChat. Ji Zitten, brother, when are you coming to school? I'm in military training. It's so hot. I put on a thick layer of sunscreen. Attached was a group photo with Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin. Li Ziyan replied, don't worry, Xiaoting. I'll be there in about an hour. Ji Zitten, I'll be waiting for you. She followed up with a cute sticker. Then Lu Xiaoyan sent a message. Brother, are you driving the same car as last time? I want to take more pictures in the front seat. You guys keep talking about driving. What do you mean? I'm so confused. Can someone explain? Li Ziyan didn't refuse Lu Xiaoyan's request. Li Ziyan, alright, you can take pictures then. The car is arriving today. Lu Xiaoyan, okay, brother. But this afternoon, Mangmang wasn't feeling well, so she didn't come to military training. I forgot to tell you. I only remembered after Zitten mentioned you were coming. Both Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin knew that Li Ziyan cared about Joe Mangmang. He looked at her as if she were his little sister. Li Ziyan, got it. Putting down his phone, Li Ziyan soon saw Su Beibei walking over. Mr. Li, just sign here and make the payment. Our staff will handle the temporary license plate. You'll be able to drive off shortly. After paying, it didn't take long before Li Ziyan's Ferrari 488 was ready to hit the road. Alright, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Looking at his brand new Ferrari, Li Ziyan found it quite pleasing to the eye. Mr. Li, feel free to contact me if you need anything. I will. Humunk also sweetly bid him farewell. After Li Ziyan left, Su Beibei looked excited. This is a huge commission. Monk, do you think I have a chance of becoming Mrs. Li? Humunk shook her head. I think it's unlikely. You literally hinted at wanting to eat something cold that was way too obvious. That might work on some nouveau riche or your ex-boyfriend. But Mr. Li is young, wealthy, and handsome. Do you really think he likes women throwing themselves at him? He's probably long tired of that approach. Su Beibei felt a little disappointed. She had been too impulsive earlier. By the way, didn't you want to quit? Why not join us as a saleswoman? It's so boring here. All my female colleagues are scheming gold diggers. All they think about is catching a rich man or selling cars. The competition was already fierce, so if she could bring Mumunk in, they could at least team up. I'll think about switching to another industry. I did graduate from a top university, after all. Audi's sales are way behind Mercedes-Benz now, and I don't want to stay. The roar of the Ferrari's engine made Li Ziyan feel as if his blood was burning. Only by driving a supercar could one truly experience that unique joy that belonged to men. Few men could resist the allure of supercars. After about 10 minutes, Li Ziyan arrived at Chenda Plaza. After parking, he went upstairs and bought 4 sets of cosmetics. Of course, the best and most expensive set was for Ji Zitten. He knew exactly who was truly important. Then, he picked out a pink dress that reached about knee length. He also chose a pair of white flat shoes. These were for Joe Mangmang. Last time, her outfit was way too plain. After browsing for a while, he bought a white t-shirt and a black pleated skirt. He also picked out a pure white suit set and a pair of 5 cm high heels. Only then did he stop. That girl, Joe Mangmang, had a personality that made him fond of her. She was completely different from her sister, Joe Lily. Joe Mangmang had a clear people-pleasing personality. She was extremely afraid of troubling others. She was also socially anxious. Without proper guidance, she could even develop into a reclusive state. Her life lacked love. Just as he was about to check out, he suddenly received a video call from someone who triggered a deep-seated fear in his genes. When he answered, a delicate face appeared on the screen. Li Yuxian, why are you calling me? Li Yuxian, my ass. It's Wu Yuxian. I'm not even on your household registration. A slightly annoyed voice came from the other side. Would you dare say that to mom and dad? Wu Yuxian immediately fell silent. No, I wouldn't. Li Jian, are you shopping for clothes? For your sister-in-law? Li Jian thought for a moment and replied. I'm divorced from Ming Ting. Wu Yuxian had grown up with him. She had lived in his home since childhood. Her parents were close friends of his parents, but when she was 5, they had an accident. With no other relatives, Wu Yuxian was taken in by his family. Because the adoption paperwork was never finalized, her household registration wasn't transferred. Ever since this girl, who was 1 month older than him, came to his house, his throne had turned into a little brother's seat. She took over his room, forcing him to live in the small study. She took his toys, and when he once tried to act like her older brother, she beat him up several times. Since then, he developed a psychological shadow. In front of Wu Yuxian, he never dared to speak loudly. It was pure bloodline suppression. As a child, he had absolutely hated Wu Yuxian. But later, he slowly realized Wu Yuxian genuinely cared about him. His parents were strict and rigid due to their bureaucratic background. Whenever they were about to punish him, Wu Yuxian would always step in to shield him. She saved up her pocket money to buy him the game consoles, MP4 players, and phones he wanted. Back then, the only reason he could play with those things was because of this adopted sister. His parents controlled his pocket money too tightly. Of course, the two of them still fought every day. They couldn't see each other without bickering. When Wu Yuxian reached her teenage years, their parents wanted to transfer her household registration, but she strongly opposed it. She insisted she didn't want to change her last name, but this was her real home. Li Jiyan had never understood why she did that. For years, he kept calling her Li Yuxian, but she stubbornly insisted on Wu Yuxian. Deep down, she clearly loved this family very much. You got divorced? What happened? How could you make such a big decision without consulting me? Wu Yuxian had recently curled her hair into large waves, which fell over her chest. She looked noticeably anxious. Lu Xiaoyan also had big waves, but compared to Wu Yuxian, she was nowhere near as stunning. After all, it depended on a person's aura and appearance. And Wu Yuxian had both at the highest level. Her D36 figure only enhanced her dominant, mature presence. She probably thought I was too poor. That's why we divorced. Don't worry, Li Yuxian, it was a peaceful divorce. I don't mind at all. Li Jiyan was telling the truth. Before, it would have been hard for him to move on. But now that he could go back in time, all the negativity had disappeared. He no longer cared about the past. He could now live the life he truly wanted. That woman. Never mind that. My birthday is coming up soon, Li Jiyan, you little brat, get your ass to Wancheng. Celebrate my birthday with me. Hearing this woman, who had tormented him since childhood, Li Jiyan knew he had to go home. Got it, Li Yuxian. It's Wu Yuxian. Stop calling me that. Curious, Li Jiyan asked. Jia. Why do you speak with such a Sichuanchongqing accent now? You keep saying stuff like brat and damn it. And it's mixed with Mandarin, it doesn't even sound authentic. Hearing that, Wu Yuxian returned to her usual tone. I studied in Sichuanchongqing for 3 years, did my internship there, and worked there for 2 years after graduation. It's normal to pick up some of the accent. Besides, the Sichuanchongqing accent is actually pretty nice, don't you think, cutie? When she called in cutie in that third-tone Sichuanchongqing dialect, Li Jiyan almost got goosebumps. Was this really the same woman who used to ruthlessly suppress him during childhood and adolescence? Alright, Jia, don't worry. I'll definitely be back in Wancheng before your birthday. Wu Yuxian nodded. Alright then, be good and come back soon. I have a gift for you. The gentle expression on her face suddenly disappeared. If you don't come back, I'll smash your head in, you little brat. Li Jiyan. After hanging up the video call, Wu Yuxian looked at the Mercedes C in front of her. This was the gift she had bought for Li Jiyan. Even though they had fought since childhood, her favorite person had always been this little brat who grew up with her. When Li Jiyan got married, she had cried for a long time. She bought this car as a gift for him because she knew his current car was old and worn out. The 300,000 plus yuan for the car came from the pocket money she had saved since childhood, as well as money earned from part-time jobs in college, summer work, and later, extra projects in programming while working full-time. After years of hard work, she bought this Mercedes C, planning to give it to her good boy on her birthday. Saving up to buy things for Li Jiyan seemed to have become a habit for Wu Yuxian. Yuxian, aren't you afraid you won't get married after buying such an expensive car for Li Jiyan? People might think you're a gold digger, sister. A classmate next to her sounded concerned. Wu Yuxian shook her head. Gold digger sisters spend their husband's money on their little brothers. I'm using my own money. Besides, I never planned to get married. If I got married and spent money on Xiaoyan, the in-laws would definitely be unhappy.
So, I'd rather not bring trouble to anyone. Her classmate, Lu Qingya, tried persuading her again, hoping she would live for herself. But Wu Yuxian simply listened quietly. She wasn't even from Sichuan-Chongqing, so learning to talk like a Sichuan-Chongqing girl was hard. She had practiced the gentle good boy in a third tone for a long time. As Li Jiyan drove his Ferrari to the school entrance, many passers-by took out their phones to record. The attention this car attracted was far greater than his previous million-yuan luxury car. After getting out of the car, Old Sun carried the cosmetics and clothes Li Jiyan had bought and walked toward the school. From a distance, Li Jiyan could hear the cadences of military training chants on the field. Upon reaching the field, he quickly spotted Ji Zitten. She had applied a thick layer of sunscreen, so much that she looked particularly pale from afar. It was clear that this girl was afraid of getting tanned. Like Joe Mangmang, she cared a lot about maintaining her fair skin. That's why she was so meticulous about sun protection. The entire row was filled with long legs, but Ji Zitten's legs had the best shape. She had the most beautiful legs Li Jiyan had ever seen. Next to her were Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin, while Joe Mangmang, being sick, was still in the dormitory. Seeing Li Jiyan arrive, Ji Zitten seized a moment when the female instructor wasn't looking and waved at him. Her face couldn't hide her sweet smile. Li Jiyan waved back in acknowledgement. After a while, he signaled that he was heading to the dormitory. Ji Zitten stole another quick wave at him. At the entrance of dormitory building 11. As expected, the dorm supervisor stopped Li Jiyan. Old Sun quickly used the power of cash. My sister is on the first floor. I'm just dropping something off and will leave right away. The dorm supervisor beamed with delight. At room 102, Li Jiyan knocked on the door. Soon, it opened, and Joe Mangmang timidly peeked out. As always, she had her hair tied into twin ponytails. Because of her thick hair, her ponytails cascaded behind her shoulders, making her look incredibly cute. Brother, seeing Li Jiyan, her excitement was obvious. I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to check on you. What happened? Li Jiyan placed the cosmetics on Song Jinjin and Lu Xiaoyan's desks. Watching him bring gifts, Joe Mangmang looked visibly nervous. I'm actually fine. It's just that being around so many people scares me, so I took sick leave. Li Jiyan sighed. In this era, it was hard to believe that such a beautiful girl was socially anxious. Mangmang, I noticed you never wear makeup. Try using these cosmetics. You can have Song Jinjin and the others teach you how to do makeup later. And these clothes, your outfits are way too plain. You're so beautiful, it's a waste. These colorful and stylish clothes suit you well. Ji Zitten could do makeup, but she wasn't particularly skilled at it. Makeup. I can't accept these things from you. Li Jiyan had expected this. For someone with social anxiety and a people-pleasing personality like Joe Mangmang, it was hard for her to accept gifts. No, you have to. Just think of me as your dad. A dad giving his daughter presents is perfectly normal, isn't it? From the way she acted, Li Jiyan felt like Joe Mangmang's mental age was around 12 or 13. Dad, she blurted it out instinctively. In her mind, Li Jiyan was exactly like the father she had always dreamed of. For a moment, she imagined what it would feel like if he really were her dad. That feeling, it was so warm and happy. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over. Li Jiyan was taken aback. This girl really lacked love. She longed for someone strong to care for her. That's why she had such an instinctive reaction. Still, the way she called him sounded very pleasant. Looking at her twin ponytails, Li Jiyan couldn't resist patting her head. Say it again? Dad. Daddy. Her voice was filled with shyness. Yet, she felt incredibly ashamed. She had actually called Li Jiyan daddy. And when he asked her to say it again, she had done it. Deep down, she really wanted to. But how could she shamelessly say that? Joe Mangmang quickly went back to her desk. She sat down and buried her face in her arms, sobbing softly. You tricked me into calling you daddy. You're bullying me. Li Jiyan could already guess that Joe Mangmang's parents probably didn't care about her at all. Long-term lack of social interaction had caused her extreme low self-esteem. That's why she had become like this. Alright, stop crying. You were the one who called me daddy first. Li Jiyan gently patted Joe Mangmang's back and tugged at her twin ponytails. Joe Mangmang started crying even harder. Li Jiyan knew that the more he talked at this moment, the more likely she would break down. It was better to just let her vent. After a long while, Joe Mangmang finally stopped crying. Alright, Mangmang, these are gifts from me to you. Just accept them. In the future, I'll be counting on you to keep me updated on Xiaoting's situation at school. Joe Mangmang lifted her head, her eyes slightly red. No. I can't take your things.
Even last time, when Li Jian treated them to a meal, Joe Mangmang had felt guilty, not knowing how she could ever repay him.
Then let's do this, consider these things as me selling them to you. You can pay me back later. If you refuse, I'll have to make a trip back to Huizhou. I bought all of these in Huizhou. As someone with a people-pleasing personality, Joe Mangmang was terrified of troubling others. Hearing that these items were from Huizhou, she hesitated and looked at Li Jian. That far? Going back is too much trouble. How much is it? Li Jian casually named a number. Altogether, about 1,000 yuan. I know you're a student and don't have much money, so you can pay me in installments. Let's call it the Jian loan. A somewhat naive Joe Mangmang blinked at him and seriously asked, what's the interest rate? Li Jian. Right, someone like Joe Mangmang would actually take this seriously. He decided to tease her a little. The interest rate, let's say 1% per month. You can pay it off in a year. Joe Mangmang did the math. This was definitely a high-interest loan. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't bring herself to say no. Alright, just kidding. You can just slowly pay me back 1,000 yuan. Take good care of these things. Try to change yourself a little. Joe Mangmang lifted her head and stared at Li Jian for a while, as if deep in thought. Then, can you step outside for a moment? I'll change my clothes. Li Jian stepped out of the dorm room and waited at the door of room 102. A long time passed before a timid voice came from inside. Brother, I'm ready. Li Jian walked in and saw Joe Mangmang wearing the white t-shirt and black pleated skirt. The t-shirt was quite form-fitting, and only then did he realize. This girl was also a C+ in terms of proportions. Li Jian didn't particularly dislike poor girls. Whether it was mature women, young girls, or elegant ladies, he liked them all. But the key wasn't the type, it was looks and figure. Like Ji Zitten, Joe Mangmang still had room to grow. And with this outfit, her waist looked even more slender. Ji Zitten, at 173 centimeters, had the most perfect legs he had ever seen. Joe Mangmang's fair, flawless legs made it hard for Li Jian to look away. Do I look good? Joe Mangmang asked softly. You look great. Noticing that Li Jian was staring at her legs, Joe Mangmang instinctively covered them with her hands. Mangmang, they look so good, why cover them? Besides, this outfit isn't revealing at all. The real short skirts are only about 10 centimeters long. Joe Mangmang sat down, still not daring to look at Li Jian. But deep down, she was secretly hoping he would ask her to call him daddy again. Lowering her head, she stared at the cosmetics in front of her. She had no idea how much time had passed when Ji Zitten and the others finally returned. Lu Xiaoyan said, Brother, you're here. Yeah. Li Jian nodded. This set of cosmetics is so complete. Song Jinjin noticed a brand new set of cosmetics on her desk. These are for you. I told you before, I'll cover all of the dorm's cosmetics until you graduate. Hearing this, Song Jinjin and Lu Xiaoyan immediately accepted the cosmetics without hesitation. Brother, men who spend money are so handsome. Thank you. Both of them praised him while happily accepting the gifts. After all, when it came to protecting Ji Zitten, they had put in a lot of effort. Mangmang, your new outfit today looks really nice. Your legs are so white. You always used to wear thick pajamas before. Being complimented by Song Jinjin, Joe Mangmang lowered her head, too nervous to respond. Brother, I'm going to take a shower. Mangmang, let's go together. In this hot weather, after military training, they were eager to freshen up. They grabbed their toiletries and towels, ready to head to the first floor showers. Brother, didn't you park your car near the dorm today? Lu Xiaoyan, holding a basket of toiletries, asked. Li Jian sat in Ji Zitten's chair. I parked at the school entrance. Brother, later I'm definitely going to take some good pictures. Li Jian replied, Alright, go take your shower. I'll head out first and wait for you at the entrance. We'll have dinner together later. After waiting in the car for half an hour, Ji Zitten, Joe Mangmang, and the others finally came out. Brother! Ji Zitten was in the lead, walking toward his million-yuan car. But when she got closer, she only saw old Sun there. Joe Mangmang and the others also arrived. Master Sun, where's my brother? Old Sun pointed to a Ferrari not far away. That's the new car Mr. Li bought. Hearing this, the four of them followed his gaze. A Ferrari. And a brand new one. Lu Xiaoyan was so excited she could barely contain herself. Brother, you bought a new car again? Walking over to the left side of the Ferrari, Ji Zitten saw Li Jian rolling down the window and asked in surprise. Yeah, I just picked it up today. In that moment, Ji Zitten couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for him. Brother, how much did this Ferrari cost? Li Jiyan didn't give an exact number. A little under 5 million. That response made Lu Xiaoyan and the others feel like they could only look up to him. Brother, this car cost 5 million? I used to think my uncle was rich for driving an Audi A6, but compared to you, that's nothing. At this moment, Song Jinjin felt as if her worldview had expanded. For ordinary people, a luxury car was already considered something incredible. A 4 to 500,000 yuan car was beyond what most could even imagine. Yet Li Jiyan had spent 5 million on a single car. Joe Mangmang stayed silent. Li Jiyan noticed that she had wrapped herself up tightly again. Mangmang, didn't I buy you new clothes? Why are you wearing your old ones again? Joe Mangmang lowered her head and whispered, I'm not used to it. Give me some time. Seeing her like this, Li Jiyan didn't push further. She had dressed conservatively for so many years. It would take time for her to get used to showing her legs and arms. Brother, let's go eat barbecue tonight. It's been so long since I had it. Hearing Ji Zitan's suggestion, Li Jiyan nodded. Get in. Zitan, you ride with me. The three of you go with Master Sunday. Ji Zitan sat in the passenger seat of his Ferrari 488 and buckled her seatbelt. In the back seat of the sedan, Joe Mangmang stared at the Ferrari, full of envy. But what she envied wasn't the Ferrari. It was Ji Zitan. Li Jiyan treated her so well. She had someone to pamper her, but Joe Mangmang had no one. Her mind drifted back to when Li Jiyan had asked her to call him daddy. Deep down, she truly wished there was a man like him who could take control of her. Joe Mangming's face instantly turned red. Was she really chasing after Li Jiyan? There's no such thing as a girl chasing a guy. Joe Mangming's voice was very soft. Seeing her flushed face, Lu Xiaoyan reacted as if she had discovered a new continent. Jinjin, look, Mangmang is blushing. A man like Yan Ji is so outstanding. There must be so many girls who want to take the initiative to chase after him. If you take the initiative, you might have some hope. If you don't, then there's definitely no chance. Brother, what exactly do you do? You can even afford a Ferrari. My sister definitely didn't know you were this rich. Otherwise, she wouldn't have divorced you. Li Jiyan said, I started a company. I've made some money recently, but I can't tell you the details for now. Hearing this, Ji Zhiting didn't ask further, but her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Li Jiyan. In a few days, I'll come by again. Isn't your dream to open a milk tea shop? I plan to rent a storefront near the school and open a big milk tea shop for you. Hearing this, Ji Zhiting was overjoyed. Brother, then I'll transfer the money to you. Xiaoting, I know you've always seen me as family. When you wanted to give me the pocket money you've saved over the years, in my heart, you became the most important person in my life. So don't talk to me about money. Just keep it in your heart. This milk tea shop is mine and yours. In the future, if I need you for anything, just don't run away. Ji Zhiting nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. I understand, brother. You will always be my closest person, just like our mom. The way I cherish mom is the way I cherish you. Li Jiyan followed the navigation and stopped in front of a restaurant called Baishanjia Charcoal Grill. The Ferrari 488 was still the center of attention here. This restaurant was much lower in cost and class compared to the one they had dined at last time. As soon as they got out of the car, Lu Xiaoyan eagerly ran up to the Ferrari to take pictures. Li Jiyan got out and said, you can take pictures inside the car. He handed the car keys to Lao Sun, telling him to lock the car later. Inside the restaurant, Li Jiyan and Ji Zhiting sat down. Joe Mangmang, who was dressed very conservatively, had a flushed face. Ji Zhiting noticed and reached out to touch her, exclaiming, Mangmang, why is your face so hot? Do you have a fever? And no. She lowered her head, her face red, and ran to the restroom. After coming out, Joe Mangmang washed her face with cold water several times before she finally started to feel normal again. Not far away, a waiter carrying a kettle accidentally tripped over a chair and stumbled forward toward Joe Mangmang. Without thinking, Li Jiyan stood up and shielded her. He stopped the waiter from falling, but a lot of warm water spilled onto him. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm really sorry. The waiter apologized repeatedly. Joe Mangmang's vision blurred. No one had ever stood in front of her like this to protect her. It's okay. The weather's hot, it'll dry soon. Li Jiyan didn't mind and pulled Joe Mangmang back to her seat. One by one, the ingredients for the barbecue were served. Joe Mangmang looked at Li Jiyan, who had been so gentle toward her. The incident kept replaying in her mind. Li Jiyan's figure was so tall and broad, just like how she imagined her father would be. He could protect her so well. Over half an hour later, they left the barbecue restaurant. Li Jiyan was still driving Ji Zhiting.
Brother, the cosmetics you gave me seem much fancier than theirs.
Looking at Ji Zhiding in the passenger seat, Li Jian pinched her cheek.
Of course. You're truly family, so of course, your treatment is different.
Otherwise, why didn't I buy them milk tea shops too? Ji Zhiding felt very happy inside.
Brother, then don't forget to come in a few days. Of course. Li Jian pinched her cheek again.
After dropping everyone back at school, Li Jian drove his Ferrari home. It was already past 8 p.m. I wonder if I can go back tonight. Either way, I should prepare. Li Jian went to his study and reviewed some previous documents. At 9 p.m.,
a message came from Howie Law Firm on WeChat. It was a set of documents. Since they had already collaborated before, the firm now sent the documents directly. These are the files on the major figures in this district. Li Jian carefully examined them. And I need to prepare connections in Zhiding's district too. That way, things will be easier to handle at school. Li Jian sent over another request for information on a specific person and transferred the payment. A quick OK hand emoji was sent back. This time, the speed was impressive. Within 2 hours, the requested documents arrived. Li Jian carefully reviewed them. Just as he was about to close his laptop and return to the past, a video call notification popped up on WeChat. It was Joe Mangmang. Li Jian wasn't surprised. She had been interacting with him more frequently lately. Soon, Joe Mangmang's delicate face appeared on the screen. Mom, it's so late. What's the matter? How's the beauty salon doing? The beauty salon is all thanks to you. It's now running smoothly, and many rich ladies are coming for treatments. I'll visit you after some time. Li Jian nodded, but he could tell something was on her mind. Mom, is there something else bothering you? You can tell me. There's no need to separate elder and younger when it comes to these things. Zhao Manman recalled their time at West Lake. She had felt so relaxed that day. And Li Jian was so filial, he had massaged her ankle for so long without complaining. Alright, then I'll tell you. I feel like your Uncle Ji has been acting strange lately. Li Jian's heart skipped a beat. Had she found out? Could Zhao Manman handle the truth? What happened? Recently, he's been staying out a lot. Li Jian paused for a moment before saying, maybe he's just busy with work. Zhao Manman shook her head. He's always been busy, but he would still come home at least once. But ever since you left last time, he hasn't come home at all. I suspect he might be cheating. But then she reconsidered. Cheating? That was something normal people did. But Ji Yunhai, was he even normal? If Uncle Ji is cheating, what would you do? Zhao Manman fell silent, a bit lost and unsure. Clearly, she hadn't considered what she would do if it were true. Li Jian could see the turmoil in her expression. It would be a huge blow to her. This wasn't something she could handle right now. She needed time to process it. If she continued to suspect, she would gradually be mentally prepared. If he cheated, I would never tolerate it. When it comes to morality, I have zero tolerance. Li Jian comforted Zhao Manman. Don't overthink it, Mom. Just observe for now. Maybe it's not as bad as you imagine. Zhao Manman nodded gently. Go to bed early. Staying up late is bad for your health. I got it, Mom. Li Jian noticed something from Zhao Manman's expression. There was no doubt that this was a heavy blow to her. This matter needed to be carefully planned out. Some things were too much for Zhao Manman to handle right now. She needed time to process it slowly, to let herself gradually grow suspicious. That way, she would naturally start preparing herself mentally. If he cheated, I definitely wouldn't tolerate it. When it comes to morality, I absolutely cannot compromise. Li Jian comforted Zhao Manman. It's okay, Mom, don't overthink it. Just observe for now. Maybe things aren't as bad as you imagine. Zhao Manman gently nodded. Then go to bed early. It's already very late. Young people shouldn't stay up too late. It's bad for your health. Li Jian, I got it, Mom. In dorm 102, Joe Mangmang kept thinking about what had happened during the day. Li Jian's back when he stood in front of her was so tall, so strong. It made Joe Mangmang feel a sense of security she had never felt before. Lu Xiaoyan. She softly called out, and just as Lu Xiaoyan was about to climb into bed in her pajamas, she stopped. What's wrong, Mangmang? Do guys like this kind of outfit that shows off the legs? Isn't it too revealing? Lu Xiaoyan sat down, lowering her voice so she wouldn't disturb the others. Mangmang, this isn't revealing at all. It's just normal clothes. But if you wrap yourself up so tightly, even a dog would avoid you. It's so hot, yet you're dressing like this. Aren't you hot? You need to take the initiative to change yourself. Joe Mangmang nodded. She thought about the moment when Li Jian had looked at her legs before. At that time, his gaze was indeed drawn to them.
Xiaoyan, I want to learn how to do makeup. Can you teach me? Lu Xiaoyan was surprised and pulled up a chair to sit beside Joe Mangmang. Are you serious, Mangmang? You finally want to wear makeup? I feel like I can't stay like this forever. Every girl wears makeup now. I need to start learning too. Lu Xiaoyan said excitedly, I've always wanted to see you with makeup. But honestly, you're so fair-skinned that it won't make a huge difference. I have some tutorial videos saved. I'll send them to you, so you can watch them a few times. Then practice properly. After military training tomorrow, I'll teach you step by step. I'm sure in a few days, you'll get the hang of it. I'll send them to you now. Looking at the makeup products and new clothes on the table, Joe Mangmang suddenly thought of something. Xiaoyan, how much do these makeup products and clothes cost? Yan Ji told me it was 1,000 yuan. Lu Xiaoyan glanced at Joe Mangmang's clothes. He definitely tricked you. Only someone as naive as you would believe that. These makeup products aren't luxury brands, but they're at least 2,000 yuan per set. Plus, the clothes must be over 4,000 in total. Yan Ji really takes care of you. He bought you pretty clothes. I'm so jealous. It's like he treats you as his little sister. Hearing the price, Joe Mangmang started to feel uneasy. 4,000 yuan. How long would it take her to pay that back? Alright, I'm going to sleep now. Watch those beginner videos first. Tomorrow, I'll teach you. Lu Xiaoyan, who was exhausted, climbed into bed. After a while, Joe Mangmang sent Li Jian a WeChat message. Brother, you lied to me, didn't you? Those things cost 4,000 yuan, right? My allowance isn't much, so I'll send you 500 first. I'll pay you back in installments every month. Transferred 500 yuan. By the way, can you tell me where you live? Li Jian had treated her to 2 meals, so Joe Mangmang wanted to repay him somehow. But she knew she couldn't afford meals that expensive, so she thought about cooking for him and bringing food over instead. That way, she would feel more at ease. She anxiously waited for Li Jian's reply. But even after more than half an hour, after lying down in bed, he still hadn't replied. Did he start hating me? Or was it because I asked where he lives? Did he find that rude? Joe Mangmang's mind began racing with anxious thoughts. A hallmark of a people-pleasing personality is overthinking. After a long time, she sent another message to Li Jian. Daddy. Not long after, Li Jian returned to the past once again. As before, he opened a temporary bank account. Then he went to an internet cafe, logged into QQ, and sent a message to Xiaoli. Have you returned from Zhuzhong? A few seconds later, Xiaoli replied. Xiaoli, I'm back, Li Ji. The scenery at West Lake was really nice. But right now, I'm still focused on making money. I have a lot of money in hand, but compared to real rich people, I'm still far behind. Li Jian said, this time, we're going to the futures market to make money. Come to the same internet cafe as last time first. Xiaoli, wait for me. Soon, Li Jian saw Xiaoli arrive at the internet cafe. After buying 2 bottles of iced red tea, Xiaoli also turned on a computer and sat down. Li Ji, are we playing with futures this time? I've heard of it, but I don't really know how it works. The stocks you mentioned before, I haven't even opened an account yet. Li Jian looked at various futures data on the computer. He said, no rush. Right now, I'm looking for a larger market trend in futures. Stocks are more of a long-term investment. They don't move that fast. What we need to do now is short-term trading to accumulate more initial capital. Li Jian kept reading, cross-referencing news and the latest online information. Finally, he analyzed that in the short term, rare earth prices would see a significant drop. Next, we'll short rare earths. Xiaoli asked, are we doing it now? No, we're heading to Modu first. The place I live now is Modu, so we need to prepare in advance. This time, we're going to meet 2 influential people from different districts. Right now, in Modu, there's still small players. They have connections, but they haven't made it big yet. When we get to Modu, we'll find a professional futures company and have them teach you how to operate it. I'm not particularly skilled in this area either. Making around 10 million this time will be enough. Hearing that they were heading to Modu, Xiaoli was also excited. Then, the 2 of them hired a car and headed straight for Modu. After arriving in Modu, Xiaoli curiously looked around. This is the outskirts of Modu, right? That's right. Our business this time is in the suburbs. For futures trading, we'll go to Lujiazui. That's Modu's CBD, the most prosperous area in the entire city. Li Jian thought about Lujiazui, where properties cost hundreds of thousands per square meter. In the past, he had fantasized about buying an apartment there. But later, he realized it was just a fantasy. Alright, let's get to business first. Next, Li Jian repeated the same networking process he had done before in Xiantang district. After successfully building connections, he and Xiaoli took a car to Lujiazui. It's finally done. Li Jian let out a deep breath. After returning, he could handle things in both districts much more easily. Li Ji, once you have experience, handling things becomes much smoother. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Li Jian twisted open a bottle of mineral water. That's right. Next time I come back, I'll have to expand my network in Huizhou as well. It's my hometown, after all. No matter what, I'll still be spending a lot of time there. Wu Yuexian's birthday was coming up. He definitely had to go to one city for that. I think so too. I also need to visit home often. As they chatted, a long time passed. The taxi stopped at the city's boundary. Without a Shanghai license plate, commercial vehicles couldn't enter the city center. The driver was helpless, so the two of them switched to another car. They arrived at the largest futures trading company in Modu. Inside the company, the front desk staff welcomed Li Jian and Xiaoli. Sir, are you here to trade or to open an account? Open an account. Xiaoli deposited 5 million yuan. The manager patiently explained the rules of futures trading to Xiaoli. After a long session, Xiaoli finally grasped it completely. Following Li Jian's advice, he shorted rare earths directly and leveraged it 10x. After leaving the futures company, Xiaoli eagerly anticipated the profits. Alright, we're done. Li Ji, let's take a stroll around Lujiazui. I've seen the Oriental Pearl Tower online so many times. Finally, I get to see it in person today. Li Jian knew himself well at this point, so he didn't refuse. The two of them visited many of the city's bustling places. They explored the Lujiazui three towers one by one. By late night, Lujiazui was still brightly lit. As the business hub of the city, the air was filled with the scent of money and luxury. Luxury cars and high-end residences were everywhere. Walking along the Bund, watching the Huangpu River, Xiaoli was filled with ambition. In the future, I want to own my own luxury home here. And drive all kinds of supercars, Bugatti, Koenigsegg. Surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying life to the fullest. Seeing Xiaoli's emotional expression, Li Jian couldn't help but smile. Honestly, who didn't have dreams like this when they were young? It's just that most people get their edges worn down by reality. He himself was still young, but after just 2 years in society, his mindset had already matured like that of someone in their 30s. Alright, let's check the future's profits. Xiaoli opened the 4S app and checked. He was thrilled. Over 1 million already. If the trend moves fast, it should take just a few days. At this moment, Li Jian felt that he was about to wake up. This time, he had solved 2 networking problems. And he had also done a futures trade. The profits were already enough. It was time to go back. I'm heading back. Remember, once you reach over 10 million in profit, cash out. Don't be too greedy. Futures trading is highly risky. When Li Jian woke up again, it was already past 11. It's so late, but at least I've taken care of the important matters this time. Li Jian glanced at his phone and saw that his contact list had 2 new numbers. One was Mr. Liu from the district where Ji Jiting's school was located. The other was Mr. Sun from his own district. Opening a milk tea shop or starting a company comes with quite a bit of paperwork. His older cousin had once opened a restaurant, so he knew just how tedious the process could be. With these connections, things would be much easier in the future. I'll register the company under Mr. Liu's jurisdiction. It's just a shell company anyway. I just need some accountants to handle my money. And I'll take care of the milk tea shop while I'm at it. However, Li Jian wasn't in a hurry. He planned to first investigate information about Huizhou and expand his connections in one city as well as his hometown. Money and background had to develop together to ensure a secure future. That was the safest approach. After lunch, Li Jian checked his WeChat. Ji Jiting had sent him a selfie from military training. Then, he saw a message from Joe Mangmang. This made him pause for a moment. This girl, why was she calling him daddy again? Was she getting addicted to it? He opened the chat history and saw the money transfer Joe Mangmang had sent him. This girl, she's really so honest, always thinking about repaying me. In this day and age, girls like her were truly rare. Then, Li Jian sent Joe Mangmang his home location. He also added a note with the exact door number. If you ever need to find me, let me know in advance. Right after, he saw a message from Joe Mangmang. It was a frustrated emoji. This made Li Jian feel that Joe Mangmang's mental state might not be great either. She had been dealing with too much. He put down his phone and focused on enjoying his lunch. In the dormitory, Joe Mangmang had barely slept the entire night. She was worried that Li Jian wouldn't talk to her anymore. Even when she called him daddy, he hadn't replied. Didn't he like it when she called him that? But when she saw his message, the worry on her delicate face completely disappeared. It seemed like Li Jiyan was just busy. I got it, Yan Ji. Seeing the message, Joe Mangmang instantly replied. Then, she sent a message to Joe Lily. Sis, can you cook at your place? This time, Joe Lily replied quickly as well. Joe Lily, yes, but I don't have time to cook for you. I just got to work, too busy. Joe Mangmang, that's fine, I just want to borrow the kitchen to cook something. Joe Lily, got someone special? Cooking for your crush? Joe Mangmang, Joe Lily, what's he like? Joe Mangmang, very handsome, very rich. She didn't really know how to describe Li Jiyan, so she put it simply. And it wasn't wrong at all. Joe Lily, that's good. I'll send you my location. The door code is 212451. My room is the one on the far left, and the code is 399933. The kitchen is shared, and all the other tenants are women, so you don't have to worry about safety. Joe Mangmang, got it, sis. Pressing the unlock button, Joe Mangmang felt her heart racing. If she cooked for Li Jiyan, did that count as a confession? For the next few days, Li Jiyan continued preparing wealth-related information. On the third day, he received a text message. His bank account at China Construction Bank had just received a deposit of 23 million yuan, 12 million, credited. This 12 million. This was the largest single amount he had received since returning to the past. This should be the future's profits. The demolition compensation won't come in such a short time. Xiao Li's side has already settled. Li Jiyan opened his bank app and looked at the more than 15 million in cash. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Now, I just have to wait for the demolition compensation to arrive. It's time to set up the company. I should contact Lu Hanqing first. The call connected. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat reserved. Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to call. Li Jiyan looked at the scenery outside the window. I plan to start a company and also open a milk tea shop on the commercial street near the University of Finance. I'll be there later, so help me get it done. Mr. Lu was quite surprised. Did something this minor really require his help? But after thinking about it, he figured that Mr. Li was simply on too high a level to bother with small-time operators. Come over then. I'll be waiting for you at the office. When you arrive, call me, and I'll have someone pick you up. After hanging up, Li Jiyan drove his supercar alone to the office. Upon arrival, he called Lu Hanqing. I've sent someone to wait for you in the lobby. He's wearing a striped shirt. Li Jiyan replied, I'm wearing a blue shirt. Getting out of the car, he suddenly noticed a Volkswagen Magotan parked in the front row. He had seen this car before, once at the bank and again at the Haitian hotel. From his conversations with Sun Biao, he knew it was his car. Parking his own car, he walked toward the building. After only a few steps, he saw Sun Biao walking out, accompanied by Su Xianxian and a uniformed woman in her 30s. Mr. Li, I didn't expect to run into you here. Li Jiyan asked curiously, President Sun, aren't you stationed in Jing district? What brings you to Yangpu district? But you seem to be in a good mood today. Sun Biao lowered his voice and said, no choice, our society runs on personal connections. Without the right relationships, it's impossible to get things done. These two districts are close to each other. Sometimes, handling multiple matters at once is inevitable. I've been seeking help from Mr. Chang for a long time. Today, he finally agreed to assist me, so I'm in a great mood. A real big shot is coming today, Mr. Lu. Since Mr. Chang is hosting Mr. Lu, he told me to leave first. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Li Jiyan pointed to the office building. I'm setting up a company. Hearing this, Sun Biao became even more certain of his previous guess. Li Jiyan was about to make some big financial moves. You're probably not familiar with this place, right? Let me go with you. If anything comes up, I can help. Alright, let's go together. Li Jiyan didn't refuse. Upon entering the lobby, they saw Mr. Chang's secretary already waiting from a distance. Secretary Li, hello. Secretary Li simply nodded coldly, not even acknowledging Sun Biao. Seeing this, Su Xianxian felt somewhat annoyed, but that's just how society worked. Secretary Li quickly noticed the blue shirt Li Jiyan was wearing. He was the only one in the area wearing a blue shirt, so it was obvious. You must be Mr. Li. Li Jiyan looked at the secretary in front of him. That's me. Follow me. Mr. Lu has been waiting for you for quite some time. The enthusiasm in his tone left Su Xianxian completely stunned. Just how terrifying was Li Jiyan's status? Upon reaching the office, Secretary Li carefully pushed the door open. Since it was Mr. Li who had arrived, he did not bother knocking. As soon as the door opened, Lu Hanqing immediately noticed. Li Jian looked exactly like Mr. Li from years ago. The connection between them had to be extremely close. There was no doubt he was Mr. Li's representative. That meant addressing him as Mr. Li was absolutely appropriate. Mr. Li, you're here. Lu Hansheng hurriedly walked up and shook hands with Li Jian. Please, have a seat. For something this small, you actually made a special trip? What kind of company name do you want? After sitting down, Lu Hansheng personally poured tea for Li Jian. Just call it Jian Investment Company. And name the milk tea shop Shoutings Milk Tea Shop. It's a gift for my sister. Since the milk tea shop was for Ji Jiting, that name made sense. Let Chang Siwei handle this. Old Chang, this is Mr. Li's first request. If you mess it up, your future career advancement will be a lot harder. Chang Siwei broke into a cold sweat. I'll handle it right away. Chang Siwei rushed out and came back not long after. Mr. Li, everything has been taken care of. That fast? Li Jian was a bit surprised. But after thinking about it, it wasn't so strange. Most bureaucratic complications were man-made obstacles to begin with. Chang Siwei then turned his gaze to Sun Biao. Sun Biao, you know Mr. Li? The way Chang Siwei smiled made Sun Biao's scalp tingle. Yes, Mr. Li is a valued client of mine. Chang Siwei called over Secretary Li, take care of Mr. Sun's request right now. Sun Biao felt completely overwhelmed. Just from having a slight connection with Li Jian, his issue got resolved instantly? Lu Hanqing then smiled and said, Mr. Li, you really don't have to come in person for things like this. My son runs a hotel here. You should meet him in the future. You can just have him handle minor matters. I'll call him over to introduce you to. For everyday matters, he'll definitely handle them well for you. Li Jian didn't refuse. Lu Hanqing was an influential figure. If this wasn't his first time opening doors, he wouldn't have needed to come personally. For small matters, having his son handle things was far more convenient. He needed a practical assistant in this place. 10 minutes later, a Porsche 911 pulled up outside. A young man in his 30s, exuding confidence, hurried upstairs. Mr. Li, you must be Mr. Li. Lu Yeping was extremely respectful, afraid of making any mistakes. Mr. Li, my name is Lu Yeping. You can just call me Yeping. In the future, if you have any matters in these nearby districts, just call me, and I guarantee they'll be handled smoothly. Li Jian acknowledged him with a brief greeting. Now, they knew each other. Since you'll be working for Mr. Li from now on, Yeping, Lu Hanqing said cautiously, Mr. Li's milk tea shop is opening soon, you handle it. He knew that Li Jian couldn't be too high profile when opening a company, but a milk tea shop was different. Mr. Li, a lot of my friends have supercars, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, you name it. Since this is the social media era, when your milk tea shop opens, I can have my friends bring a dozen supercars to rev their engines at the entrance. That'll generate a ton of hype for the shop. That's how we promote all our new businesses. Li Jian did not reject Lu Yeping's idea. This plan is worth a try. Lu Hanqing let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Mr. Li, I have a meeting later. How about I let my son accompany you to handle the company and milk tea shop matters? When Li Jian and Lu Yeping stepped outside, Sun Biao sighed emotionally and said, Mr. Li, we still have some work at the bank, so we won't be accompanying you. He knew that Li Jian probably didn't want his company anyway. After all, his status was simply too low. Then you guys go ahead. Sun Biao and the older female employee walked away. Su Xianxian, however, sat in the front passenger seat, her heart still unsettled. Li Jian had completely exceeded her imagination. On the other side, Lu Yeping worked efficiently. In just 2 hours, both tasks were completed, and the milk tea shop near the University of Finance was also set up. All right, Mr. Li, everything is ready. The renovations will be quick, and the signage is already being made. I've also arranged for all the milk tea shop equipment. The supplies are coming from a franchise, but there's no franchise fee. The shop can open the day after tomorrow. Li Ziyan was a little surprised. So fast? Lu Yeping wiped the sweat from his forehead. Of course, Mr. Li. It's normal for ordinary people to struggle with these things. But if people like us move that slow, that would be abnormal. Wherever you go, who wouldn't give you face? He felt like he had done a perfect job. Here, he was confident he wouldn't be replaced as a loyal subordinate. His father had once told him it didn't matter if he wasn't personally successful. But if he could secure Mr. Li's favor, his future would be limitless. Mr. Li, it's almost evening. How about we go for a drink? I'll introduce you to some people so they won't unknowingly offend you in the future. I'll also arrange for a few girls to dance for you. Since it was such a hot day, Li Jian didn't refuse. All right, the weather really is scorching. Before leaving, Li Jian took a photo of the milk tea shop under renovation. Then, he posted it on his social media to mark the occasion. After all, this milk tea shop was a gift for Xiaoting, it had a special meaning. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Joe Mangmang was practicing makeup. Will Yen Ge like this? If I confess to him directly, will he reject me? Oh right, he seems to like looking at my legs. Lu Xiaoyan said that girls only wear skirts when meeting someone they like. That sentence from Lu Xiaoyan yesterday left a deep impression on her. Girls only wear skirts when meeting someone they have feelings for. If I let him see my legs, he might be in a better mood, right? A man like Li Jian, who had been married before, must have had a lot of experience with those kinds of things. That's why he paid so much attention to her legs. Blushing, Joe Mangmang changed into her new outfit. Sure enough, she looked stunning. Her fair, beautiful legs were especially eye-catching. Do all men like looking at legs? Of course, she had no idea that Li Jian didn't just look at legs, he looked at everything. That night, Lu Yeping took Li Jian to a bar for drinks. He also introduced him to many of his friends. After toasting with Li Jian, they all exchanged WeChat contacts. It was late when Li Jian finally left the bar, hiring a designated driver to take him home. When he got home, he felt a bit dizzy. Tomorrow afternoon, after military training, I'll take Xiaoting to see the milk tea shop. Then I'll let the shop open, fulfilling Xiaoting's longtime dream. His mind was hazy. After taking a shower, he went back to his room, turned on the air conditioner, and immediately fell asleep. When Li Jian woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock already. He checked WeChat messages from his contacts in one city and his hometown had arrived. After making the usual payments, he didn't look through the information right away. His stomach was growling, he needed to eat first. After washing up, he went to a restaurant and had a meal. This girl Mangmang hasn't messaged me. I wonder what she's up to. At this moment, Li Jian was genuinely curious. She had such thick hair. Even if he pulled on both of her pigtails hard, she probably wouldn't lose any strands. Thick hair like that was truly enviable. Lu Yeping also sent a message. Mr. Li, what time are we opening the milk tea shop today? I've been keeping an eye on things. We can open this afternoon or in the evening, everything is ready, including the lighting. Also, Jian Investment Company is fully set up. I hired an accountant. I also recruited a few employees with good backgrounds. They can handle a lot of tasks directly for you. Li Jian replied. We'll open in the evening, that's when the commercial street has the most foot traffic. Lu Yeping, understood, Mr. Li. I'll handle everything and make sure the grand opening is spectacular. After checking his phone, Li Jian saw a selfie from Jing. He immediately saved it to his photo album. Xiaoting, I'll be at your school this evening. Your milk tea shop is opening tonight. Jing quickly responded. Really? She followed it up with a cute emoji. Of course. I know Xiaoting has always dreamed of this, so of course, I'll make it happen. Tonight, get ready to be the boss. Meanwhile, at the training field, Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin saw Jiting's message. They were beyond envious. Damn, Jiting, your brother really gave you a whole milk tea shop? That's way too generous. Li Jian drove his Ferrari 488 to the gate of the University of Finance. When he arrived, Jiting and Lu Xiaoyan were already waiting there. Getting out of the car, Li Jian asked, Where's Mangmang? Mangmang? She seems to have gone to her sister's place. We don't need to worry about her. Xiaoting, get in the car. Jiting got in, and Li Jian affectionately patted her bun hairstyle. After arriving at the milk tea shop, Li Jian parked his Ferrari 488 right in front of the store. As he stepped out of the car, he noticed a stunning woman wearing black stockings and high heels. It was the Audi girl, Humunk. Mr. Li, I didn't expect this store to really be yours. Li Jian asked curiously, Miss Hu, we really do keep running into each other. I resigned and came here to visit my cousin. Then I saw the store, it looked exactly like the one in your social media post. I couldn't believe it was actually yours. What a coincidence. Since you're here, let me treat you to a cup of milk tea before you go. Then, he turned to Jiting. Xiaoting, from now on, you're the owner of this place. This store is my gift to you. Thank you, brother. Jiting excitedly hugged Li Jian and kissed his cheek. The warm, moist sensation made Li Jian's blood rush, but he quickly controlled himself. After all, he was an FPS expert, he had great control over his aim. This girl, she's really grown up. Humont couldn't help but admire him. First, he bought $1 million luxury car. Then, he bought a Ferrari. Now, he opened a milk tea shop and gave it to his sister. What kind of wealth was this? Just then,
a Porsche 911 approached from the distance. The roaring sound of its engine instantly caught the attention of the pedestrians. The driver was Liu Yeping. He drove straight to Li Jian's milk tea shop and parked next to the Ferrari 488. "Mr. Li, congratulations on your grand opening. This must be Miss G. Here's a little gift from me." Liu Yeping handed over a thick red envelope. "Brother, take it. It's a gift for you." Li Jian accepted the envelope. He knew he'd have to return the favor in the future anyway. At that moment, a Volkswagen Magotan arrived. After getting out of the car, Sun Biao and Su Xianxian walked toward the milk tea shop. "Mr. Li, Miss G, congratulations on the opening. Here's a small gift to show my appreciation." Su Xianxian also handed over a red envelope. "President's Sunday. It's a bit chaotic outside. Yeping, let's head inside for a while." The group entered the milk tea shop and began chatting. Meanwhile, Human glanced at Su Xuanxuan's curvy figure. She felt a lot of pressure. Rich men never lacked beautiful women. If she wanted to secure her place, it wouldn't be easy. Her rivals weren't just women like Su Xianxian, there were also young girls like Ji Zhiding, born in 2005. Suddenly, she realized she had forgotten to prepare a gift. Clenching her teeth, she quickly transferred 10,000 yuan to Li Jian via WeChat. Then, she sent a message. "I came in a rush today and didn't know about the grand opening, so I didn't bring a red envelope." She followed it with some congratulatory messages. Just then, another roar of an engine came from outside. A McLaren suddenly sped over, drawing everyone's attention. Humunk was stunned. So many rich people in Modu. In just a short time, 3 supercars had shown up. The McLaren soon parked next to the Porsche 911. A sharp and professional-looking young man stepped out and headed straight into the milk tea shop. Li Jian recognized him. They had been drinking together last night. "Mr. Li, I'm here. Congratulations on your grand opening. Wishing you success and prosperity. Here's a little gift to celebrate." He handed Li Jian a red envelope. Before Humunk could process what was happening, another luxury car arrived, an Aston Martin. The sound of its engine once again made the students outside stop in their tracks. The car parked right in front of the milk tea shop. The bald driver got out and came in to congratulate Li Jian as well. Meanwhile, outside the shop, Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin thick-skinnedly asked for car keys to take pictures. Since everyone knew they were Ji Zhiding's roommates, no one refused. "Thanks, big brothers." Lu Xiaoyan ran outside, and Song Jinjin followed. Under the envious gazes of many girls, they opened the car doors and got inside to record videos. Not long after, more roaring engines could be heard from the distance. Some of the pedestrians who had already left turned back again. What was going on today? This was insane. Were all the supercars gathering here? Humunk looked out the window and stood up in shock. What she saw was beyond belief. This time, it wasn't just 1 or 2 supercars. There were over a dozen of them. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, heavily modified GTRs, custom-tuned BMW M4s. Even the cheapest ones were million-yuan luxury cars. They formed a convoy, heading straight for the milk tea shop. "This can't be real," Humunk murmured. Li Jian casually opens a milk tea shop, and so many supercars show up to support him? This is insane. Soon, the first Ferrari parked right in front of the shop. Lu Fian stepped out. "All right, everyone park properly, don't crowd together. Whose Mercedes E-Class is that? Call the owner and have them move it." Soon, a middle-aged man hurried over, moved his Mercedes E, and cleared the space. A total of 16 supercars were now parked in front of the milk tea shop, making it incredibly crowded. But the scene was unbelievably extravagant. Many customers couldn't resist taking out their phones to snap pictures. It was practically a supercar exhibition. After getting out of their cars, Lu Fian and the others walked up to Li Jian. "Mr. Li, here's a little gift. Wishing your business great success." The other supercar owners also presented red envelopes. Among them, there were a few people whom Li Jian didn't recognize. Lu Fian introduced them, and they greeted Li Jian politely. "Mr. Li, too bad today's event isn't suitable for drinking. Otherwise, I'd have toasted you 3 rounds myself." Li Jian smiled. "It's the thought that counts. Let's add each other on WeChat." The group was overjoyed. Liu Yeping waved his hand and said, "Since everyone is here, let's get ready. Record some videos and have influencers with followers post them. Help promote the young lady's milk tea shop. Make sure to include the promotional banners in the footage." Then, everyone got to work. In the evening, Li Jian stood up. "All right, thank you all for coming today. It's about time for dinner. Yeping, make the arrangements." Liu Yeping immediately said, "Don't worry, I run a hotel, leave it to me." Then, Li Jian looked at Sun Biao.
President's son, Miss Sue, join us for dinner.
Since they had come to congratulate him, it wouldn't be right not to invite them.
Sure, I'm actually hungry, Mr. Lee. Sun Biao naturally wouldn't miss this chance. This was a great opportunity to strengthen his connection with Li Jiyan.
Su Xianxian was also pleased.
Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin didn't need an invitation. They got up and followed Ji Zhiting without hesitation.
Meanwhile, Hu Monk sat there, unsure of what to do.
Li Jiyan hadn't replied to her WeChat. Should she leave now, or follow him? Miss Hu, you should come too.
Red envelopes are just a symbolic gesture.
The thought is what matters. Hu Monk felt a wave of relief. She realized she still couldn't fully understand Li Jiyan.
His true capabilities, she had only seen the tip of the iceberg.
After the banquet, Li Jiyan parted ways with everyone.
Lu Xiaoyan and Song Jinjin left a little earlier.
Li Jiyan drove Ji Zhiting to the gate of the University of Finance.
Brother, thank you. Beside the Ferrari, Ji Zhiting's eyes were slightly red.
Li Jiyan hadn't expected her to cry. What's wrong, Xiaoting?
He walked up to her, gently patted her bun hairstyle, and wiped the corner of her eye.
It's nothing, I'm just too happy. This has been my dream for so many years, but I never imagined it would be you who made it come true. I really don't know how to repay you.
Looking at the emotional Ji Zhiting, Li Jiyan gently hugged her.
Alright, Xiaoting, there's no need to talk about repaying me.
You were even willing to lie to your mom, saying you bought a Mercedes C to support my business.
What I did is nothing compared to that. Go back now, you have military training tomorrow.
Being hugged by Li Jiyan, Ji Zhiting suddenly blushed.
This is terrifying. She ran into the university like she was escaping. Li Jiyan hadn't expected his FPS accuracy to drop.
Getting back into his Ferrari 488, he started the engine and drove home.
When Ji Zhiting returned to the dormitory, Lu Xiaoyan immediately came over. Zhiting, why is your face so red? It's not even hot outside at this hour. Ji Zhiting lay face down on her desk. She couldn't say a word, her heart was truly panicked. The last time she was squeezed close to Li Jiyan, she had felt nervous. But this time, she was actually scared. If she really wanted to be with Li Jiyan, it wasn't just about getting past her mom and sister. She had to overcome her own fear. If that day ever really came, would she faint from the pain? So scary. Zhiting, are you okay? Did someone bully you? I'm fine, it's just too hot. After washing up, Li Jiyan put on his pajamas and went to the study. Time to start preparing to return to Huizhou. It's been a long time since I've seen Wu Yuxian.
Just as he sat down, a video call request from Joe Mangmang popped up.
He answered the call. Mom, how are you? Li Jiyan wanted to know how she was doing. Last time, Joe Mangmang noticed something off about Ji Yunhai. This made Li Jiyan a bit worried.
Her mental state. After all, Joe Mangmang was a respected and beloved elder in his eyes. That's why he was concerned about her situation. But as he looked at her, he could tell. She seemed exhausted. Although her skin was still smooth, delicate, and fair, her overall energy was lacking. It was clear that Ji Yunhai's situation was still weighing on her. I'm fine. It's just that I feel more and more like your Uncle Ji is acting strange. In the background, the TV was still playing.
Xiaodong, this is the last time. The dull dialogue felt incredibly boring to Li Jiyan. He asked, has he still not come home?
Joe Mangmang shook her head. She now felt that the barrier of seniority between her and Li Jiyan had lessened. She found herself talking to him about things she never would have before.
He hasn't come home. It's been a long time.
I called him, and he just said he's busy with business. He claims it's a critical growth period.
Now, I don't know what to do anymore. I don't even have much to occupy myself with. I feel a little lost. Hearing this, Li Jiyan felt uneasy. Could Ji Yunhai be secretly transferring assets? It wasn't impossible. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? You look a little pale. Did mom pass her bad mood onto you? Li Jiyan snapped out of his thoughts. He smiled at Joe Mangmang. It's nothing, Mom, but you should still pay close attention to Uncle Ji's whereabouts. If he's really up to something in trying to secretly target you, that could be a big problem. Hearing this, Joe Mangmang felt conflicted. Did she really need to be on guard against Ji Yunhai? Even though they hadn't been intimate for years, they had still been husband and wife for decades. If he found out she was being wary of him, he would definitely be heartbroken. After all, they had been married for over 20 years. She had been so young when she married him. That shouldn't be necessary, right? It's not like your Uncle Ji has actually done anything yet. Li Jiyan continued to warn her. Maybe not, but it's always good to be prepared. Just think of it as precautionary.
If something really does happen, it won't hit you as hard. He was mentally preparing her in advance. This way, if things really fell apart, she wouldn't be caught off guard.
I understand, Zhao Manman responded, but Li Jian wasn't sure if she really took it to heart. I've been really bored lately. In a week or two, I'll come visit you. What do you think?
Li Jian hadn't expected Zhao Manman to still remember.
Since she was set on coming, he wouldn't stop her.
In that case, come, Mom. I'll keep you company. Of course, he wouldn't refuse her.
By the time he finished celebrating Wu Yuexian's birthday in one city and returned,
it would be just the right time to take Zhao Manman out for some fun. Zhao Manman softly hummed in agreement. She actually felt a little excited. Being with Li Jian made her feel warm, like a real family.
All right, when I'm ready, I'll let you know in advance. Deep down, Zhao Manman was still hoping to reconcile Li Jian and Ji Mingting's marriage. The two of them were actually a good match.
It was just that Mingting's feelings had changed. But if she persuaded her enough, maybe the marriage could be saved.
All right, Mom, rest early. When you visit, I'll take you out.
Looking at Li Jian, Zhao Manman felt much better.
Okay, good night, Shoyan. After hanging up, Li Jian couldn't help but think.
Zhao Manman was really starting to resemble a young Huang Rong.
All right, let's check on the futures market. I need to improve my skills in this area. There were too many market trends to analyze. And since these were historical trends from years back, it was a complicated task. As he focused on studying the data, a knock came at the door. Li Ziyan opened it, and what he saw was someone he never expected to be at his door. Joe Mangmang, dressed up in her usual conservative outfit. This girl's fashion sense really hadn't changed at all. She carried a bag on her back, and was holding a food container in her hands. Mangmang? It's so late, why are you here? It's dangerous for a girl to be out this late. Does your sister know? Joe Mangming's face was red. As soon as she saw Li Jiyan, her face visibly turned even hotter. Yan Ji, can I use your bathroom first? Li Jiyan took the container from her hands. Go ahead. Joe Mangmang ran straight into the bathroom. Li Jiyan sat in the living room, waiting, but after nearly half an hour, she still hadn't come out. Just as he was about to knock and ask, Joe Mangmang finally stepped out. Li Jian's gaze locked onto her. Her thick twin ponytails cascaded down her back. She had changed into a dress and put on light makeup. In just a short time, her transformation was stunning. Yan Ji, I came to bring you dinner. Joe Mangmang was struggling with how to confess. How could she confess her feelings to a man who was experienced in so many ways? She just couldn't summon the courage. Li Jiyan checked the time. Dinner? It's almost midnight. When Joe Mangmang arrived, it was 11 p.m. Now, it was almost 12 a.m. Ah, I'm sorry, Yanji. The food I made before wasn't very good, but this time, I tried it, it tastes much better. As she opened the food container, a rich aroma filled the air. This girl, she actually had some talent in cooking. Looking at the flustered Joe Mangmang, Li Jiyan gently patted her head. Her hair was really thick. It's okay, Mangmang. Let's just call it a midnight snack. Li Jiyan was actually a bit hungry. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. It tastes good. Hearing his praise, Joe Mangming's heart filled with joy. Really? Then I'll cook for you more often. Li Jiyan glanced at Joe Mangmang's legs. So fair. Why the sudden thought to cook for me? Joe Mangmang lowered her head. Because you treated me to meals before. I have to return the favor. Then, she suddenly remembered. She had transferred money to Li Jiyan before, but he never accepted it. By the way, why didn't you take the money I sent you? And also, you lied to me. The things were worth 4,000 yuan, but you told me they were 1,000. Just as Joe Mangmang was about to gather her courage, she met Li Jian's gaze and instantly backed down again. She lowered her head, her face burning red, unable to say a word. It's fine. Just think of it as me liking you and giving you a gift. If you really want to repay me, just cook for me more often whenever you have time. Your cooking is quite good, but next time, let me know in advance when you're coming. I might not always be in Modu. Hearing this, Joe Mangming's face grew even hotter. She only heard one thing. I like you. Actually, I wanted to tell you something. Joe Mangmang lowered her head, speaking softly. She was a shy and socially anxious girl, nearly to the point of being reclusive. Even talking to people normally was difficult for her. But at this moment, she suppressed her fears. She wanted to confess to Li Jiyan. Go ahead. Li Jiyan put down his chopsticks. Joe Mangming's face got hotter and hotter. The words were at the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't get them out. Li Jian could tell that she had something important to say. I'll go wash up first. Think it over, and tell me when I'm back. He went to the bathroom to wash up. As she watched his back disappear, Joe Mangmang's face became unbearably hot. 10 minutes later, Li Jian stepped out, now wearing his pajamas. The sweltering heat outside made him a little restless. Looking at Joe Mangmang's twin ponytails, he couldn't help but wonder about their durability. I've thought it through. Joe Mangmang finally gathered her courage. I like you. I want to be your girlfriend. She used all her strength to say these words as quickly as possible. Then, she couldn't hear anything else. Li Jian looked at her, her fair legs, her C-plus figure. Hearing her confession, it felt like his brain was on fire. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her lips. In that instant, Joe Mangmang's mind went blank. Was this what couples do? Did this mean he accepted her? Was she not going to leave tonight? Having zero experience, Joe Mangmang could only let herself be guided by Li Jian. She didn't know how to respond. A long time passed. Finally, Li Jian let go. Joe Mangmang's mind slowly cleared. Yen Ji, that was my first kiss. So from now on, I'm really your girlfriend, right? She had no idea what he would ask of her next, but she felt like she couldn't refuse him, that it would be impossible to refuse him. For Joe Mangmang's first kiss, Li Jian wasn't surprised at all. I'll take you back to school first. We can talk more later. Joe Mangmang lowered her head and obediently nodded. Sitting in the passenger seat of his car, Joe Mangmang felt like she was living in a dream. From now on, was there really someone in this world who would care for her, cherish her, and love her? Even when they arrived at the university gate, she still felt like she was dreaming. Let's talk for a bit before you go. Joe Mangmang remained obedient. Li Jian could tell. A girl like Joe Mangmang, who had experienced extreme emotional neglect, would be unbelievably devoted to her boyfriend. Whatever he asked, she would never refuse. But he didn't want to be the type of person who only loved one girl. Her situation was special. If he didn't make things clear now, he might end up hurting her in a way that could never be repaired. And that wasn't something he wanted to see. Mangmang, I do like you. You're different from other girls. Hearing this, Joe Mangmang's heart filled with even more sweetness. But I also like other girls. Before my divorce, I was actually a very faithful person. But after that, I started to long for a more free, unrestricted life. So if you choose to be with me, I may not be able to be completely faithful to you. So take your time and think it over carefully. After leaving, Li Jian stopped at the corner and only left after confirming that Joe Mangmang had returned to school. When he got home, he received a message from Jing. Jing, brother, Mangmang seems to have been bullied. She's been crying the whole time. Li Jian, I know. Joe Mangmang was different from most girls. Li Jian didn't dare to get involved with her casually. If he didn't make things clear from the start, and she fell for him, only to later find out he wasn't a faithful person, it would completely crush her. With most people, it wouldn't matter much. But with Joe Mangmang, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he feared she might completely shut down or even do something extreme. That was not something he wanted to see. If she could accept it, then maybe they could be together. For someone like Joe Mangmang, born in 2005, Li Jian had to admit he was tempted. Putting down his phone, he went to his room, turned on the air conditioning, and went straight to sleep. Over the next few days, Li Jian kept researching the futures market. He had no intention of going back to the past for now, so he didn't cross over. Seems like I can control whether I travel back or not. Mangmang hasn't messaged me at all these past few days. Looks like she's really upset, but he didn't think too much about it. Wu Yuexian's birthday is coming up. I need to prepare for my trip to one city. This time, I'll buy a large apartment there. And also, a G-Wagon. He didn't really need a large apartment in one city, but Wu Yuexian found a job there. So he planned to buy the place for her to live in. And the G-Wagon? That was also for her. Wu Yuexian had always been so good to him. Now that he had the ability, he wanted to make her life a little easier. Of course, his real hope was to convince Wu Yuexian to quit her job and come live by his side. But he also knew getting her to stay with him was practically impossible. Thinking about his upcoming trip, Li Jian called Wu Yuexian on video. Very quickly, she answered. He saw his sister's beautiful face. But also, next to her, a mature-looking woman. A stunning beauty. In a corporate environment like this, she must have many admirers. Li Yuexian, who's this? He had met Wu Yuexian's 3 roommates before. But this woman was new. Right away, they started arguing. Li Yuexian, my ass. Call me that one more time, and I'll bash your head in. It's Wu Yuexian. This is my college friend, Lu Xiaoyun. We work at the same company now and share an apartment. Li Jian greeted Lu Xiaoyun. Hello, Sister Yun. Hello, Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyun greeted him back, but she wasn't very warm. She had never liked Li Jian, because to her, he was the reason Wu Yuexian had turned into a simp. Online, simps were the most hated type of people, and Wu Yuexian's simping target was none other than Li Jian. Lu Xiaoyun believed he was ruining her life. She even suspected Wu Yuexian had given up on marriage because of him. It wasn't fair. With Wu Yuexian's looks and status, she could easily marry a wealthy second-generation heir, but no matter how many times she tried, she could never convince Wu Yuexian to stop spoiling her younger brother. Thinking about how Wu Yuexian had bought him a Mercedes C-Class and parked it in an underground garage, never even driving it, but polishing it every night like some kind of shrine, Lu Xiaoyun just couldn't like Li Jian no matter what. Wu Yuexian, I'm coming to one city for your birthday. Your birthday is in 3 days, right? I have a gift for you. Wu Yuexian's heart felt warm. She wondered, what would her little brother get her? Then, I also have a gift for you, Li Jian. I'll give you a surprise when you get here. Seeing how happy Wu Yuexian looked, Lu Xiaoyun felt irritated. How long is this woman going to be this dumb? So, Guai, when are you arriving? Tonight. I'm taking the high-speed rail. High-speed rail was fast enough anyway. Alright, Guai. I'll pick you up at the station. We'll be waiting right at the entrance, so don't be late. Hearing her call him Guai, Li Jian felt a strange emotion in his heart. Since New Year's, he hadn't seen Wu Yuexian once. This time, he wanted to stay longer. After hanging up, he booked his train ticket online. Watching the landscape fly past outside the train window, Li Jian sat in business class, feeling completely at ease. Having money really does solve most of life's problems. The train was incredibly fast. From Modu to Wan City, it took only 2.5 hours. When he walked out of the train station, it was already past 8 p.m. Wan City's train station really is a bit desolate. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure. The woman who had always bullied him, Wu Yuexian. Her style had changed a lot from before. She wore a black silk dress that covered half her thighs, with a sheer, gauzy outer layer draping over her legs, giving her a mysteriously elegant look. This kind of outfit was just as alluring as stockings. Beside her stood Lu Xiaoyun. Li Jian was about to call out Li Yuexian, but thought better of it. This wasn't online. If he said it out loud, she really might beat him up. Bloodline suppression wasn't a joke. Jie. He obediently called her sister. Wu Yuexian froze in shock. She couldn't believe her ears. Li Jian actually called her Jie. All these years, he had only ever called her Li Yuexian. They had argued about this name for years. And today, he finally called her Jie? Alright, Guai. Did the sun rise from the west today? You actually called me Jie? Li Jian thought back to their childhood. They used to bicker and mess around every day. It wasn't until after he got married that he realized just how much Wu Yuexian had done for him. Seeing her again, he felt an inexplicable sense of time passing. But luckily, they were still young. What was once missed could still be made up for. Haven't said it in years. Wanted to try it today, Li Yuexian. Wu Yuexian had initially worried that Li Jian might have been emotionally affected by his marriage, but now, it seemed like he was completely fine. Maybe I just got more handsome, Li Jian said casually. The scenery outside was barren for a long stretch, only becoming livelier when they reached the city. He wasn't sure how long they had been driving when Lu Xiaoyun parked the car in the underground lot of the Jindati residential complex. The three of them then went to a hot pot restaurant. Bring an extra serving of snowflake beef, our Guai loves it, and also the brown sugar rice cakes. Watching Wu Yuexian order, Li Jian remembered the past. He had always loved hot pot, but their strict parents never allowed them to eat outside food. Whenever Wu Yuexian had a bit of spare money, she would secretly take him out for a meal. She even remembered exactly what he liked to eat. Before long, a fully spicy broth was brought to the table. Li Yuexian, after 5 years in Sichuan and Chongqing, your spice tolerance has improved a lot. Wu Yuexian rolled her eyes. Guai, why aren't you calling me Jie anymore? Li Jian. After a moment, he gave in. Jie. Wu Yuexian reached out her delicate hand and patted his head. Zai is so good. Guai, this time, stay here for a while. That woman not wanting you is her loss. If she doesn't want you, your sister does. Beside them, Lu Xiaoyun wanted to step in and set Wu Yuxian straight. But since Li Jian was right there, she ultimately kept quiet. Li Jian hadn't seen Wu Yuxian in a long time. He planned to buy her a house and a car before leaving. Of course, his real hope was to convince her to come with him. But deep down, he knew that was unlikely. During dinner, under Lu Xiaoyun's disapproving gaze, Wu Yuxian kept picking food for Li Jian, making sure he ate well. This made Lu Xiaoyun even more convinced. Wu Yuxian's affection for him was excessive. Once they got back to work, she was definitely going to have a serious talk with her. That night, the three of them returned to their rental apartment. Lu Xiaoyun washed up and went straight to bed. She wasn't used to sharing a sleeping space with others, so she left the question of where Li Jian would sleep for him and Wu Yuxian to figure out themselves. Looking at the two-bedroom apartment, Li Jian didn't complain and just lay down on the couch. Guai, go sleep in my room. I'll take the couch. Wu Yuxian came out holding a pillow and blanket. Forget it, Li Yuxian. You take the bed. There's air conditioning here anyway. Wu Yuxian was surprised. Li Jian had never turned down her gestures before. Why aren't you taking the bed? Zai, you've never been this considerate before. She sat down next to him, feeling like she was seeing him for the first time. I wouldn't let my sister sleep on the couch. For so many years, I was immature. When I was younger, I thought everything was just naturally the way it was. But after a year of marriage and experiencing the harshness of society, I finally understand how foolish and naive I used to be. Now, I realize just how much you've done for me all these years. And so, I don't want you to suffer even the slightest bit. Hearing Li Jian's heartfelt words, Wu Yuxian couldn't hold back her tears. Everything she had done for him over the years had been worth it. She gently hugged him. Li Jian also wrapped his arms around Wu Yuxian's back. It had been so long since they last met. He truly missed her. But in the past, he had been too slow to realize it. He never thought about these things before. After a while, Wu Yuxian noticed something. Li Jian had really grown up completely. Her cheeks turned slightly red. This fool. Why didn't he stay small? But then again, she couldn't blame him. They weren't kids anymore. After letting go of him, Wu Yuxian still kept up her big sister act. But Guai, I'm really happy you came this time. Before, you'd never traveled nearly 500 kilometers just for me. When I was in college in Sichuan and Chongqing, you never once came to visit me. Li Jian thought back to that time. It was true. He had never visited her because it felt too far. But whenever she had time, Wu Yuxian would come see him. Things are different now. From now on, you're the most important person in my life. No matter what happens, if Wu Yuxian needs me, Li Jian will fly over immediately. In Li Jian's heart, there were a few truly important people, and Wu Yuxian was undoubtedly one of them. All right then. You fool, it's Wu Yuxian. She pinched his face. Wu Yuxian had always been a sentimental person. If Li Jian kept talking like this, she might start crying. She had to keep up her big sister attitude. Go to bed now. Since you came all the way here for my birthday, I've prepared a surprise for you, Guai. She patted his face like she was taking care of a child. She didn't go down to wipe her underground Mercedes C today. Since Li Jian was here, she couldn't let him find out. I've got a surprise for you too. Want to know what it is? Wu Yuxian covered his mouth. Know what, my ass? If it's a surprise, keep it hidden. Don't spoil it. I'm going to sleep first. With that, Wu Yuxian returned to her bedroom. But in her mind, she kept thinking, Li Jian had really grown up. It was terrifying. Back when they were kids, they had seen everything. But now, why did things suddenly feel so different? No, she couldn't even imagine it. Inside her room, Wu Yuxian tossed and turned. Under the moonlight, her long, slender legs radiated an astonishing beauty. Xiao Yin, I hope he's not uncomfortable out there. The sofa is so narrow, can he even sleep on it? And the air conditioning in the living room doesn't work well. Xiao Yun and I never even sit in the living room. Deep down, Wu Yuxian was still worried about Li Jian. Since childhood, she had never been able to bear seeing him suffer. Maybe it was because, from a young age, she had no other family. And Li Jian was the only one close to her age. That's why she always spoiled him. Whenever Li Jian had a wish, she did everything she could to fulfill it. Now, just thinking that he might not be sleeping well made her restless. Lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, Li Jian felt a bit hot. The AC was set to 23 degrees Celsius.
but it felt more like 27 degrees Celsius. Is this AC not working properly? This apartment was around 70 square meters. It had an elevator, but it was clearly an old complex. He picked up his phone and checked WeChat. Ji Zitten had sent him a bunch of messages, including many selfies. But what surprised him the most? Ji Mingting had also messaged him. Ji Mingting, you opened a milk tea shop? It's hard to profit from milk tea these days. Franchise fees take a huge cut. You're renting such a big store, you'll lose money. If you can, sell it quickly. Looking at his ex-wife's message, Li Jian didn't reply. Since they were divorced, he didn't want to dwell on the past. What's over is over. Just as he was about to go to sleep again, a message from Joe Mangmang popped up. Xiaoyan, are you there? Seeing this, Li Jian replied right away. These days, Joe Mangmang messaged him often. It felt like their mother-son bond was growing stronger. Li Jian, Mom, I'm here. What's up? Joe Mangmang, I've been handling some things. I went to the beauty salon today to sort things out. In her empty villa in Zhejiang, Joe Mangmang sat alone, watching a dull TV drama. The lifeless dialogue made her feel even more bored. But at least, now she had her son to talk to. Li Jian, that's good, Mom. Now you can finally rest. Joe Mangmang, maybe. I'll try to wrap things up soon and take a break. Then, I'll come visit you. Will you be busy? She was checking if he had time. Li Jian looked at the message. He knew he should spend more time with her. He wasn't working right now anyway, and he wanted to be a filial son. Li Jian, I'm not busy, Mom. If you come, I'd be really happy. Li Jian still clearly remembered how good she had been to him. She had done a lot for him. And last time at Shizi Lake, Li Jian could also feel it. Joe Mangmang had changed a lot compared to before. If Joe Mangmang came to see him, he would be very happy. Joe Mangmang, hearing you say that, Mom is really happy. I used to feel like there was some distance between us. But now, I feel like you are my real son. Looking at her phone, Joe Mangmang felt that sense of boredom had faded a lot. Her heart didn't feel as heavy anymore. Li Jian, then come find me when you have time. But remember to contact me in advance, so I can prepare ahead of time. Joe Mangmang, I got it, probably in a week or so, maybe less. When I buy the train ticket, I'll definitely let you know. Li Jian, okay, sounds good. Joe Mangmang sent a laughing emoji. After putting down her phone, she was thinking about how to match Li Jian and Ji Mingting for marriage. Such a good marriage arrangement couldn't be casually abandoned. If they gave it up, it would be too much of a waste. Then, she called Ji Yunhai. After Li Jian's previous reminder, Joe Mangmang had become somewhat wary of Ji Yunhai. Soon, the call was connected. At that moment, Ji Yunhai was watching his son staying up late to write exam papers. He felt very content. In that household, even though he had 2 daughters, they were still daughters after all. Once they got married, they would belong to another family. Even if they had children, those children would take their husband's surname, so what was the point? If Ji Mingting and Li Jian had children, they would take the surname Li, not Ji. In contrast, his biological son, Ji Yun, was completely different. In the future, all his inheritance would go to him, and it would stay within the Ji family. His wealth could truly be passed down. Wife, what's wrong? You've been with me for so many years without officially getting a marriage certificate. Don't you think we should talk about it? What do you plan to do about that wife of yours? She knew Ji Yunhai had a wife, but she had never met Joe Mangmang, so that time at Shizi Lake, she hadn't tried to hide. Even knowing about it, she wouldn't hide, because she had a trump card. With Ji Yun as her son, she was invincible in the battle against Joe Mangmang. My wife? Hasn't everything been fine all these years? The woman crossed her arms and led Ji Yunhai to the balcony. Things are different now. You have to choose between me and her. Ji Yunhai hesitated almost not at all. I choose you. The woman was very satisfied with his response. Then, what do you think is the right thing to do? Ji Yunhai thought for a moment, but he didn't hesitate much. After all, he barely returned to that house anymore. In his heart, his love for Joe Mangmang had long since faded. Though they still had some familial ties, now that the moment of decision had come, he would, without a doubt, choose the home where his son was. Nothing else really mattered. I'll divorce her and marry you. The woman looked at the scenery outside but wasn't satisfied with his answer. I don't think that's enough. What? I already agreed to divorce her. Ji Yunhai was confused. Yes, you can divorce her now, but do you know what the cost of that divorce will be? You didn't have much premarital property. The money you had back then was valuable at the time, but in today's terms, it's worth very little. Most of your wealth was earned after marriage. According to marriage laws, she'll take half of it.
Do you realize how much money that is? Ji Yunhai fell silent. He had never really thought about this issue before. If they divorced, half of his fortune would be gone. The thought of it was unbearable. It hadn't mattered before, but after the divorce, they'd be strangers. Giving her that much money, what was the point? So, what you're saying is, Ji Yunhai lit a cigarette. He could already guess what she was going to say. You should secretly plan the divorce.
In the meantime, transfer your assets and shares elsewhere. That way, by the time the divorce is finalized, she'll realize she's left with nothing but an empty shell. Ji Yunhai knew this was a scheme against Jack.
Once they marry, what do they have to do with you anymore? Are you willing to let 3 outsiders take half of your wealth? Are you willing to let your son lose so much money? He is the rightful heir of the Ji family. Ji Yunhai was still hesitant, but when he heard her mention his son, his expression became firm. Indeed, nothing was more important than his son. All right.
Having made up his mind, Ji Yunhai felt all remnants of his past familial ties disappear. Now, all he cared about was his son. In the villa, Joe Mangmang had just lain down when an unexplained chill crept into her heart.
This strange feeling made her want to escape this villa. What's wrong with me? This unexplainable sense of unease made her not want to stay in Zhejiang any longer. Maybe I'm just too tired. I should leave, go see my 3 babies.
Joe Mangmang realized that, with Ji Yunhai, she no longer felt any warmth at all. Only with her 3 children did she truly feel at ease.
The weather was scorching hot. Lying on the sofa, Li Jian was restless. He cared a lot about his sleeping conditions. Sleeping here is really unbearable. I should probably just go to a hotel.
There were many hotels nearby, so it wouldn't be inconvenient.
Standing up, Li Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked to the water dispenser. Looking at the 2 cups nearby, he knocked on Wu Yuexian's door. Wu Yuexian quickly peeked out. Men and women shouldn't have close contact. Why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night?
Seeing her guarded expression, Li Jian was a bit helpless.
Li Yuexian, I just want to ask which of these 2 cups is yours. I need water, it's too hot. Wu Yuexian gently pinched his face. Quietly, she said, Li Yuexian, my foot. It's Wu Yuexian. The one with the pink rim is mine. You're really that hot?
Hearing her speak with a Sichuan-Chongqing accent, Li Jian picked up a cup and started pouring water.
Of course, it's like a furnace in here. This air conditioner isn't working well. Wu Yuexian smirked mischievously. Hope you burn up, idiot. Then she closed the door. Li Jian sighed helplessly. Yep, this was the Wu Yuexian he knew,
always suppressing him with her sharp tongue. Lying back on the sofa, he was about to check futures market news.
When the door opened again,
Wu Yuexian peeked out. Despite their constant bickering, she still felt bad for him.
All right, come inside and sleep. It's way too hot out there.
Li Jian was momentarily stunned. Then, he looked at Wu Yuexian, who was peeking out from behind the door.
Weren't you the one who said that men and women shouldn't have close contact?
Wu Yuexian rolled her eyes. Despite her usual mature demeanor, she looked a little cute at this moment.
What are you even saying, you idiot?
When you were little, every time you felt wronged, you'd sneak into my room asking for a hug.
You used to cry about wanting to sleep with me all the time, and now you're acting all shy? Stop being dramatic. That feeling of being suppressed by an older sibling, it hit him again.
Being reminded of his childhood made him feel a little embarrassed. But at the same time, it made him feel warm inside. If Wu Yuexian hadn't been around, his childhood as an only child would have been incredibly dull and lonely. Thankfully, she was there.
I'm not going. Wu Yuexian, I'll just go to a hotel later. Hearing that he was planning to go to a hotel, Wu Yuexian felt a bit distressed. She had always been extremely frugal. You fool, why would you go to a hotel? There's a perfectly fine place to sleep here. Hotels cost hundreds of yuan a night, what a waste. I'm letting you sleep inside, but if you refuse, then sleep on the couch. With that, Wu Yuexian shut the door. Li Jian was helpless. He knew Wu Yuexian had always been a very thrifty girl. The shoes and clothes she wore were mostly bought from discount shopping platforms. So, of course, she wouldn't want to spend a few hundred yuan for a hotel night. In the end, Li Jian didn't go to the hotel. He lay down on the couch. This air conditioning. The living conditions here really aren't great.
Li Jian thought to himself that once he bought a house and a car, he wouldn't let his sister live like this anymore. But what he really wanted was for Wu Yuexian to leave with him, though he knew that would be the hardest thing to accomplish. Lying on the couch, in this heat, he found it impossible to fall asleep. Meanwhile, inside the room, Wu Yuexian was also struggling to sleep. She really did care about money.
But only when it came to herself. If it involved Li Jiyan, that was a completely different story. No matter how much money she had to spend on him, she was willing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have emptied all her savings to buy him a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. After about 10 minutes, Wu Yuxian finally couldn't hold back anymore. She quietly cracked open the door. She saw Li Jiyan lying on the couch, drinking water from her cup, clearly unable to sleep. This made Wu Yuxian feel both amused and a little sorry for him. This guy really was obedient enough to just lay on the couch. Closing the door again, Wu Yuxian lay back down, swinging her long legs. But no matter what, she just couldn't fall asleep. 10 minutes later, she finally gave in. She opened the door and peeked out, calling for Li Jiyan. Xiao Jiyan, come inside and sleep. The air conditioning in here works really well. Li Jiyan turned his head away. I'm not going. Seeing his stubborn attitude, Wu Yuxian got annoyed. Li Jiyan, do you know there's a mountain in Sichuan called Shu Dao Mountain? I'm going to start counting. 1, 2. Hearing Wu Yuxian's words, especially with her Sichuan Chongqing accent carrying a distinct third tone, Li Jiyan once again felt that oppressive sibling dominance. Fine, I'll come in, okay? Li Jiyan was afraid that if he refused, Wu Yuxian would end up pinning him down and giving him a beating, just like when they were kids. That wouldn't be worth it. Better to just go to bed now. Slipping on his slippers, he headed toward Wu Yuxian's room. Turn off the air conditioner, you fool. Leaving it on is such a waste of electricity. Li Jiyan turned back, switched off the air conditioner, and obediently walked into Wu Yuxian's bedroom. Inside, he shut the door and took a good look around. Unlike his own bedroom, this one could only be described as pink, very pink. She really was a young girl at heart. By the bed stood a massive pink teddy bear over a meter tall. The room was decorated with plenty of pink details, making it look extremely cute. Li Yuxian, you've got such a girly side now. Li Jiyan flopped right onto Wu Yuxian's pillow. He had to admit. Her bed was soft, and it had a sweet fragrance. It reminded him of how his bed used to smell when Ji Mingting lived with him. But after the divorce, that scent had faded. Lying there comfortably, Li Jiyan looked completely at ease. Watching him, Wu Yuxian clenched her teeth in frustration. The moment he came in, he just took over her bed? And not just that, he was lying exactly where she had been sleeping. Even the marks on the sheets lined up. Li Jiyan, you're in my spot. Li Jiyan nonchalantly replied, Wu Yuxian, weren't you the one who told me to come in? Where else am I supposed to sleep? Wu Yuxian grabbed his arm and leaned down, staring him in the eyes. Idiot, I'll say it again, it's Wu Yuxian. And who told you to sleep here? Go get a blanket and sleep on the floor. To her left was an empty spot with polished wooden flooring, cleaned meticulously by Wu Yuxian. Laying out a blanket and sleeping there wouldn't be a problem. Wooden floors wouldn't get cold at night anyway. Sis, you really want me to sleep on the floor? It's so hot down there. Wu Yuxian let go of him and kicked him. Of course, I do. Wait here. I'll get you a blanket and a pillow. Barefoot, Wu Yuxian walked over to her wardrobe, her long legs swaying. She pulled out 2 blankets and a pink pillow. Here, take your stuff and sleep on the floor. Li Jiyan couldn't fight against her dominant energy, so he obediently grabbed the blanket and moved to the floor. Through the window, he could see the night sky without a single star. Sleeping on the floor was still better than sweating on the couch. The heat really was unbearable. Xiao Jiyan, I'm turning off the lights now. With that, Wu Yuxian switched off the bedside lamp, and the room fell into darkness. But in this city full of lights, Li Jiyan could still see clearly. After a while, he sat up. Looking at Wu Yuxian lying on the bed, he suddenly realized he had never really taken the time to look at this woman properly. Li Jiyan, what are you staring at? Wu Yuxian suddenly turned to face him. Wu Yuxian, how come I never noticed before? Your legs are so long and so fair. The moment she heard that, Wu Yuxian sat up instantly. Li Jiyan, are you asking for a beating? Saying that, she leaped off the bed and pounced on him, pinning him down. She was ready to settle this with an old-fashioned sibling fight. After all, tomorrow was her day off. She could take her time teaching this brat a lesson. One thing was clear, disciplining a younger brother had to start early. Wu Yuxian wanted to pin down Li Jiyan effortlessly, just like before. So, she jumped directly onto him, planning to pull off a move like Wu Song defeating the tiger, grabbing fate by the throat. But what she didn't expect was that Li Jiyan easily picked her up instead. Then, he countered her and grabbed her long, beautiful legs. Though, to be fair, her figure was really good. Let me go, Li Jiyan. You fool, show some respect. Wu Yuxian's breathing became a little rushed. Li Jian didn't dare to keep joking around and quickly let go of her. You have to discipline little brothers early, but it's too late now. As she got up, Wu Yuxian smacked Li Jian on the head, then returned to bed and pulled a blanket over herself, ignoring him. What's wrong? Are you mad, sis? Seeing that Wu Yuxian wasn't responding, Li Jian started to wonder if she was really angry. Wu Yuxian didn't answer him and just turned over, facing away. Wu Yuxian, are you really mad? Still no response. Li Jian climbed onto the bed and moved closer to her. Wu Yuxian, are you seriously mad? Whenever Wu Yuxian was angry, Li Jian never dared to call her Li Yuxian, he always used her full name instead. Get down and sleep. Otherwise, I'll really get mad. Just thinking about how she had been pinned down earlier, completely losing her dignity as the older sister, made Wu Yuxian furious. Seeing her attitude, Li Jian wisely returned to the floor. He didn't dare to challenge fate and its long, beautiful legs again. But he also knew that Wu Yuxian's anger never lasted long. Every time he made her mad, it only took about 10 minutes for her to calm down. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Wu Yuxian's anger had faded. She turned to look at Li Jian again. Deep down, her favorite person, the one she spoiled the most, was still him. She sighed and said, Xiao Jian, come up and sleep. The floor isn't a good place to sleep. This bed is pretty big, so you sleep on the left side. But you better sleep properly, Xiao Jian. Don't move around too much. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep either. Li Jian stood up, moved the big pink teddy bear to the floor, placed his pillow next to Wu Yuxian's, and lay down with his blanket. The bed is way more comfortable. Wu Yuxian didn't say anything. She thought about it and figured. He used to sneak into her bed to sleep when he was little anyway. This wasn't anything new. Xiao Jian, sleep properly, okay? Don't move around. I wake up easily. Li Jian didn't take it seriously. He and Wu Yuxian were both deep sleepers. She wasn't that easy to wake up. I got it, Li Yuxian. Seeing that she wasn't mad anymore, Li Jian got bold again and grabbed Wu Yuxian's hand. What are you holding my hand for? Li Jian lay on his side, looking at her face. I'm scared. Scared of what, you idiot? I'll smash your stupid head. You think I don't know how fearless you are? She raised her hand, pretending to hit him. Mercy. Hearing that, Wu Yuxian lowered her hand. Alright, Xiao Jian, it's really late. Go to sleep. If I don't sleep, I'll get pimples and dark circles. I'm only 23, I don't want to look old so soon. Li Jian was feeling sleepy too. Still holding Wu Yuxian's hand, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Joe Mangmang woke up early. That uneasy feeling from last night still hadn't gone away. In fact, after a whole night, it seemed even stronger. Why do I keep feeling so unsettled lately? What's going on? Is it just because I've been exhausted for too long? After getting up, she went about her usual morning routine, washing up. She thought back to that day at Shizi Lake. Back then, she had felt a kind of relaxation she had never experienced before. It seemed like the only time she truly felt at ease was when she was with the kids. After washing up, she made breakfast as usual. Then, she received a text message. Her bank account had just been debited 2 million yuan. 2 million, that much? Even though her family was financially well off, 2 million yuan in cash was still a huge amount. So, she wanted to find out exactly what was going on. She called Ji Yunhai. At that moment, Ji Yunhai was having breakfast with his son, Ji Yun. Seeing the woman carrying a plate of food toward them, he stood up and walked to the balcony. Hello, wife? He only answered Joe Mangmang's call after stepping onto the balcony. The woman beside him was quite perceptive. She watched Ji Yun to make sure he didn't follow him out. Transferring assets was a huge benefit for her. As long as Ji Yunhai handled it smoothly, then in the future, all of the family's wealth and assets would belong to her and her son. Ji Yunhai, why did you suddenly spend 2 million? Ji Yunhai felt a little guilty, but when he thought about how this was all for his biological son, for the Ji family's future wealth, he became firm in his decision. Even though Zhao Mangmang's beauty had driven him crazy, it was useless against him now. Oh, I recently started a trading company, so I needed more cash flow. You know how it is with new businesses. I might have to withdraw more from our bank accounts later, but once the company succeeds, I guarantee we'll be raking in money every day. Zhao Mangmang opened her milk and sat down. Isn't our family already making plenty of money? Why open so many more companies? Ji Yunhai responded smoothly. Whoever complains about having too much money? If we earn more now, you and the kids will have an easier life in the future. De Ting and Xiao Ting's futures will be secure. Zhao Mangmang hummed in acknowledgement. Alright, do as you see fit.
Spending millions, sometimes even tens of millions, to start companies had happened before. But that was 5 or 6 years ago. In the last 5 or 6 years, aside from her opening a beauty salon, they hadn't started any new businesses. Still, Ji Yunhai kept reassuring her, "Don't worry, wife. I promise this company is solid. In less than 3 years, we'll be making huge profits. Even though the economy is tough right now, I have years of experience in business. I'll make sure you and the kids have an even better life." For some reason, Joe Mangmang just felt irritated. "Alright, whatever. I'm still tired, I'm going back to sleep for a bit." After exchanging a few more words, Ji Yunhai hung up. Even though there didn't seem to be a problem, Zhao Manman still felt the unease in her heart growing. Then, she sent a message to Li Jian. "Xiaoyan, are you up?" After Zhao Manman sent a message to Li Jian, she waited for his reply. But she also knew that young people nowadays, when they had nothing to do, usually woke up late. Today was Sunday, so Li Jian probably didn't have work. He might not be able to reply so quickly. Zhao Manman had already expected this. Looking at her phone with no reply from Li Jian, that uneasy feeling in her heart became even clearer. She didn't know why, but she felt that Ji Yunhai suddenly transferring such a large sum of money was suspicious. She couldn't help but recall Li Jian's warning. But after all these years, his condition, that should be impossible, right? Zhao Manman felt that it didn't make sense. A normal man might have an affair. But what if he wasn't normal? As Zhao Manman's thoughts spiraled, a video call suddenly came through. Xiaoyan? Now that she saw Li Jian as one of her own, Zhao Manman was a little excited. But upon closer inspection, she realized it was actually her business partner calling. Yang Xintao. Zhao Manman had collaborated with Yang Xintao in business many times before. In fact, the newly opened beauty salon also had some of Yang Xintao's shares. Zhao Manman didn't have many friends. In Zhejiang, Yang Xintao could be considered one of her friends. "Xiaoyang, what's wrong?" After answering the video call, Zhao Manman asked, "Sister Zhao, I need a favor." Hearing the word favor, Zhao Manman thought it might be about borrowing money. If it was a small amount, she could help. But if it was a large sum, there wasn't much she could do. "Go ahead, Xiaoyang." Yang Xintao hesitated for a moment, then said, "It's like this. I recently fell for someone, so I'll be spending a lot of time getting close to him. I gave my husband your phone number. If he calls to check on me, I hope you can cover for me." Zhao Manman hadn't expected that a married Yang Xintao would say something like this. "But, aren't you married?" On the other end of the video, Yang Xintao looked a little embarrassed. "Yes, I am married, but I really like him. He's a new employee at my company, 16 years younger than me. But he's kind, gentle, and considerate. I've fallen for him." Zhao Manman didn't want to interfere in other people's business. But morally, she still tried to advise her. "I think, maybe you shouldn't do this. After all, you're already married. And he's so much younger than you. I don't think a relationship with such a big age gap is reliable, it has no future." Tears welled up in Yang Xintao's eyes. "If I can be with him, I will get a divorce. You know, Lao Zhang has abused me many times. I lost feelings for him long ago. What's the point of maintaining a marriage without love? If things work out between me and Xiaolin, I will divorce him without hesitation." Zhao Manman sat down and gazed at the sea of flowers in the villa's garden. A marriage without love, is it really meaningless? Life is so short. If you endure it, it'll pass. Besides, you're not young anymore. Getting divorced now would be very damaging. You have to understand, once a marriage is broken, there's no going back. And young people's thinking is too naive. Even if he likes you now, what about in the future? Zhao Manman still wanted to persuade Yang Xintao not to rush into a divorce. Her beliefs were still very traditional. "Sister Zhao, I know that from a rational standpoint, you're absolutely right. But if you ever really fall in love with someone one day, you won't be able to control yourself either. When that moment comes, I believe you'll deceive yourself, overturn your principles, and let go of everything. Besides, maybe maintaining a loveless marriage isn't always the right choice. Because you never know what someone who doesn't love you might do to you behind your back. For all you know, they could be plotting against you, stripping you of everything, leaving nothing but your bones. From the day I got married, I've been faithful. But all I've received in return is domestic violence. I really don't know when it will happen again. He had a mistress before, and I endured it for years. But Xiaolin's appearance has made me firm in my decision to divorce." Zhao Manman didn't respond. For a moment, even she felt a little lost. Was a loveless marriage really worth maintaining? Would Ji Yunhai plot against her?
What does it really feel like to love someone? Joe Mangmang asked. Like how I feel about Xiaolin, I think about him all the time, every single day. I can't control my desire to see him. It might sound silly, but when emotions take over your mind, this is how it feels. Sister Zhao, I beg you, please cover for me. Zhao Manman was against immoral actions. But after thinking about it, she and young Xintao were indeed good friends. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed. All right then. I'll do my best. But if things go south, don't blame me. On the other end of the video, young Xintao was grateful. I understand. Don't worry, Sister Zhao. The chances of him checking in on me are very low. This is just a precaution. At most, he'll call once, and that's it. If I end up with Xiaolin, I'll give you all my shares in the beauty salon. Zhao Manman didn't care about that. I'll be going to Shanghai in a few days. Hopefully, nothing happens during that time. Her thoughts kept wandering. Could a relationship with such a huge age gap really have a future? Would that man truly love her and treat her well? Or was this just another scheme for money? Wan Chang. Wu Yuxian slowly woke up. Soon, she realized she couldn't move. Was she experiencing sleep paralysis? Opening her eyes, she saw Li Jian clinging to her like an octopus, sleeping soundly, completely unaware of what was happening. Wu Yuxian forcefully pried Li Jian's arm off her and moved his legs away. By the time she finished, her face was completely red. Then, she pinched Li Jian's cheek. Li Jian, you idiot, wake up. Get up now. Li Jian slowly woke up. Being young, everything about him was natural in the morning. Sitting up, he still couldn't quite hide it. What's wrong, Wu Yuxian? Wu Yuxian knocked Li Jian on the head. You idiot, didn't I tell you to sleep properly? Why did you roll over to my side in the middle of the night? You almost pushed me off the bed. Her voice carried a hint of grievance. Her arm was still feeling numb from being pinned under Li Jian. Sorry, Li Yuxian. Idiot, it's Wu Yuxian. And just like that, they slipped into their usual bickering mode. Since childhood, Li Jian and Wu Yuxian's interactions had always been filled with teasing and playful fights. They had never really had a moment of peace. The two of them wrestled for a while. Soon, Wu Yuxian grabbed Li Jian's hair, while he, on the other hand, held onto her long, beautiful legs. 3, 2. Only when Wu Yuxian unleashed her ultimate weapon, her Sichuan-style countdown, did Li Jian obediently surrender. There was no resisting the pressure of their sibling bond. All right, Xiao Jian. Fixing the soft waves of her freshly permed hair, Wu Yuxian suddenly shifted into a gentle tone. Xiao Jian, go freshen up. I'll make you breakfast. Li Jian thought for a moment. He had eaten meals cooked by many women before. Su Xianxian, Joe Mangmang, Wu Yuxian, Zhao Manman. But Ji Mengting had never once cooked for him. As they stepped out of the room, they ran into Lu Xiaoyun, who had just come out of her room. Wait, you two slept together last night? She thought Wu Yuxian was far too foolish. Her pampering of Li Jian was utterly excessive. They were both 23 years old now. Did she not know that men and women shouldn't be so close? The air conditioning outside was too hot, so I let Li Jian sleep in my room. You know how faulty that air conditioner is. Xiao Jian has never really suffered before, so I didn't want him to be uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoyun thought about it. Actually, it wasn't all that strange. After all, the bed was big enough, and it was their own personal matter. Why should she bother worrying about it? It was unnecessary. All right then, I'll cook today. Wu Yuxian stopped her before she could go to the kitchen. My Xiao Jian is used to eating my cooking. When there was no one else at home, I was always the one who cooked. Since Li Jian had finally come over, Wu Yuxian wanted to take good care of him. All right then, you really do spoil him. Thinking about that Mercedes-Benz he parked in the garage, Lu Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel a little bitter. After freshening up, Li Jian went back to Wu Yuxian's room and lay down again. In this scorching heat, no place was as comfortable as an air-conditioned room. Opening his car app, Li Jian saw numerous messages and inquiries. As the verified owner of 2 high-end cars, his account had quite a bit of popularity. If I'm going to buy a G-Wagon for Wu Yuxian, I should contact the dealership in advance, check out the car, and finalize the deal. I'll think about getting a luxury apartment after her birthday. Deep down, Li Jian still wanted to convince Wu Yuxian to move to Shanghai with him. Unfortunately, her personality was something he couldn't control. If only all girls were as easygoing as Joe Mangmang. After submitting his car purchase inquiry, the Mercedes-Benz dealership quickly called him. For regular customers, dealerships often had an arrogant attitude. But for someone like Li Jiyan, who owned both a luxury sedan and a supercar, they were nothing but enthusiastic. The caller was a woman with a soft and sweet voice. "Mr. Li, are you interested in our G-Wagon?" Li Jiyan replied, "Yes. I'll be picking it up the day after tomorrow. Give me a reasonable price. If the deal isn't sincere, I'll walk away." When it came to cars, Lu Yeping was an expert. Li Jiyan knew he could ask him for the bottom price of the vehicle. The woman on the other end sounded pleasantly surprised. "Then, Mr. Li, let's add each other on WeChat. When you visit the dealership, I'll provide you with the best possible price. I know you're an expert, so I'll make sure the offer is fair." Li Jiyan lay there lazily. "Alright, add me on WeChat then. I'll approve you in a bit. Just use this phone number." Soon, a friend request came in. Li Jiyan glanced at the profile picture. It was a pretty woman. There really were a lot of attractive women in sales. But compared to Hu Monk, the Audi saleswoman, her looks didn't quite match up. Of course, he wasn't interested in that. Then, he scrolled through his WeChat messages. After seeing Ji Ziten's selfie, Li Jiyan saved it to his phone. Then, he noticed a message from Joe Mangmang. He realized that his interactions with Joe Mangmang had become more frequent lately. Their mother-son bond had deepened significantly. He didn't make her wait. "Mom, I woke up late today. I'm in Wancheng right now. That's why I didn't reply sooner. Were you getting anxious?" In Zhejiang, upon hearing the WeChat notification, Zhao Manman quickly picked up her phone. Her mind was still preoccupied with Yang Xintao's situation. Was she really doing the right thing? Opening the chat, she read Li Jian's response and explanation. She suddenly realized something. Whenever she messaged Ji Yunhai, he took forever to reply. And when he did, it was usually just one or two cold words. But Li Jiyan, afraid that she would worry, had taken the time to write a full explanation. The difference was striking. "Zhao Manman, it's fine. I was just asking, why are you in Wancheng?" Li Jiyan, for Wu Yuexian's birthday. "I used to overlook a lot of things, but lately, I've realized that the people who truly care about you are the most important. As for everything else, the things I used to care too much about, maybe they don't really matter after all." Reading his words, Zhao Manman felt that Li Jiyan was absolutely right. The people who treat you well are the ones you should cherish the most. "Mom, did you need something?" Zhao Manman, "Not really. I just feel a bit uneasy." Li Jiyan, "Maybe it's because you've been in the same environment for too long. You should come visit me. I have time now. I can keep you company." Zhao Manman, "That doesn't seem appropriate. You're in Wancheng. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for me to visit?" Li Jiyan, "Not at all, Mom. You'll always be the most important person to me. If you're feeling down, it's only right that I be there for you. No matter where I am, you can always come find me. Wancheng is actually a great place to relax. If you agree, let's meet in Wancheng. Maybe you'll feel better after some time away." At that moment, Zhao Manman fell into deep thought. Her daughter wasn't in Wancheng. Going there now didn't seem to have much meaning. The main reason she wanted to see Li Jiyan was to match him and Mingting back together. But Li Jiyan had personally invited her. In his heart, he truly saw her as his mother, treating her with respect and importance. When he found out what had happened before, he immediately came to her, traveling from far away. He valued her so much, treating her like real family. So she should also treat him as her own son. Spending a few days with him, what was wrong with that? If she wanted to mend Mengting and Li Jian's marriage, she had to communicate with him deeply, so he would listen to her. Besides, in this huge villa, her unease was growing stronger and stronger. Staying here just made her feel uncomfortable. Zhao Manman, "Alright, son. In the next few days, once I finish up some things here, I'll go to Wancheng to see you. How does that sound?" Li Jiyan, "Great, Mom. I'll be waiting for you in Wancheng. If you're feeling down, try to think about the interesting parts of life. It'll make you feel a lot better." Zhao Manman thought about Yang Xintao's situation. She still found it hard to accept, but thinking about other people's problems did help distract her from her own anxiety. Zhao Manman, "Actually, something interesting happened today. You remember Auntie Yang, the one you met before?" Li Jiyan thought for a moment. He had indeed seen her before. During the New Year, he had met her. But then, he remembered how Ji Ziten would always go to her grandmother's house for the holidays, never wanting to see him. Li Jiyan, "I remember now. That was during New Year's. I also saw that auntie in the red dress. But compared to you, she looked several years older." Zhao Manman's youthful appearance was truly remarkable. At 42, she still looked like she was in her mid-20s. That was something Yang Xintao could never compare to. Joe Mangmang, yes, that's her. Let me tell you something, she fell in love with a young man. Li Jian, a young man? Now, he was curious. What exactly was going on? Joe Mangmang, yes, a young man from her company. He's about 16 or 17 years younger than her. I tried to talk her out of it, after all, it's not really ethical, and younger men aren't reliable, but she wouldn't listen. Li Jian, honestly, whether someone is reliable or not has nothing to do with age. It all depends on the person. Just because someone is older doesn't mean they're dependable. And just because someone is always around you doesn't mean they won't betray you. After all, you can know someone's face, but not their heart. Lying in bed, looking at his phone screen, Li Jian tapped on Joe Mangmang's message. Joe Mangmang, maybe. Let's see how things turn out. I just hope they have a good ending. Your Auntie Yang has had a hard life. Anyway, I need to start preparing for my trip to Wancheng. I'll tell you more when I get there. She followed up with a laughing emoji. Joe Mangmang really liked using those. Xiao Jian, time to eat. A voice called from outside, making Li Jian finally put down his phone. He walked to the living room. Sis, is this breakfast or lunch? Wu Yuxian untied her apron. A combination of both, I suppose. Come here, Xiao Jian, have an egg first. It's important to get your daily nutrition. Li Jian didn't dare disobey, he obediently listened. As the three of them ate, Lu Xiaoyun still found Li Jian irritating. While they were eating, Wu Yuxian's phone rang. Uncle. Li Jian didn't say anything. Wu Yuxian had an uncle. Back when her parents had their accident, many people had tried to contact him, but he had never returned. No one knew what really happened. But after Wu Yuxian grew up, her uncle and aunt suddenly reached out to her, claiming that they hadn't received any messages back then. No one knew what the real situation was. But Li Jian had never liked this uncle and aunt. I got it. Meet me at Guyue tea house later. Wu Yuxian spoke, looking visibly unhappy. Li Yuxian, what's wrong? She glanced at Li Jian but didn't argue with him about the name. My uncle and aunt are passing through Wancheng. They want to see me. Back then, her own uncle and aunt had never taken her in. Instead, it was her parents' friends who had raised her. She still held a deep resentment toward them. In her heart, her uncle was nothing more than a blood-related stranger. Her only real family was Li Ziyan and his parents. No one else could replace that, not even a little. Li Ziyan didn't say anything more. If they were just passing through, he wouldn't interfere. After finishing their meal, the three of them headed to Guyue tea house. Nowadays, there weren't many tea houses still open. A decade ago, tea houses were everywhere. Back then, when QQ first became popular, people meeting online friends was extremely common. And tea houses, being cheap and not requiring ID, became prime locations for certain passionate encounters. Arriving at private room 888, Li Jiyan saw two people he didn't like. He sat down without saying a word. Wu Jingji didn't pay any attention to Li Jiyan or Lu Xiaoyun. Instead, he greeted Wu Yuxian warmly. Yuxian, you've grown so tall. You look even prettier in person than in your WeChat photos. Wu Yuxian rarely posted on WeChat. The only time she did was when she took a group photo with her female co-workers at her last job. Since everyone else posted it, she did too. Uncle, why are you here this time? She ignored his enthusiasm completely. She didn't like him at all. This time, your uncle and I came for a reason. Her aunt spoke up. Since you are a Wu, staying with Li Jian's family isn't appropriate. I think it's best if you come back to Fujian with us as soon as possible. After all, a girl should return to her roots. Wu Yuxian shook her head. That's impossible. I've never had anyone take care of me since I was little. My home is in Jiaohu. I have no other home. Wherever Shaojian is, that's my home. But Fujian is not my home. She was very clear about who truly cared for her. No one could make her give up her current family. Yuxian, let's be honest here. Her uncle finally spoke up. I found you a fiancé. His family is very wealthy. He saw your picture and really likes you. Wu Yuxian was completely stunned. All these years, they had never looked for her. When she needed someone the most, they had never been there. But now that she had grown up, they suddenly appeared talking about arranging a marriage for her? No need. If there's nothing else, you should leave now. Wu Jingji was obviously caught off guard. He hadn't expected Wu Yuxian to refuse so decisively. Most people would be thrilled to hear about being introduced to a wealthy match. But he hadn't expected this kind of reaction. He had already negotiated a 1 million yuan bride price. Then, he turned to Li Jiyan. Xiaoyan, try to talk some sense into your sister. There's no future for her staying here. Convince her to leave your family, and I'll give you some financial compensation. How about 200,000 yuan? After all, we are her real family. Without family to rely on, life can be tough. As long as he could take Wu Yuxian back to Fujian, spending 200,000 yuan was worth it. Lu Xiaoyun couldn't hold back any longer. She had always had a bad temper. Do you people have no shame? When Yuxian was little and had no one to take care of her, you ignored her because you didn't want the trouble or the expense. But now that she's grown up, you want to take her back as part of your family? So you get all the benefits, is that it? Hearing Lu Xiaoyun's sharp words, Wu Jingji didn't care. He knew that Wu Yuxian doted on Li Jiyan a lot. If Li Jiyan persuaded her, she would definitely agree. After all, she was just a girl with no blood relation to him. For 200,000 yuan, any young man would be tempted. Li Jiyan looked at Wu Jingji. Not for 200,000. Not for 2 million. Not even for 200 million. I will never let Wu Yuxian leave our family. She is a person, a living, breathing woman who is 172 meters tall. She is part of our family, and she will always be. Since you are her uncle, I won't curse at you, but I don't want to see you again. The so-called real family is us. You have nothing to do with her. Wu Yuxian, let's go. With that, Li Jiyan grabbed Wu Yuxian's wrist and walked out of the tea house. Lu Xiaoyun followed them. Hey! Don't go, Yuxian, let's talk this through. But the three of them left without hesitation, showing no intention of staying. When they got home, Wu Yuxian went to her room, sat on the bed, and lowered her head in silence. Lu Xiaoyun was still fuming. Unbelievable, there really are all kinds of people in this world. This is the first time I've met such shameless ones. Where were they when you needed help the most? Then, she remembered something. But hey, Li Jiyan, you did pretty well today. Lu Xiaoyun had thought Li Jiyan would be one of those spoiled, annoying rich kids. That he might actually sell Wu Yuxian out. After all, not all simping men end up well. But she hadn't expected. Li Jiyan didn't care about money at all. Of course. She's a living, breathing 172-meter tall human being. Then, Li Jiyan noticed the tear stains on the bedsheet. His heart ached. Wu Yuxian had the saddest fate of them all. She lost her parents when she was young and had no one to rely on. After coming to his home, he had spent years teasing and bickering with her. When they were kids, he had never really felt sorry for her. Now, he felt a deep guilt. Sis. Li Jiyan gently took Wu Yuxian's hand. Don't be sad, it's really not worth it, is it? They are just people who happen to share some blood with you. In my heart, you are irreplaceable. There's no point in feeling bad for people who don't matter. Tears dripped from Wu Yuxian's eyes. Do you really mean everything you said today? Li Jiyan answered without hesitation. Of course I do, Wu Yuxian. No amount of money could ever buy you, because your worth isn't something that can be measured by money. After a moment, she hugged him tightly. Li Yuxian, you idiot, it's Wu Yuxian. I know, Xiao Yuxian. Don't worry, I won't be sad anymore. Wu Yuxian felt that Li Jiyan had changed completely. Before, he would always argue and bicker with her, never giving in even a little. But now, he truly, deeply cared about her. You and uncle and auntie, you're my real family. Saying that, Wu Yuxian hugged Li Jiyan and kissed him. The soft sensation almost made Li Jiyan lose control. But he held himself back. Being young came with its own struggles. Lu Xiaoyun watched the two of them, seeing how close they were. She suddenly understood Wu Yuxian a little better, but she still found his simping behavior hard to accept. Time passed quickly. Wu Yuxian's birthday arrived. At work, she seemed a little distracted. Xiaoyun, do you think my Xiao Jian will be happy when I give him the Bensi? Lu Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. Of course, he'll be happy. It's worth over 300,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be happy? I just hope you won't regret it later. Even though Li Jiyan really cares about you. But working like crazy for years, saving all your money, and spending it all on a Bensi? That's insane. I don't even know what to say to you. Wu Yuxian looked at her WeChat screen and started typing a message to Li Jiyan. As long as he's happy, it's all worth it. Lu Xiaoyun touched Wu Yuxian's forehead. Wu Yuxian, I don't even know if you're just love-struck or what. No, wait, this isn't even love. What kind of thinking is this? I give up. At that moment, Li Jiyan was at a Mercedes-Benz dealership, checking out cars. He saw Wu Yuxian's message. Wu Yuxian, what are you up to, Xiao Jiyan? You're in charge of the cake, did you mess it up? Also, I've prepared a very special gift for you today. Li Jiyan, the cake is already being made. And to celebrate Miss Wu Yuxian's birthday, I've prepared a special gift for you too. Wu Yuxian, alright then, Xiao Jian, you absolutely must not reveal what the gift is.
A surprise has to stay hidden.
Li Jian, I got it, sis. Then, Li Jian bought the G-Wagon. Even after 6 in the evening, the weather was still unbearably hot. Today, Wu Yuxian walked out of work with a particularly cheerful step. She pulled Lu Xiaoyun along to the company parking lot and got into the car. Her delicate face was filled with joy. You're really happy about your birthday, huh, Yuxian? But I think you're not excited about your own birthday, you're just happy that you can finally give this car away.
Wu Yuxian smiled sweetly. She didn't say anything, just started the engine and drove toward the hotel they had agreed upon. When they arrived, Wu Yuxian carefully parked the car and made sure Li Jian hadn't seen it before pulling Lu Xiaoyun out of the car. You're really worried about even the slightest chance that Li Jian might see it, huh? Wu Yuxian whispered. Of course, a surprise has to be kept hidden. Inside the hotel, Wu Yuxian found the private room number that Li Jian had sent her.
Xiao Jian, I'm here.
Pushing open the door, she saw a table full of dishes and a giant birthday cake in the center. The cake had 5 whole tiers. This cake must have cost at least 2,000 yuan. And this table full of dishes, there's not a single cheap item here. Altogether, this must have cost over 10,000 yuan.
This is a bit extravagant. Lu Xiaoyun was also shocked. Her impression of Li Jian kept changing.
He wasn't the stingy, spoiled kid who just lived off his sister like she had imagined.
For Wu Yuxian, no amount of money is too much, don't you agree? Wu Yuxian looked at the food and cake with a bit of distress.
This must have cost a fortune.
Normally, she would hesitate even when spending a few hundred yuan. Xiao Jian, this is a one-time thing. From now on, no more wasting money like this.
I'll pay for this meal. You just got divorced, and you're still young. You'll need money for a lot of things in the future.
Li Jian knew that Wu Yuxian always had his best interests at heart. I've already paid for it. All right. Happy 24th birthday, Miss Wu Yuxian. Xiaoyun, let's light the candles. Li Jian took out colorful candles and started placing them in a circle. Wu Yuxian watched happily as the two of them busied themselves with lighting the candles for her. Once the entire cake was surrounded by colorful candles, Li Jian grinned and said, Sis, come blow out the candles.
Wu Yuxian walked around the cake and blew out all the candles in one go.
Lu Xiaoyun quickly reminded her, that's right, Yuxian, make a wish. At this moment, Wu Yuxian didn't argue about whether to call Li Jian Li or Wu. She simply closed her eyes. Under the soft glow of the lights, she looked so beautiful that Li Jian couldn't take his eyes off her. She really was stunning, the girl he was destined to protect for a lifetime. After finishing her wish, Wu Yuxian opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Despite her usual mature aura, she looked a little cute. Li Yuxian, what did you wish for? Li Jian, are you stupid? If I say it out loud, it won't come true. Ask again, and I'll smash your head. Only then did Li Jian obediently stop asking. Then, he sat beside Wu Yuxian and started cracking open the crab legs for her. Xiao Jian, you've never peeled shrimp or crab for me before.
When Li Jian fed her a bite, Wu Yuxian felt completely overwhelmed.
Li Jian was nothing like he used to be. Sis, that was in the past. From now on, I'll do it often.
Tonight, you just sit here and enjoy, I'll feed you everything.
And so, under Wu Yuxian's disbelieving gaze, Li Jian actually fed her the entire dinner.
He personally brought every bite to her lips, letting her eat to her heart's content. Seeing how touched she was, Lu Xiaoyun sighed. This was totally love-struck brain behavior.
It was basically the same thing. Li Jian didn't even have to do much, yet Wu Yuxian was utterly moved. But she had to admit, tonight's food was the best she had ever eaten. So Lu Xiaoyun also ate heartily. After leaving the hotel, Wu Yuxian looked at Li Jian beside her,
her beautiful eyes shimmering like stars. All these years, for the first time, she felt that Li Jian was truly gentle. He treated her so differently from before. He had really grown up. He had indeed grown up, though still as cheeky as ever.
Xiaoyan, I told you I had a surprise for you today. So now, don't blink. She took out a Mercedes-Benz car key and pressed the unlock button. Up ahead, the lights of a Mercedes-Benz C-Class slowly lit up. This is the surprise I prepared for you. A guy's car has to be decent. I don't have much money, Xiao Jian, so this is all I can give you. But I believe one day, Li Jian will achieve great success and make Ji Mingting regret it. Looking at Wu Yuxian's beaming face and the shining car lights, Li Jian felt an indescribable sensation, as if something was blocking his heart. He knew Wu Yuxian's salary, it was decent but nothing extravagant. To buy this Mercedes-Benz C,
She must have saved for years, barely spending on herself, working overtime, and doing part-time jobs during school.
Her entire heart had been thinking about him. Xiao Jian, do you like it? Li Jian took a deep breath and grabbed the key. I like it. Of course, I like it. Imitating Wu Yuexian's Sichuanchongqing accent, he replied, though it came out awkward. That made Wu Yuexian burst into laughter. But, sis, I also have a surprise for you.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.